Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If this side. Today we will be seeing, what if Deku and all men had lost their quirk? Now before we move ahead with the fic, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The voice in the back of Izuku Midoriya's head had been there for as long as he could remember. The voice, however, was odd even for being a voice in the head of a 4-year-old boy for two reasons. Firstly, it was only capable of saying 2 words, and secondly, that it was in the head of a boy. In the 200 years since the appearance of quirks in the world, only women had ever developed them, and despite intensive research into the origin of quirks and this anomaly, there had never been a man with a quirk. Some nations went as far as to try to genetically engineer male babies from the embryo that had a quirk in their genome. But the lack of results and international criticism shut down those experiments shortly after they began. So, when 3-year-old Izuku became aware that the voice in his head was slightly different from his own and that it only ever happened with those 2 words, he began to get excited and worried very quickly. Excited, because he thought this new voice could be a quirk, and worried because if it was not a quirk then he feared he would be going insane. When he went to his mother and told her about the voice, she initially dismissed it as just being his imagination. It was normal, after all, for children to have imaginary friends. This belief was strained by the fact that Izuku did none of the things she expected him to do to an imaginary friend, like talk to him or play with him or ask for another place setting for him. He only told her when the voice in his head started talking. And when she asked him if this was his imaginary friend, his response caused her motherly instincts to go off. The voice in my head says that it's not an imaginary friend, Ka-chan. The first thing she did after hearing this was to drive him to the hospital. While he and his mother were seeing the doctor, there were many new words that he learned. From the doctor, he learned phrases like telepathy, mind control, and isolation, while his mother displayed a robust vocabulary of words that he was promptly told to never repeat. Even the doctor was surprised by some of the words, so his mom must have known even more than the doctor. Unfortunately, the upshot of the meeting was that Izuku had to stay in a nice room at the hospital for a few days. It wasn't a bad room, don't get him wrong, but it was just so different, and his mom wasn't there with him. He was also told that he couldn't bring anything from home into the room except for the clothes he was wearing. Because his mom couldn't come with him, he was left alone in the room with nothing but the voice in his head. Strangely, upon thinking this, the voice in his head spoke up. True. This got Izuku thinking about the voice in his head, which only led to more responses from the voice. The voice in my head is my quirk. True. I need to tell someone about this. False. What? This question got no response from his quirk, but this only spurred Izuku to ask more questions. Telling other people about my quirk is a great idea. Just look at Kaken. False. Why is it a bad idea to tell people about my quirk? Again, the voice in his head remained silent. Can you only answer questions with true or false answers? Again, no response. This time, he tried rephrasing what he had just asked. You can only answer questions with true or false answers. True. I am not going insane. True. At this, Izuku let out a sigh of relief before the silence got to him. The doctors think I am going insane. False. The doctors think I am being mind-controlled. True. After several more minutes of asking himself questions, Izuku began to wonder exactly how accurate his quirk was, because some of the things that it was saying were just unprovable. After rummaging around in his pocket, he found a 50-yen coin and put it on his index finger and thumb as if to flip it. Before he did so, he asked his quirk the coin will land on heads, which his power promptly relied false. Sure enough, the coin landed tails. However, a single coin flip was not enough to satisfy Izuku, and he started asking about the combinations of the next few coin flips. His power eventually replied true to a sequence of heads, tails for the next 5 flips, and after the next 5 flips landed in that exact order, he gave up on trying to prove his quirk wrong and accepted that it could tell the truth about anything. After a few more targeted questions that went unanswered about why he shouldn't tell anyone about the voice in his head being a quirk, he started guessing why he shouldn't. They'll hurt me if I have a quirk. True. Mom won't love me if I have a quirk. False. I'm not supposed to have a quirk. True. The next few minutes were spent guessing why he wasn't supposed to have a quirk until he eventually gave up. Unfortunately, he had only spent just over a quarter of an hour asking his quirk these questions, and the room was empty except for his bed and a wall clock. There were 2 doors, and fortunately Izuku was tall enough to reach the handles. Walking to the nearest door, he opened it to reveal a bathroom with a step stool in front of the sink. Seeing as he didn't need to use the bathroom right now, he shut the door. Turning to face the other door, which was the one he came into the room through by process of elimination, he pulled on the handle only to find that it wouldn't move. Looking next to the door, he spotted a black box with a bunch of white buttons. That box has something to do with the door. True. Startled by the response after a long period of silence, Izuku reconsidered leaving the room. It is a good idea to leave this room. False. They have to feed me at some point. True. Izuku proceeded to spend the next few minutes guessing how long it would be until someone would bring him food. And through this process he found that he could ask his quirk less specific questions like it will be more than 3 hours until they bring me food. The power eventually settled on just under 4 hours until someone would bring him dinner, and after a little more questioning that he would be able to leave the room and go back home with his mom in 2 days. After a few more minutes of asking his quirk questions, Izuku decided to just sleep until they bring him dinner. 3 hours, 49 minutes later, Izuku was woken up by one of the hospital staff shaking his shoulder. "Wake up, Midoriya-san. It's time to eat." Izuku sat up, yawning. "Hello, mister. Are you eating dinner too?" He turned to see the tray that the man was holding, with only one plate of food on it. "Oh." The man gave him a strange smile. "Sorry, Midoriya-san, I would if I could. I still have to go and bring other people their dinners. I will be back to pick up your dishes in about an hour." And he rummaged around in one of the pockets of his uniform before bringing out a set of plastic utensils and a paper napkin to go with the meal. "Here you go. If you don't like anything in the meal, let me know and I'll try to get you something you like next time." As the man walked to the door, using the keypad to unlock it from the inside, Izuku wanted to ask him something, anything, but he couldn't think of anything to say before the door shut behind him with a click that resounded in the silence of the room. As he ate the meal, which was nowhere near as good as what his mom would have made, he thought about what he wanted to ask the doctor when he came back to the room. This time, when his quirk replied to some of the statements he made, he was less surprised and tried to ask about the results of his questions to see what he should ask to get what he wanted. After about 15 minutes of guessing, the door opened again. Before it closed, Izuku spotted a cart that was about half full of empty dishes. "How was dinner, Midoriya-san?" the doctor asked as he crossed the room to where Izuku was sitting on his bed. "Anything you didn't like?" "The food was fine, mister, but I had something else that I wanted to ask you," Izuku replied, standing up with his plate in hand. As the doctor took the plate and picked up the empty glass from the bed, he asked, "And what would that be?" "Well, this room is really boring, and I don't want to sleep for however long I have to be here. Can you bring some toys tomorrow or ask the people here if I can have something to do?" Izuku spoke slowly, trying to remember everything that his quirk agreed would spur the man to action. He looked up at the man with wide eyes and just barely stuck out his lower lip, even though he didn't understand why his quirk mentioned it would work. "I'll try my best, Midoriya-san. I think we have something around here that you'd enjoy doing or playing with. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast. Have a good night." The man replied. "Any more questions?" "Nope," Izuku happily replied. "Thank you, mister. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night." As he spoke, he was getting under the covers, ready to fall asleep. The doctor chuckled as he left the room, pushing the cart away. POV, Dr. Kano Ryota. As the man pushed the cart full of emptied dishes back to the hospital's kitchen, the request that Izuku Midoriya had made of him was still on his mind. The way that he had looked up at the end was just so similar to the way his daughter looked up at him when she wanted him to do something, and he couldn't just ignore the request in good conscience. Knocking on the slightly ajar door of the manager for his department of the hospital, he was greeted with a sigh and a call of "Come in." As he entered the office, the first thing that he noticed was how decorated it was. His superior, Tsuji Riko, had been recently promoted, and her predecessor had kept a very utilitarian view of what an office needed and what it should look like. He quickly shook his head and dispelled these thoughts, wanting to get to the point. "Good evening, Tsuji-san. I have finished my rounds for the evening, and there was one patient request that I felt should be brought to your attention as I am unaware of the policy about it." The woman looked up from the pile of paperwork in front of her, almost glad for a distraction that wasn't a medical emergency or, hopefully, that wouldn't create more paperwork for her. Unlike the doctor, she was not going home in the next hour, and had a long night shift ahead of her. "Please, if you think the request is reasonable enough to bring it to me, then I'll happily hear it out. Is it really such a novel request that you feel the need to check the policy with me?" The doctor nodded. "It's not that the request itself is unusual, but that the patient's situation may complicate the request." At thus, he handed the file over to the director and gave a brief summary of the situation. The patient, Izuku Midoriya, is being quarantined as a suspected victim of a mental quirk, either telepathic or mind control, and is otherwise in fine health for a boy of 4 years old. He is currently in the Faraday ward, as Faraday cages have been proven effective against mental quirks in the past. The director had finished skimming through the file at this point and waved her hand for the doctor to stop talking. "I am well aware of the science behind Faraday quarantine, doctor. What did the patient request that made you bring this to me? Did he want his mom to visit him or something?" The doctor shuffled his feet, looking down before gathering courage and looking his director in the eyes. "No, Tsuji-san. As you may be aware of, the Faraday wards have not held a patient so young in the past 8 years, and the child was placed in an empty room. While this may not be detrimental to the older patients we normally house, a 4-year-old requires more mental stimulation. He requested that we bring him something to play with or do for the duration of his stay." At this point, the director was beginning to question the competence of her employee. "And you couldn't grant this request immediately, without going to me because..." Counting off of his fingers, the doctor replied, "First of all, I do not know where any toys or playthings in our section would be kept, and I wanted to get your knowledge or permission before I went to the pediatric wing or went to purchase anything. Second of all, I am not aware of the procedures regarding informing the parents of his request. Third, and most importantly, after the discovery of a quirk like toymakers, I am unsure of the wisdom of allowing any foreign objects into a quarantine. As the doctor listed out his reasons, Sujiriko found her faith in her employee rapidly returning. The policy of patient requests from minors did require alerting their parents or guardians, which unfortunately sounded like another thing she was going to add to her workload tonight. The mentioning of Toymaker, however, gave her serious pause. Toymaker was an American villain whose arrest and trial had been given great publicity a few years back, and her quirk was one of the stranger ones that had ever been reported on. It allowed her to build toys using the quirks of other people as a material, and she had used this to create toys that caused children to become infatuated with her. Though she had been promptly arrested before any physical damage was done, those children were still undergoing treatment to this very day. Because of her distribution of toys through her civilian identities job, there was no way of knowing how many of her twisted creations with slightly more benign quirks were still sitting in warehouses or households, dormant and waiting for a child to play with them. Every week or so, there would be a minor or major article in the news about a toy that was made by her found in a store, house, office, or even a hospital. The latter of the locations caused great panic, and many hospitals both in the US and globally had instituted a standard procedure for screening any toy that went into a hospital, and doubly so for any quarantine ward. This regulation was wildly unpopular among pediatricians and other doctors who had to treat children, many of whom argued for only buying products that could be verified as having been made before or after Toymaker's reign of terror. The unfortunate result of this was that any toy that the hospital purchased had to be screened by a hero or employee who had an exceedingly rare quirk that could nullify or amplify other quirks. In short, the hospital would have to contact the closest hero with that ability, Eraserhead, and have her come and personally check each toy they wanted to purchase. The likelihood of the underground heroine being available in the time before they were hopefully able to discharge Izuku was almost zero. Still, she was conflicted. From the perspective of an administrator, she had to follow procedure and deny the man and the patient the request. From the perspective of a decent human being with even a shred of common sense, she knew that she couldn't refuse the request. If the boy was left in a blank room by himself with no human interaction other than the doctor in front of her, and no idea when he would get out, he could very well worsen any potential mental issues he had or develop new ones. Because she neither wanted to lose her job or her respect for herself, she began thinking her way around the problem. Sure, they couldn't bring him anything from outside the department in any reasonable time, but they could bring things that they already had. Something like, "Unfortunately, we cannot grant his request." How? What do you mean? Surely, we aren't going to just let me finish. The director raised her voice, intent on making her point. As I was going to say, the time frame is just too short to get any toys that we may bring him approved. However, I'm sure that we can afford to give him a ream of printer paper and something to draw with. A pencil, a pen, preferably in a variety of colors. If he wants them, I don't care if you give him surplus medical posters that aren't too graphic. Kano stepped backwards before bowing slightly. My apologies for assuming the worst. I'll get him some paper and art supplies tomorrow morning. Good night, Suji-san. He turned around and left the office, closing the door softly behind him. Another crisis averted, thought the director as she turned to the stack of papers that she had to finish going through before she went home. Now for all of the other ones. The next morning, 7 a.m. Izuku let out a yawn as he sat up in his bed. Briefly he wondered where he was and why his mother wasn't there to wake him up before he remembered what had happened yesterday. It's just the hospital, he thought in relief. True. The response from his quirk brought back the other part of the memories from yesterday, though he couldn't quite remember what he had asked his quirk before he went to bed. What he did remember, however, was the way his quirk worked through a bit of experimentation. The doctor will bring me breakfast in the next hour. True. The doctor will bring me something to play with in the next hour. True. As Izuku sat in his bed, his mother was worrying at home. She had woken up and walked to the kitchen, and immediately poured herself a cup of coffee. As she walked over to her son's room and opened the door to wake him up, she noticed the empty child-sized bed and quickly woke up faster. As she was headed back to the kitchen to grab her phone, she remembered what happened the previous day. Quickly changing into something more appropriate to go out in, Inko rushed to her car and drove to the hospital as quickly as she could without breaking any laws. Less than half an hour later, she had arrived, parked, and found the office labeled Maeda Shija. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she knocked gently on the door instead of rushing in as she would have liked to. After a few seconds of silence, she knocked again, only to receive a similar lack of response. After a few more seconds, she knocked harder to no avail. As she was about to try the handle, she heard a voice calling from the other end of the hallway. "Ah, Midoriya-san. Welcome back. I take it that you wish for news about your son." "Yes," she replied. "I know that the protocols won't allow me to visit him, but can you at least tell me how he's doing? I don't want to just leave him here for the next few days, and I was wondering if there was a way for me to stay in a waiting room during the day or for you to remotely update me on the situation, especially at night if you find something." The doctor placed his hands in front of himself, trying to appease the worried mother. "You don't need to worry, ma'am. We have your phone number on file, unless you've changed it since your last visit. Your son so far has been a model patient and has shown no signs of mind control. If you wish, I can ask the culinary staff to ask him any questions you have for him or deliver any other messages, and have him do the same for you." As the doctor finished his statement, Inko was already pulling a pen out of her purse and looking around for a piece of paper. The doctor, seeing this, pulled open the drawer of the printer in his office and removed a sheet of paper, and handed it to her. Inko scribbled down a few questions for her son and a reminder that she loved him before folding it and handing it to the doctor. She then left the office and returned to the waiting room, nursing the travel mug of coffee that she brought from home. Izuku's room. Izuku had finally gotten breakfast, and with it he had finally gotten something new to play with, as many different colored pens as the doctor could find and more paper than he thought he could ever use. After he finished his breakfast, he got to work drawing whatever came to mind. An hour later, the floor near his bed was tiled with childish drawings of himself, his mom, All Might, his friends, his house, and even the room itself. As the drawings got closer to where Izuku was sitting, the art experienced a spike in quality. Instead of randomly drawing the pictures, Izuku had started asking his power if the line he was about to draw was going to look good in the final drawing. And despite the vague question, the final drawings came out more like something that an average teenager would be able to draw. The first high-quality artwork had been of his mom, followed by one of Kaken, and one of All Might. The one that he was working on right now was a drawing of the nice man that brought him the paper so that he could gift it to him as thanks. He was spending significantly more time on drawing this one than the others, mostly because he was asking his power much more specific questions regarding the details that he was adding. The train of thought went something like, "The point that I should start my next line is right below the tip of my pen false." Moving the pen around the paper, he kept thinking the same thought until he heard his Quirk reply true. After he had determined the starting point, he made statements about the nature of the line that he was about to draw, such as whether it was straight or curved, how long it would be, and which direction it should go. Most of these questions were either redundant or made much simpler by his knowledge of what the man looked like and what people in general looked like. Either way, he continued to ask them to get used to his newfound ability. An unorthodox usage. The continuous asking of a question that was dependent on some physical event until he received a positive answer, as opposed to his earlier, more guess and check method of determining coin flips. He also noticed something odd about his increasing ability with art. The more questions he asked about how he should draw a face, a nose, a lock of hair, the more instinctual his motions became. The lines he drew were clearer, less hesitant, and took much less time. Towards the end of his portrait of the food delivery man, he only bothered to ask his power if the line he was thinking of was correct before invariably marking the line. Placing the completed drawing next to him, pushing away another drawing, he reached up to the bed to grab another piece of paper. Between then and lunchtime, he drastically improved, and started drawing things that he had never seen before, images from his dreams last night, landscapes that would not be out of place in an art gallery if they were painted and not drawn with whichever pen Izuku felt like drawing with at the time. When the door opened for the doctor to bring lunch through, the gust of wind caused by the door scattered one of the stacks of paper that Izuku had put by the door. When the man carrying lunch saw this, he first turned around and put the lunch back on the cart before kneeling to pick up the papers and reorganize them as Izuku rushed over to help. As he squared off the set of papers closest to himself, he noticed the difference between the ones that he was holding and the ones that Izuku was cleaning up. The drawings that he was holding were the type that one could expect from a 4-year-old, with shaky lines and an unclear subject. The ones that Izuku was pushing together into a pile were drawings that were pushing the limits of what he believed he could draw, and so he decided to ask about them when he finished delivering the rest of the meals to the ward. Handing Izuku the stack of papers, he went back out to the hall and brought Izuku his lunch, chicken with gravy and steamed broccoli. After delivering the rest of the meals, he pushed his cart back to Izuku's room and entered. "Good afternoon, Midoriya-sen. I hope that you are enjoying your lunch." Izuku, mouthful of chicken, nodded before quickly chewing and swallowing. "Hi, mister. Thank you so much for bringing me the paper and pens. I even have something for you." He set his plate on the floor in front of him before rummaging through the pile of drawings next to him. Near the bottom, he found the portrait that he had drawn and handed it to the orderly. As the older man took the piece of paper, he was taken aback. It was a portrait of himself, for sure, but it was incredibly detailed. Disturbingly so, in fact. Despite only having met for a few short minutes last night, and that morning, the boy who was happily eating lunch before him had managed to accurately portray him in everything but color, down to the small details of his hairstyle. Looking at the bottom of the artwork, he saw a small message that the boy has written for him. This also seemed odd, because he was fairly sure that the average 4-year-old was not able to write with any real proficiency, but the proof lay before him. "Thank you for the paper, mister. From Midoriya Izuku." In reality, Izuku didn't know what a few of the characters meant. He knew his name and thank you, but the intermediary characters were entirely intuited by his Quirk. He looked hopefully at the man while taking his next bite, waiting for a response. After a few minutes, the man got over his surprise at the artwork. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Did you draw this for me? The young boy nodded, swallowing. I wanted to thank you for bringing me the paper. Do you like it? I spent a really long time drawing it. The man nodded, assuring Izuku that he liked the portrait. It is a very good drawing, and though it was unexpected, I will definitely keep this with me. After all, the man paused to look at some of the drawings in the pile next to the eating boy. How many people can say that they have a great artist's first portrait? At this, Izuku devolved into a mixture of embarrassment and pride, and turned to finishing his lunch. When he finished, he handed his plate to the orderly and gave a big smile. The meal was great, mister. Thank you. The orderly chuckled. It was my pleasure, Midoriya-san. I do have some other business. Your mother passed me this note and I can take anything that you may want to give you back, perhaps some of your artwork. As the boy unfolded the piece of paper, he left the room to go pick up the dishes from the rest of the ward. Izuku, now alone in his room, opened the note. Dear Izuku, I'm so sorry that I have to leave you alone for a while. How are you? Are you doing well? I know you can get through this. I wish I could be there with you. I love you, Mom. Izuku was able to read most of the note and intuit the rest, with a quick confirmation from his power. He felt warm when his power reacted true to the words I love you. Pulling a piece of paper from the slowly emptying ream, Izuku wrote a note back to his mom, using his power to brute force characters that he did not already know. As he was folding the note, he considered what the doctor had said about giving his mom some of his drawings. He felt no real attachment to the ones in the stack by the door, but he also wanted to give his mom something special. Sifting through the pile next to him, he found one of his more recent pictures, a drawing of himself hugging his mom with no background. He put this one at the bottom of the pile as a surprise for his mom when she looked at the drawings. Upon the orderly's return, he handed the older man a stack of drawings with his note folded around them. Hospital waiting room. As Inko was waiting for any word from her on Izuku, the doctor that she had spoken with earlier entered the waiting room and beckoned for Inko to follow him. She followed the path that she had taken earlier, and upon arrival at the doctor's office she noticed that there was a second man waiting for them with a bundle of paper. As they all got seated, the other man passed the bundle of paper to Inko. Good afternoon, Midoriya-san. The doctor spoke up. Our guest is Kano Ryota, the man who has been bringing your son food and otherwise interacting with him. He brought your son the note and asked for a meeting with the two of us. At this, he gestured to the orderly to speak. Good afternoon, Midoriya-san. I would like to assure you that your son is doing well and is a very exuberant child. I believe that it would be best for you to read the note and look at the drawings that your son asked me to pass to you before we continue the conversation. At this, Inko was curious. She opened the note to see what her son wanted to tell her. Hi, Mom. Things are great. They were boring, but the nice food man brought me some paper. I can't wait to see you. Izuku. Though the note was short, it relieved her to see proof that her son was okay. Looking up at the men in the room, she was about to ask why they felt the need to have a meeting when the orderly motioned for her to look at the drawings. Flipping through the top few, they looked very similar to some of the ones stuck to her fridge with magnets at home. After the first few, however, the drawings quickly got better. Much better. From a drawing of herself, to drawings of his friends, to basic landscapes, all of them showed remarkable improvement. When she reached the bottom of the pile, she froze in shock. The drawing was better than she could have ever hoped to draw by a significant margin, with a degree of realism from folds in the fabric to stray strands of hair that would have made any Renaissance artist jealous. Looking up at the doctors, she was speechless. Luckily for her, the orderly took this as his cue to continue speaking. As you can see, Midoriya-san has become quite the artist over the course of this morning. This is an unprecedented rate of growth, as I am sure you are aware. I can say with confidence that the drawings you hold before you, except for the final one, are sequential and were drawn by Midoriya-san himself. I can also confirm that he drew an approximately equal number of drawings after these that are still in his room. At this point, the orderly pulled his rolled-up portrait out of the pocket of his apron and unrolled it. Though the artistic quality of the piece was by no means higher than the final drawing, the next words out of the orderly's mouth put things into perspective. I am also certain that your son was able to draw this portrait of myself this morning despite only having seen and talked to me this morning and last night, and only for a few minutes each time. He leaned forwards. Simply put, ma'am, your son has a gift. Inko slumped back in her seat. He's never shown this to me before. Is it possible that this is some... Her voice trailed off, not wanting to voice her fear that this was an effect of some mind control or mental damage that made him a savant. The doctor, finally looking over the drawing, gave his judgment. While it is possible that this is related to whatever incident caused your son to us, it is also possible that the boredom got to him. At Inko's surprised look, he explained. Your son has likely never been in a situation where all he could do was draw or sleep, and this likely caused him to focus entirely on drawing. This cannot be the only explanation for his unnatural growth, but I believe that your son is mentally stable, just very talented. A smile crossed the orderly's face. I'm sure that your son will always have a future in the world of art, should he wish to continue with this. After this uneasy conclusion to the meeting, Inko asked the orderly a few more questions about how her son was doing before she returned to the waiting room, papers in hand. Izuku's room. So, my power reacts to the written word as well as my thoughts. True. While this was an interesting development, Izuku decided to return to his paper and pens. There were still several hundred pieces of paper in the ream, and after the lunch break, his hand was no longer tired. It was time to play. He still had more than 6 hours until dinner according to his quirk. 6 hours to draw, 6 hours to explore his quirk, 6 hours before he would go back to sleep. His last thought before he went back to drawing was that he hoped that his mother liked the pictures he gave her. Izuku was broken from his trance-like state of drawing by the sound of the door opening, signaling the arrival of dinner. As he set his pen down, he became aware of the absolute mess that surrounded him. There was a solid ring of paper at the limits of his reach, each sheet adorned with whatever happened to be on Izuku's mind at the time. There was no rhyme or reason, no organization, only a ring of chaos. On the bed behind him lay the ream of paper, a little more than a third empty at this point. Across the room from him lay the 2 pens that he had tossed away as they ran out of ink. After the first one ran out, Izuku absent-mindedly used his quirk to determine how many drawings were left until the next pen ran out, and sure enough the pen had run out then. Izuku had developed hand cramps throughout the afternoon, as anyone would if they were drawing for multiple hours straight. After the second break, Izuku forwent the use of his right hand and decided to try drawing with his left hand. The difference was immediately apparent, but a few questions about the position of his hand, and he kept drawing, practicing the unfamiliar motions. Sadly, Izuku was not succeeding in his efforts to become ambidextrous. Izuku, however, did not care. All it took was a couple of statements and the knowledge that the alternative was to sit in boredom until his right hand felt better. I can draw with my left hand as well as I can with my right hand. False. I can get better at drawing with my left hand. True. I will be able to draw equally well with both hands. True. And emboldened by the response, he kept at it. There was no doubt that he was improving, but he was still far from his immediate goal. Because of his work around eliminating the need for breaks, Izuku had spent a solid 6 hours drawing with minimal breaks to ask his quirk some questions. All of this led to the scene that Kano Ryota saw as he gently opened the door, not wanting to cause a mess like his last visit. Izuku looked up from the mess surrounding him, embarrassed. As he walked over to the bed, plate of food in hand, Izuku pushed the ring of art to one side before he stood up to greet the man. "Hello, mister. I don't know your name." At this realization, Izuku looked down, further embarrassed. The orderly was also feeling embarrassed. He had to have introduced himself at some point, right? Thinking back on the events of the last 2 days, he realized that he had never told Izuku his name. He quickly made to correct this error. "No need to worry, Midoriya-san. I don't believe I've introduced myself yet, which was a lapse on my part. My name is Kano Ryota, pleased to meet you." Again. At this, Izuku perked up. "Hello, Kano-san. Thanks for bringing me dinner again. I'm sure it'll be just as good as it was last time. And also," Izuku paused, scratching the back of his head. "I'm sorry about the mess. I didn't really notice it was there until you came, and..." Here he trailed off and Ryota picked up the conversation. "No need to worry, Midoriya-san, it is your room after all. Compared to some of the other patients, your room is surprisingly orderly and clean. I'd love to talk, but I still have to get to the rest of the people here with their dinners, you know how it is. I'll see you later." As Izuku worked his way through his dinner, his mind began to wander. He thought about his mom, wondering how she was doing. He knew that his mom would likely be waiting for every bit of news about him, and that she was probably in the hospital right now. He wondered about his friends, had they noticed that he was missing. Today was Sunday, so nobody but Kaken likely knew that he was missing. False. The interruption of his quirk startled him and made him feel like an idiot. What use was speculation when he could confirm everything he wanted to know? There was something bothering him about the sudden interruption, though. Izuku wrote the question he was thinking of down on a fresh sheet of paper and set it to the side. "Mom is waiting in the hospital right now." True. Kaken misses me. True. My classmates know that I'm in the hospital. True. At this, Izuku paused. The set of classmates included Kaken, so the questions were asking the same thing. Izuku tried to find a statement that accurately portrayed his wishes. Eventually he arrived at excluding Kaken. "My classmates know that I'm away." False. Izuku sighed. "Somebody that I haven't already asked about knows that I'm away." True. The problem with this question, Izuku came to realize, was that it was too vague. He had spent nearly 15 minutes afterwards trying individual people before giving up. The list of people that knew he was missing, as far as he knew, included the doctors, his teachers, and Auntie Mitsuki. The problem was that there were still people that knew he was away, and he had no idea how to find out who they were. This wasn't a problem per se, but the implication that his quirk could find something out for him but was limited by his ability to ask the right questions was irritating. Here, for the first time since Izuku arrived at the hospital, he gave up on trying to find something out. Coincidentally, it was at this point that the orderly returned to collect Izuku's empty dishes. As the door opened, Izuku remembered the piece of paper that he had written a question on earlier. The question written was, "Why does my quirk only sometimes respond when I'm thinking?" This question wasn't something that he could let the doctor see, because his quirk had been very clear that it was not a good idea to let people other than his mom know that he had a quirk. These thoughts ran through Izuku's head in the short time between the sound of the door unlocking and the handle beginning to turn. Quickly, Izuku mixed the paper in with the rest of the papers to his right, flipping it upside down for good measure. As the door opened and Kano Ryota walked in, Izuku noticed that the man was holding several things in his arms: rolled-up papers, a small box, some more pens, and an oddly shaped object that he recognized as a tape dispenser. As the man bent over and set the objects on the floor, he called out to Izuku, "You don't need to get up yet, Midoriya-san. I still have some more things to get, and then we can sit down and talk." A few minutes later, he returned with some more rolled-up papers. In the intervening time, Izuku had exercised his limited self-control and left the first batch of materials alone while the doctor was away. When the doctor had set the second batch of material down and moved Izuku's plate to the cart outside, he sat down a comfortable distance away from Izuku. "All right, that's everything. Sorry for the wait, Midoriya-san." Izuku happily replied, "It's no problem, Kano-san. What are the rolled papers?" Kano shut his eyes and sighed. "This may be a long story, Midoriya-san, so please bear with me as I explain." At Izuku's nod, he continued. "So, you may have noticed that we weren't really able to bring you any real toys while you've been here. I'm sorry about that, by the way, and the director is as well. The reason that we couldn't is because of one of the hospital rules, which would take too long to explain." Izuku nodded along. "So, the director looked at the rules and found that we could give you anything that we had around the offices. This morning, I grabbed you a ream of paper from the printer and some pens from my desk. This afternoon, however, I had some more free time to spend looking for things around the office." First, he picked up the bundle of pens sitting next to him. "I have some more pens for you. Some of these have different colors, and my coworkers happily gave you some interesting colors. Before today, I didn't even know that they made pens in that shade of green." At this, he removed the rubber band that was holding the bundle of pens together, putting it around his wrist in the same way Izuku had seen his mother do with hair ties. He handed the pens to Izuku, who took them in both hands and set them on his bed next to the other two that still had ink in them. "The second thing that I found for you," Ryota continued, "was a box of pencils. I know you haven't really had any problems with the pens, judging from your art so far, but I looked it up and apparently pencils can make some really cool art. I look forwards to seeing what you can do with them." Izuku took the box from his open hands and placed it on the bed, next to the pile of pens. "The third thing that I brought you is kind of linked with the fourth thing. While I was looking around, I found a bunch of posters like the ones in the doctor's office, and if you wanted, I figured I could tape some of them up for you. Your room is pretty undecorated, after all. So, you can look at these." He gestured to the pyramid of paper tubes next to him, "and let me know which ones you want me to tape up. Also, if there are any of your drawings that you want me to put on the walls, just let me know, okay?" At Izuku's nod, the doctor stood up. "Well, it's been nice talking to you, but I'm afraid that I have to go home soon. Look at the posters tonight, and tomorrow morning let me know which ones you want me to put up. Have a good night." "Good night, Kano-san. I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku called out as the man rose and left the room. Upon hearing the door click, Izuku thought Kano-san didn't notice the paper that I wrote a question on earlier. At his powers confirmation, he let out a sigh of relief and leaned backwards against the bed frame. After about a minute of rest, he leaned forwards and picked a poster from the top of the pile. It had some writing on the back, but Izuku was too eager and too tired to try and guess what the words he didn't know meant. Removing the rubber band, he unrolled the poster to see a strange person. It looked like a person, but for some reason he didn't have any skin and his entire body was covered in weird red shapes that overlapped each other. Izuku didn't remember seeing anything that looked like this before, so he put the poster against the bed behind him. The next poster was a skeleton, which Izuku recognized from the clinic at school. Izuku picked it up, walked over to the door, and set it down. It would just be creepy, he reasoned, to have a skeleton staring at him while he tried to sleep. The next few posters were in a similar vein to the first, full people that looked odd or had weird lines on them. These Izuku set to the side with the first poster. The next set of 4 posters were shaped differently, in weird shapes that Izuku didn't recognize. He put most of them in the keep pile, but some of them were just too weird for Izuku to want to sleep in the same room as them. Having made his decisions, Izuku pulled out the paper he had hidden earlier. Rereading the question, he thought for just over 5 minutes on the best way to phrase it. "My quirk doesn't always respond to my thoughts." False. Izuku thought this was odd, as there were clearly times when he was thinking, like right now, that his power wasn't interrupting him to confirm that what he was thinking was true or false. He tried again. "My quirk isn't interrupting me while I'm thinking." False. This was especially confusing. Izuku pondered on this discrepancy for a few more minutes before coming to a conclusion. "I'm ignoring some of the answers that you give me because I'm busy thinking about something else." True. Satisfied with this answer, Izuku re-hid the paper, this time folding it in half twice before slipping it in the pile. This way, he could hide the paper underneath another piece completely without worrying about it being seen if the papers shifted. Still, just to confirm, he asked another question. "Nobody will find this paper before I move it next." True. With this assurance, Izuku went to the bathroom to wash up, brush his teeth, and otherwise get ready for bed. After moving the pens, pencils, and paper off of his bed and setting them on the ground at the foot of his bed, Izuku lay on his back underneath the blanket, Only 2 more days until I see mom again. True. With this, Izuku closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Hospital break room. 5 of Kano Ryota's co-workers were waiting in the break room as he walked through after delivering the dirty dishes to the hospital kitchens. Because this was the Faraday wards, all of them were men who took care of the patients there. Several of them were live-in staff due to their higher positions or prolonged interaction with high-risk patients who were taking a break. It was a decidedly odd occurrence in the current day and age. Women were often more employed and higher paid due to their quirks, allowing them to excel in their given specialties. Most of the management of the hospital, for example, were women with quirks that boosted their intelligence, speed, and other minor boosts that weren't cut out for hero work but excelled in running a hospital. The women who worked as doctors often had quirks that aided precision, allowed them to perceive time slower while concentrating, or outright healed small wounds on their own. The Faraday wards were the exception. All employees had to be quirkless for operational safety, because while the Faraday cage surrounding the facility was incredibly effective at preventing mental quirks from maintaining a connection, there were no such protections if the user was also inside the facility. In the past, quirkless women had been hired as well, but after several incidents in Central Europe where employees had lied about their lack of a quirk and taken advantage of patients in the ward, the female employees had been transferred to other departments of the hospital. The fact that a quirk had never surfaced in a man was the driving factor behind this unpopular policy, and so far, it had been successful in rehabilitating those affected by mental quirks. So, when Ryota walked into the room that evening, the others started questioning him as soon as he sat down. "So, Kano-san, how's that boy that you told us about? You're not usually this upbeat or interested about your patients. So what's he done?" Funai Takao, a short man who worked with elderly patients, asked. "There has to be some reason that you needed what looked like 20 pens." He trailed off as Ryota pulled the drawing out of his pocket. "The kid's a prodigy," he said, setting the drawing down on the table in the center of the break room. "I gave him some paper and a few black pens this morning and he draws this for me by lunch. It's far too realistic for him, having only seen me for less than 15 minutes total beforehand, and he's only 4 years old. There's no way his short-term memory is that good, and he wasn't very good at drawing before he came here. The first few drawings I saw looked like something you'd expect from someone his age, but this, I don't even know what to say." Hughes Yashihiro, who was sitting to his left, nudged him, jokingly asking, "You think he could draw one of those for us?" "I wouldn't say no. In fact, I think I'd frame something that looked that good." Ryota sighed. "He'd probably do it if he knew what you looked like. He drew this for me just because I brought him some paper and pens, and you've basically done the same thing with the different colored pens. He's too selfless. Something like this most people would pay good money for, and he just gives it away. I guess 4-year-olds just have a different perspective than us." While he was talking, Takao took Ryota's phone from where he had set it down and opened the camera. Before Ryota reacted, he took a picture of himself and then a picture of Yashihiro. The rest of the people in the room noticed what was going on and looked at the impromptu photographer, while smiling to get their photos taken. Pressing the phone into Ryota's hand, Takao smiled. "Now you just need to find Goro-san tomorrow morning and you'll have the whole set." Here, his tone shifted, almost dripping with snobbery. "I expect my portrait by midday tomorrow, courier. Now go forth. Send my best to the great artist in the morning." Dropping the tone, he looked at Ryota with a more serious expression. "Get some sleep though, man. You look dead on your feet, and I'm the one that has to run and fetch things for the old folks." Ryota nodded, put his phone back in his pocket and stood up. "You're right. I feel like a zombie, anyhow. I'll see you guys in the morning. Take care." With this, he left the break room, and after thinking for a bit headed to the director's office. Before he even entered the room, he could smell the distinct jasmine scent of Tsuji Riko's quirk. Her quirk produced a jasmine scent which, according to rumors, was able to ease headaches and other mental fatigue. Walking into the scent and feeling his headache lessen, he was starting to take those rumors more seriously. As he knocked on the ajar door, the jasmine scent faded away with the deactivation of the director's quirk. He heard the familiar sounds of papers being shifted across a desk before the director called out, "Come in." There was little difference in the room since last night, but that was to be expected. It would be worrying if anything if the office had undergone a drastic change over the course of the day. As he sat down, the director leaned back in her chair, rubbing one eye while looking at him with the other. He took the implied invitation to speak. "Good evening, Tsuji-san. I don't have any big requests today, but I have an offer on behalf of myself, the rest of the crew here, and our newest patient. You see," at this he pulled out the drawing from his pocket. "Young Midoriya has quite the talent with art, something that I discovered over the course of the day. He gave me this drawing earlier today as a thank you gift for bringing him the paper and pens. I've already collected the photos of my coworkers with their permission, and I was wondering if you would be interested in having Midoriya-san draw a picture of you, perhaps as a decoration for your office." Finishing his pitch, he looked meaningfully at the empty walls of her office. Under normal circumstances, Riko would have been much more vocal in her response to this request. However, she was currently in a state similar to withdrawal from the abrupt cessation of her quirk. For all the good that it did when it was active to relieve her mental burdens, deactivating it all at once instead of slowly to ease the burden back onto herself hit hard. In this state, she didn't argue that there was no way a 4-year-old could draw that well or that there was no way he could draw someone that he had never met that well. She followed the gaze of her subordinate and noticed that her walls were indeed undecorated and nodded. Fine. Take your picture and tell the kid to draw me with some jasmine flowers. She smiled towards him as best she could as he took the picture. Now, and I mean this in the nicest way, please get out of my office and leave me to my paperwork. Ryota noticed the uncharacteristic behavior even though he was aware that his boss had likely been relying on her quirk for most of the day. He bowed slightly and backed out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. With this, he finally left the building, heading home to his own dinner and a good night's sleep. He didn't notice the jasmine odor return, and by the time Riko had eased her quirk-induced headache, it was too late for her to call him back in to either apologize for her abruptness or berate him for his request. Monday, 7 a.m., Izuku's room. Izuku woke up, going through his morning routine adapted to fit the limitation of being confined to the room. He went to the bathroom, moved everything from the foot of his bed on top of the bed, and sat down, a blank piece of paper in front of him and a collection of writing implements to his side. After a quick confirmation that breakfast would be arriving more than half an hour from now, he got to work on determining the actual limits of his quirk. You can only answer statements that can be answered with true or false. True. It was redundant, but Izuku wanted to ask again so that he knew what he was writing down was all true. You can only react to my thoughts and writing. False. This was almost as confusing as yesterday's issue with him not being able to hear his quirk. After several more questions, he figured out that his quirk could react to any writing he saw, not just things that he wrote. Although his quirk was amazing, it was far too semantic for his liking. The reply of true from his quirk, though annoying, only made him more determined to find out what it could do and where its limits were. My ability to use my quirk efficiently depends on my ability to ask the right questions. True. There is a best question for me to ask you. False. This was simultaneously disappointing and reassuring for Izuku, because he was both hoping that there would be a single answer to all of his problems and dreading trying to find what would undoubtedly be such a multifaceted question. You can determine the future, even if I try to go against what you tell me. False. This was not entirely reassuring, because although Izuku liked the idea of being able to tell the future, he also liked to feel that his choices matter. However, this raised worrying questions about how much free will anyone else had, if he was the only one that could not be predicted by his own power. Izuku, however, was still a 4-year-old, and this level of philosophical insight would have to wait much longer to arise. The confirmation that he could defy his power was good enough for him for now. I can change the future that you see if I tell someone about your prediction. True. Again, good to know that he could actually change things. Now he wanted to ask about the art, but the end of his 30 minutes of solitude was fast approaching. He had been writing things down on the blank paper throughout his questioning, and he asked one last question before folding up his paper and putting it away. I can make a significant breakthrough in using my quirk before I leave the hospital. False. With that disheartening response, he hid the list of rules he had made with the paper from the previous day, and absent-mindedly started to draw with the pencils. Pencils, Izuku decided in the 14 odd minutes that he used them before the familiar knock on the door, were much more versatile than pens. With a pen, any mark you made would be the same darkness, the same thickness, and would be just as prominent as any other mark you made. With a pencil, you could press harder for a darker shade or just barely scratch the paper to create a sheet of gray. With some assistance from his quirk, Izuku began to work on applying shading, first using one of his older drawings as a blueprint. When the knock on the door came, however, it was clear that Izuku was not going to instantly become adept in using a pencil as he did with pens. "Good morning, Midoriya-san," Ryota called, careful not to slip on the posters that Izuku had placed face down near the door. Setting down the plate of breakfast, he looked at the posters beside the door. "Are these the ones that you don't want to hang up, or are these the ones you want me to hang up?" he asked. Izuku nodded and followed the man around the walls of the room, bringing him the posters as soon as he finished putting the previous one up. When they finished, the room looked much more like a place someone would spend a lot of time, if that someone was a doctor or otherwise interested in medicine. Either way, Izuku's room had new decorations and he was happy about this. As Ryota sat down, he realized that he didn't really know how to voice the requests of his co-workers and boss. At the time, it had made perfect sense that Izuku would be willing to draw pictures for them as well as him, but now that he was sitting in front of Izuku, it felt strange. It was just such an alien experience to ask a 4-year-old for something like he was an adult who understood how societal conventions worked. After a moment of hesitation, masked by a sigh, he decided to rip off the metaphorical band-aid. "Do you remember the picture you drew me yesterday, Midoriya-san?" he asked, trying to start a natural conversation instead of a request. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, do you still like it? I can draw you another if that one wasn't good enough." Ryota shook his head. "No, the picture is wonderful." He decided to just go for it. "I showed the drawing to some of my coworkers who gave me pens and pencils for you yesterday, and a few of them wondered if you could draw pictures of them. You don't need to, you must understand. I can tell them that." Here he was cut off by Izuku. Reasoning that they were just as deserving of the drawings as Kano-san was, he interrupted the end of his speech to give a cheerful confirmation. Don't worry, Kano-san. I'd love to draw pictures of them. He then realized that it would be very hard to draw the face of someone that he had never seen before, and even harder to explain how he had drawn their faces without ever having seen them. I might have to see them first though. It wouldn't really be a good drawing if I didn't know what they looked like. Ryota smiled, relieved that Izuku had agreed. He pulled out his phone and showed Izuku the photos of his coworkers, only moving on after Izuku had scribbled down some basic notes on what the individual looked like and asked him to move to the next person. After he ran through his 6 coworkers, he paused before swiping to the next photo. Midoriya-san, the next person had a request for her photo. Do you know what a jasmine flower looks like? Izuku thought for a few seconds, asking his power if the flower he was thinking of was a jasmine flower. After only 3 wrong guesses, he got the right one. Fortunately, this happened fast enough that he could make it look like he was just thinking harder. Yeah, it's the one that looks like this, right? With this, he pulled out a piece of paper and his reliable black pen, quickly sketching an outline of the flower in question. This process took just over 2 minutes, which Izuku was only moderately aware of. Ryota, however, did not interrupt. It was humbling to watch, he thought as he saw Izuku draw with a sure, confident hand. If Ryota had been drawing the flower, he probably would have required both an image or a flower to base his drawing off of. And even then, he would have spent nearly a minute trying to draw each line with a pencil, erasing any mistakes and trying again. The lines may look good in the end, but the faded marks of trial and error were always present in his attempts at art. Izuku's drawing with a pen, however, was diametrically opposed in style. Where Ryota's hand may have wobbled, Izuku's moved in a clear path. It was not that he wasn't afraid of making mistakes because there was nothing he could do about them if they occurred. It was that there could be no mistakes because there was nothing to do about them. If the pen wavered, then there was no point in beginning the drawing, and because he had begun to draw, the drawing must be completed. It was far more assured than even he was when signing something. The sound of Izuku setting down his pen diverted his attention. Is this good? Izuku asked, looking at him innocently in the way only children could do, as if he hadn't just wounded Ryota's self-esteem further. Yes, Izuku, that's amazing. This nice lady, Ryota swiped the screen to get to her photo, wants you to draw her with some jasmine flowers. I'm pretty sure they're her favorite flower, and I'm pretty sure she'll hang the drawing in her office if she likes it enough, so be sure to sign it. Izuku made a few more notes about the woman, Tsuji Riko, before setting his pen down. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Actually, Kano-san, can I keep this one? Izuku asked as Ryota was picking up the discarded posters. The one he pointed to had a large nose on it, detailing the olfactory system and its connection to the brain and the tongue. Kano, to his credit, managed to put 2 and 2 together, acquiescing to the younger boy's request. I'll be back with lunch later, Midoriya-san. And don't forget to take breaks, all work and no play makes Johnny a dull boy, after all. As the door fell shut behind him, he caught Izuku's call of it's all playtime in here, Kano-san. He smiled, wishing that he could be so optimistic about his job. If all of his patients were like Midoriya-san, maybe he'd have the same disposition. Izuku's room. As Izuku took his time drawing portraits for Kano-san's co-workers, Izuku's mind wandered. With the occasional use of his quirk when he was unsure of a line, he was otherwise free to ponder his quirk and his art. You are making me better at art. True. Izuku nodded at the confirmation of the basic fact. Outside of answering my questions directly to you, you are making me better at art. True. Again, this was nothing surprising. Izuku was well aware that he had gotten as good as he was in an unrealistically small amount of time. He knew that there were people who spent their whole lives to achieve the level of skill that he realistically could in a week, given the supplies and actual resources as well as his quirk. The tricky part now was figuring out how his quirk was helping him. Sadly, Izuku's questioning was only as good as his vocabulary and medical knowledge, so all he managed to get in the time it took to finish the drawings of Ryota's co-workers was that his quirk was helping him remember the right ways to draw things based on questions he had already asked. Setting aside the completed portraits, Izuku pulled out another blank sheet of paper to practice drawing with a pencil, drawing much smaller jasmine flowers and the woman's face according to both his own ability and the aid of his quirk. Once he was confident in his ability with drawing those, a slightly more intensive session of quirk use allowed him to draw the rest of the woman, clothed in the kind of everyday clothes that he was used to seeing his mom wear. The entirety of his preparation for the final drawing took less than 30 minutes. Over the next hour and a half, Izuku filled the back of the poster he decided to keep with an image of the woman sitting down in the center of the midground, jasmine flowers surrounding her and filling the foreground of the garden. The background was left open, a clear view of a colorless sky dotted with clouds. And at the bottom right corner, in the space he had deliberately left blank, he signed his name. When Ryota arrived later that day with lunch, Izuku handed him the rolled-up poster and the 6 portraits with a smile. Izuku talked with him for a few minutes when he came to pick the dishes up, but neither of their hearts were in it. Kano was relieved because he wasn't sure if his boss was actually angry about last night, and Izuku could only focus on the good news he had just gotten from his quirk. I will be able to go home in less than 24 hours. Kano Ryota walked back from his post-lunch meeting with his favorite patient, Izuku Midoriya, pushing the cart full of empty dishes in front of him with one hand. The other arm was wrapped around the poster that he was willing to bet became the canvas for the newest decoration for his boss's office. Inside the rolled-up poster were the 6 smaller drawings that he had seen before Izuku squared them off and rolled them up. Dropping off the cart in the kitchens, he made his way to the break room, a small skip in his step. Upon opening the door, he was almost relaxed to see the usual state of chaos. Funai Takao, Yashihiro, and Igoro were having a heated argument over something that was most likely extremely minor, and Nagamine Kenji and Ashikaga Rada were over at the ping-pong table, making increasingly impressive recoveries for failed shots until eventually one of them had to walk across the room to pick up the ball. Hamasaki Daichai, the final member of their team, wasn't in the room, but he was more than likely caught up with one of the other patients in the ward. He was, after all, the only one that was actually certified as a psychologist out of the 7 of them. Fortunately, Misutafu was a peaceful enough city in recent years that a large staff was not necessary in the Faraday wards. The 7 of them took care of the 3 long-term patients, currently 2 medium-term patients, and 4 short-term patients including Izuku. As he sat down at one of the chairs near the center table, the conversation and ping-pong quieted down as the occupants of the room looked towards the bundle in Ryota's hands. "I'll wait a few minutes so that Hamasaki-san can show up before the grand reveal," Ryota announced, sensing the unspoken question that they all had. With some grumbling, they turned back to their conversations. Yashihiro, however, split off from the group he was in to talk to Ryota. "I don't know about the rest of them, but the anticipation is killing me," he said, sitting across the table from Ryota. "Though if our portraits are anything like yours, I'm sure they're worth the wait. How was the kid today?" "More anxious, if I had to guess. I'm not a psychologist here, but if I had to guess I'd say he's feeling cooped up and is missing his mom again. It's a miracle that it hadn't happened earlier. You don't have any kids, right?" At the shake of Yashihiro's head, Ryota continued. "Then you probably don't know the feeling. Honestly, until they're about 10, most kids can't just stay in a room all day. We were already careful with what we left in the room, nothing with sharp corners, nothing breakable, nothing that could be disassembled without using tools. Apparently, he's pretty self-disciplined, but that's for the standard of a 4-year-old. He took a breath. Anyways, it's almost surprising that he's acting like a normal kid after all the evidence to the contrary." Any further conversation was put on hold as Daichai entered the room, causing the 2 who were still talking to come take their own seats, shortly followed by the ping-pong players after they finished up their last point. Ryota stood up. "Gentlemen," he promptly floundered, having no idea how to present the drawings to the rest of the crew without seeming pretentious. Luckily for him, Yashihiro was there to pick up the slack. "I heard that our latest patient agreed to our requests. If he said no, you could have just told us without all the fanfare. So come on, show us the pictures already." Ryota sighed. He had come to expect this sort of behavior from Yashihiro, but it was always a welcome surprise. He pulled the smaller roll of photos from inside the poster, catching a glimpse of jasmine flowers on the inside border of the rolled-up artwork. Unrolling the portraits, he flattened them out before handing them to his co-workers. Most of them expressed their appreciation quietly, but some of them were much more affected than the rest. "You sure this kid is 4? I asked skeptically. "I've had children, and I know what a 4-year-old can draw. I thought you all were exaggerating the other day when you told me about this, but..." He trailed off, only to pick up again in surprise. "Wait a second, how long did the kid even spend looking at my photo? I'm not sure I could draw myself this well if I was tracing a photo of myself." Daichai glanced at the photo and subconsciously began applying his training in child psychology. You could tell a lot about a child from the photos they drew, how they reacted to people's faces, and what they thought of other people based on what they looked like. From Izuku's drawing, he got very few of the usual tells. The word that most readily came to mind was genuine. The face he saw staring back at himself held no enhancement or degradation, and though the difference was small, it didn't look like how he thought he looked, but rather how he knew he looked. Everyone has a better image of themselves than they really look, tinted through their worldview and view of themselves, but Izuku's rendition of him felt like the glamour had been removed. Had the face been in color, Daichai could easily imagine mistaking it for a mirror at times. Unbeknownst to him, this was more an effect of Izuku's quirk than anything else. Izuku, always looking for the best in people, tended to draw people in a better version of themselves. Combined with the harsh reality of his quirk's advice, this led to an interesting effect where his subject simultaneously looked as real as the original and somehow more than just a photograph. As the psychologist refocused on the conversation, he noticed that most of the table was staring at him with the exception of Ryota, who had his head down on the table. "I'm sorry, did I miss something you said?" he asked, wondering why he was suddenly the center of attention. "Come on, man," Takao replied, "you were just staring at the photo for the past few minutes. There's got to be some deep and profound thought rattling in that head of yours, so let it out already. What's your psychoanalysis voodoo telling you now?" Daichai sighed. At times, his co-workers knew him far too well. He supposed he had earned it, what with his past joking about having a full profile on all of them. "In a word, I'd call the person who drew this genuine. I'm no great artist, but it's clearly different from what I'd expect from a 4-year-old. There's also something about it that I just can't place. Placing the picture flat on the table, he leaned back in his chair. It just feels like more than it looks like, though a real artist could probably express it in better words than I could. With this statement and a chorus of agreeing hums, Ryota stood up. Well, no use in delaying it. I should probably go give Tsuji-san her picture. The others were unaware that he had let Riko in on the open secret of their resident artist. My friend, Arata stood and placed his hand on Ryota's shoulder. What do you mean get this over with? Did something bad happen between you and the boss? Ryota sat back down and closed his eyes. You all know I'm not the most sociable person, right? Well, last night I figured that it would be rude to leave her out, but she wasn't in a very good mood when I got to her office last night, and I don't think she took the whole scenario too well. I just hope that Midoriya-san's work is good enough to appease her, and judging by your reactions, I don't think I have much to be worried about on that front. As the rest of the crew voiced their approval, Arata made a suggestion. Do you want one of us to go with you to give her the painting? Might keep her from snapping at you if one of us were there as a third party. Ryota shook his head. No, this one's on me. You all shouldn't have to take the fall for something I did, and after your reaction, I don't think I have much to worry about. It's just something more like a feeling that something could go wrong, and Murphy's Law will go into effect. With his words and opinions spoken to the rest of the world, Ryota found it easier to make a decision. He stood up and walked to the door. Before he left, he made a joking comment. If I don't come back, wait a day before you start looking for my body, okay? With that parting remark, he let the door shut behind him as he left the break room and made his way to the director's office. As he left the Faraday wards and re-entered the main hospital building, Ryota, as always, noticed the clear difference in activity. In the general building it was a ways much livelier, with people rushing through the hallways and patients searching for the offices. The Faraday wards were just too big for the 7 of them who worked there to give it the same feel, with patients confined to their rooms and all. Arriving at the director's office, Ryota took a deep breath before knocking on the door with his free hand. There was no jasmine scent this time. Riko had no need for headache relief or preventing drowsiness. As he entered the room, he and Riko locked eyes, both nervous for their own reasons. Neither of them was the proudest of their actions the previous night, nor did they want to start a conversation about it. In silence, Ryota handed Riko the poster, which loosened its roll as it left his hands. As Riko looked at the outside, she noticed the difference between the outside's diagram of a nose and the pencil markings on the inside that were immediately recognized as flowers. Thinking back to the last night, she remembered asking for jasmine flowers in the drawing of herself. Curious and eager, she unrolled the poster to see the image of herself sitting in the middle of a field of jasmine flowers. Looking to the vase of wilting flowers on her desk, she confirmed that they were accurate to the real thing before turning back to the artwork in front of her. The more she looked at the drawing, the more entranced she became. Everything was drawn with such detail, the flowers shaded as if the sun was overhead to the right, a swath covered by the version of her in the painting. The figure in the center of the painting was the most striking part of the image. Despite only having the profile shot that she allowed Ryota to take last night, the full body of the figure in the center was clearly hers, though the figure was wearing clothes that she owned nothing like. Surprisingly, the style fit the figure rather well, giving the 2D Riko a warmer and happier appearance as opposed to the colder, clinical appearance that she presented to the rest of the world. Looking at the version of herself in the drawing was like a window into a world where she pursued farming instead of medicine, where she was unburdened by the worries and struggles she currently faced as a director in the hospital. The smile on her face was nothing special, but she couldn't help but wonder when the last time she had smiled like this version of herself was. She was drawn from her observation of the art by that sound of Ryota's shuffling feet. She lightly blushed, having forgotten that he was in the office in her focus state. Clearing her throat, she decided to try her hand at diplomacy. Kano-san, I'm sure you've had time to reflect on your actions last night. I have had time to reflect on mine. In light of our mutual bad handling of the conversation and the drawing, I think we should both forget that last night's conversation happened and move on professionally. She put this forward, having chosen her words carefully so as to not cause any more understandings. As this was one of the better outcomes that Ryota had hoped for, he readily agreed. Of course, Tsuji-san. As she looked down at the paper, she noticed the artist's signature at the bottom right corner. And give this Izuku Midoriya my thanks and appreciation, if you would. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. I'll be sure to pass that on, Tsuji-san. Have a good day. With this, Ryota left the office, this time in a much better mood than the last. As he went through the familiar re-entry to the Faraday wards, the main thought running through his mind was maybe today isn't such a bad day after all. Izuku's room. As Izuku basked in the knowledge that he'd be able to leave the room and go home soon, he began to think ahead. His quirk had confirmed that it was both okay to tell his mom that he had a quirk and that he wasn't supposed to have a quirk, so he couldn't let anyone else know. True. At the confirmation of these two facts, he turned to how he could convince his mom that he had a quirk. The most readily available thing he could do from his current position was to predict the future in the roundabout way he had developed, but it never hurt to make sure. The most efficient way to convince my mom that I have a quirk is to predict some future event, and then let it happen. True. With this, Izuku set off on making a list of different ways to convince his mom that his quirk was real and could predict the future. Over the next hour, Izuku came up with a list of future events that would happen when he tried to convince his mom of his quirk. From a sequence of 50 coin flip results to a sequence of 5 random numbers that she would come up with at his request, to the weather in the next month, and the winning lottery numbers tomorrow night. There were other things he thought of, like the headlines of the newspaper for the past few days or drawing the picture of the next person she would see after he tried to convince her of the quirk. But these were more intensive than Izuku was willing to go through within the limited time he had to himself. With these events recorded on the back of his quirk rules sheet, Izuku went back to thinking about how to use his quirk more efficiently. Just because it confirmed yesterday that he wouldn't make a major breakthrough before he left the hospital didn't mean that he couldn't try, because he could also change the future that his quirk saw. After nearly an hour of attempts, Izuku had determined that the best thing to do to improve his quirk after getting out of the hospital and telling his mom about the reality of the voice in his head would be to go to the library and use his quirk to determine the books that would be the most useful to him then. After this hour of single-minded focus, Izuku stopped worrying so much about the future. He was, after all, doing perfectly well as he was, and things would only get better. All he had to do was wait for now, and when he got out of the hospital, he could take the next step on his path to becoming a hero. As he picked a new, sharpened pencil from the box, he made a note to ask Ryota for a pencil sharpener or more pencils later. Dinner came and went, with Ryota bringing by a pencil sharpener after seeing the pile of pencils next to Izuku with the once sharp tips worn to nubs. Over the course of their conversation after dinner, the topic of Izuku's departure came up. "So, it looks like you'll be going tomorrow morning, Midoriya-san. I'm sorry you had to be here for as long as you did, but we had to be sure that you were okay. It's never fun to have a new patient here because it usually means that something bad has happened to them, but you were an exception. Just be sure to let your mom know if you start having problems again, okay?" At Izuku's nod, he continued. "The only big thing before you leave is that one of my coworkers is going to come and ask you some questions tomorrow morning. Don't worry about them, they're just basic questions about your time here and whatever caused you to be here." Here Ryota stood up. "It's nothing to worry about, but I figure that I should let you know in advance, so as not to surprise you tomorrow morning. Good night." With Izuku's reply of good night, "Kano-san," Ryota left the room, leaving Izuku to think on what he had just learned. This was potentially very bad for Izuku, as the doctor definitely knew more about whatever mind control or possession quirk had theoretically landed him in the Faraday wards, and anything Izuku said could potentially give him away. Izuku also knew that he was a very bad liar, but he needed to convincingly tell the doctor tomorrow that there was no voice in his head anymore. With only the few hours between now and sometime next morning, Izuku needed to be able to answer any and all questions he might be asked tomorrow so convincingly that a trained professional in both general and child psychology would believe his answers and that he was not lying when he told them. True. Fortunately, Izuku thought, I have the only thing I need to accomplish all of that right inside my head. True. And so the next 2 hours before Izuku went to bed were spent determining what the questions would be, what his responses should be, saying his responses out loud, and asking his quirk if the person questioning him tomorrow morning would believe him. In Ko's bedroom, 5:50 am. Izuku Midoriya woke up 10 minutes before her alarm went off. This was a combination of her anticipation of bringing Izuku home that morning, and the fact that she had intentionally fallen asleep earlier last night in preparation for this. By 6, Izuku was fully dressed and, through a minor application of her quirk, attraction of small objects, and careful home design, had prepared herself coffee and pulled leftovers from her fridge into a travel bag. Walking through her house, she shut the various doors and cupboards that had been opened due to this and got into her car. It was a minor annoyance, she contemplated, that her quirk could only bring objects to her. She had long contemplated the limits of her quirk, which had proven to be incredibly useful when going through her everyday life. As she drove the now familiar route to the hospital, her thoughts wandered back to her own quirk. She had awakened it when she was 4, a literal kid in a candy shop who couldn't decide what she wanted to look at and try first. Her quirk had awakened and made the decision for her, everything. Every piece of small candy within 5 feet of her had been dragged off of the shelves towards her, causing no small amount of frustration for the employees who had set up the displays and stocked the shelves. Over her childhood and teenage years, she had gained control over her quirk and had strengthened it to a point that it was practical to use, but not cut out for hero work. But this was not the real peak of her quirk or her abilities with it. The drive to become better and stronger had emerged during her pregnancy with Izuku. After the first ultrasound was performed at the 14-week mark and it had come out that Izuku was going to be a boy and not a girl, and therefore had no chance at having a quirk, her husband, Hisashi, had left her. Suddenly, Izuku was alone in her house, with enough income to live comfortably but constantly decreasing mobility. She had briefly contemplated asking her longtime friend, Bakugo Mitsuki, and her husband for help before Mitsuki, too, had gotten pregnant, In her frustration, Inko had decided to get creative with her quirk using her old friend, physics. The first rule that she managed to work around was that objects had to come towards her. It wasn't so much of a workaround because it still followed the rule, but as long as the objects she was controlling were moving towards her in 3D space, she could make them move in any direction she wanted. Additionally, if she placed her hands on either side of an object, she could move it in any direction she wanted by moving her hands and having the attractions cancel each other out. A third thing, which she had discovered towards the end of her pregnancy, was that it wasn't the mass of the object that limited her quirk but its volume. During her pregnancy, she found that she had hit a hard cap of 1 cubic meter for volume when moving a box of baby things she had prepared earlier in her pregnancy. When Izuku was born, it had been even more useful in bringing him to her when he cried in the middle of the night, preparing food between her hand and body while holding Izuku in her other arm, and cleaning up the kinds of messes that formed when one had an infant or a toddler. Nowadays, she ran a moving company where she was the sole worker, as a surprising number of household objects were less than 1 cubic meter in volume or could be safely disassembled into pieces of less than a cubic meter. Breaking her focus from thoughts on her quirk to the road in front of her, Inko took the turn off for the hospital and parked in the parking lot. Entering the hospital and heading to the familiar scenery of the waiting room, Inko checked her watch. The time was 6:27, and Inko was prepared to wait all day for her only child to come back to her. Izuku's room. As Izuku woke up, he ran through his usual time check. In just 10 quirk-aided guesses, Izuku could accurately determine the time of day without any prior knowledge. This had started with 32 questions, algorithmically going through every possible value that a digit on a digital clock could have until he got the correct number. Then he had learned about conditional questions. By asking whether the value for minutes or hours was greater than a certain number, he could split his range in half with each question, only needing to split the hour number in half 4 times and the minute number in half 6 times to get to the correct time. Of course, this number was lower when Izuku knew generally what time of day it was or had recently used this method to find the time. With 5 more questions, Izuku knew about how long it would take for Ryota to bring him breakfast, and 5 more for when the doctor would show up to ask him questions, and when he would get to leave. With just 1 more confirmation, Izuku was ready to begin his day. With the answers I have prepared for my questions, the doctors will let me go home today. True. 1 hour later, Izuku was ready when the door opened with the enticing smell of his last meal in the hospital. Don't get him wrong, the food at the hospital wasn't bad. It just couldn't compare to homemade food, especially his mom's. As he ate his breakfast, he looked around his room. 3 days ago, when he had first entered the hospital, it was barren. Only the bed he was sitting on and the supplies in the bathroom had marked any purpose. But now, surveying the room, Izuku had clearly left his mark. The walls were adorned with medical posters, the floor with various drawings of his mom, his friends, the room itself, and so much more. As he looked on the efforts of the past few days, he wondered if he could leave his own mark on the room, something that would stay there for the next person who would stay in this room. If he could, he would bring all the pictures he had drawn with him, giving some to Ryota, his co-workers, the nice doctor he had met on the first day, and bringing all the rest home to give to his mom and friends. As Izuku slid off of the bed, breakfast half-eaten and forgotten on his plate, Izuku pulled out one of the last 100 or so sheets of paper in the ream and picked up a pencil. He quickly sketched the room as if he was looking from the door, showing the room with an imaginary window that led to a flowered meadow behind. Filling in the detail with a yellow pen that one of the hospital workers had given to Ryota, he drew the light of the sun pouring in through the window, focusing on the image of himself that he had drawn sitting in the center of the room. As best he could, he drew in sheets of paper surrounding his avatar with their own drawings on them. For the finishing touch, Izuku filled in his hair and eyes with the deep green pen that almost perfectly matched the shade of his own hair and eyes. As he set the pen down, he became aware of Ryota standing in the doorway. He blushed lightly in embarrassment as Ryota spoke. "Not hungry, Midoriya-sen. Don't let the nerves get to you, you'll be out of here before lunch." Izuku nodded at this, putting the drawing down before erupting in speech. "Good morning, Kano-san. I'm so happy that I get to see my mom again today. Do you think that I can bring all of my drawings with me to show her? Can I meet the rest of your co-workers? Can I meet the boss lady? Can you tape this to the wall and make it stay there? Can I?" Here Izuku's questions were cut off by Ryota, who was feeling slightly overwhelmed. "One at a time, Izuku. I'm sure that you can bring your drawings with you, but we might have to get some help carrying all of them. I can take you to meet some of my co-workers, and you'll be seeing one of them, Hamasaki Daichai, later this morning for sure. I don't know about taking you to see the director, but I'm sure if your mom agrees I can take the 2 of you to meet her." "And what do you mean by make it stay there?" Izuku tried his best to explain. "You see, the room was so empty when I got here, and I just wanted to leave something for whoever came here next. I just want to make sure that it stays here and they don't clean it out. Look." Izuku gestured to his most recent drawing. "I drew myself in the room. That way whoever comes here next knows me, and knows that we shared something. They could even draw themselves to leave it with mine for the next patient and the ones after them. Kano smiled. This was the Izuku he had come to know over the past 3 days. An odd combination of maturity and childish enthusiasm, but it wouldn't feel right if he were any different. He'd have to check with Riko about the rules regarding decorating the patients' rooms, but he was pretty sure that Izuku's request would be granted. As he relayed this to Izuku, the young boy calmed down with the last of his questions being answered. Do you have any more questions, Midoriya-san? Just remember, one at a time. Izuku shook his head. He had heard everything he needed to and couldn't wait to get out of the hospital. No, that's everything. How soon will I meet the doctor? He asked, mostly to alleviate the need to use his quirk while finishing his now cold breakfast. As Izuku ate, Ryota talked about his co-workers in detail for the first time, starting with Daichai and moving through the rest of the roster, telling him about their jobs and pointing out things that they had contributed to Izuku's artistic endeavors. When Izuku finished his meal, Ryota took the plate and left the room with a wave. As Izuku sat there, waiting for Ryota to return with the questioner, he began to think about his plans for the rest of the day, after he went home. Sure, he had written it all down on the back of his quirk rules paper, but Izuku had nothing better to do and couldn't get anything meaningful done in the remaining 4 minutes before his quirk assured him he would be putting his recently acquired acting skills to the test. After he got out of the hospital, his mom would probably take him home, and then he would be free to tell her about everything he had learned while in the hospital. After that, his mom would surely know what to do, and he could check everything with his power before just to make sure that nothing bad would happen. At the same time as he reached this conclusion, there was a knock on the door followed by 2 men walking in. Izuku recognized Ryota immediately, and after a few seconds remembered which of his co-workers this was, matching the name to the face he had drawn just yesterday. Daichai introduced himself to Izuku. Good morning, Midoriya-san. I am Hamasaki Daichai and I have a few quick questions for you to answer before you go home today. Are you ready? Remember, just answer honestly, that's all you need to do. At Izuku's nod, Daichai started down the list of questions on the clipboard that he was carrying, marking down Izuku's answers as he went. After the basic identification and control questions were answered satisfactorily, they moved on the important queries. Did you feel any headaches before your admittance to the hospital? At this question, Izuku looked at him oddly. Admittance. What does that mean? He asked, not following any guidance from his quirk or preparation but genuinely confused about the word itself. It was at this point that Daichai realized that some of the questions would have to be reworded for the 4-year-old. It means when you came here, Midoriya-san. Izuku shook his head, and the questions continued. Do you currently feel any headaches? No. Before you came here, were there times that you couldn't remember? I don't think so, Hamasaki-san. Have you ever known that someone was using a quirk on you? Oh yeah, my mom does that all the time. Her quirk lets her pick me up without touching me, and she uses it to stop me from tripping and falling. The doctor made a note of this, though he wasn't particularly worried by the answer. The quirk in question was documented and had no effects that could be construed as a mental quirk. Anyone else? Izuku thought. My best friend, Kaken, uses her quirk near me sometimes, but not really on me. That'd be kind of dangerous, you know. Other than her, not really. I don't really know that many people who have quirks. The doctor pressed the question gently, trying to make sure that this Kaken wasn't influencing him mentally. And her quirk is? He posed the open question for Izuku to take the bait and answer. It's really cool, Hamasaki-san. It lets her make explosions from her hands when she wants to. With that response, he calmed down, marking the answer on the paper, but not marking it as a risk. After all, a quirk that produced explosions, unless it was an illusion quirk simulating explosions, was highly unlikely to be mental in nature. He moved on to the next question. How long have you been hearing the voice in your head, Midoriya-san? Izuku shrugged. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know. Are you still hearing it right now? Here came the time for Izuku to lie with his pre-prepared answer. No, I haven't heard it for the past 3 days. The doctor nodded, marking down the reply on the paper before him. 2 or 3 weeks ago, did you meet any suspicious women? You may have seen them once or they may have been near you consistently until you came to the hospital. Izuku again replied in the negative. Not that I know of. With the last question, Izuku had completed the required exit survey for the Faraday wards. After reminding Izuku to let his mom know if he ever started hearing the voice again, he moved on to a lighter topic. So, Midoriya-san, how was your stay here? This question led to a rambling response from Izuku, who told him the story of his time in the hospital in a lightly exaggerated manner. From his entrance in the boring room to the first drawing he drew to the portraits until right now, where the story caught up to Ryota and Daichai entering the room to ask him questions. Throughout the story, the psychologist-turned-scribe took notes of the things Izuku liked and disliked about the experience. Clearly, the main problem for him was the boredom of the first day, and having the paper and pens made his experience immediately more enjoyable. He noted down that, for the future, the Faraday wards should look into purchasing children's toys for a variety of ages, including those of Izuku's age. With the empty space at the bottom of the form filled up and the story over, Daichai stood up to leave the room. Ryota stood up as well, letting Izuku know that they'd be out for a few minutes while they submitted the completed form into Izuku's file. As the two men walked through the Faraday wards to Maeda Shige's office in the general hospital, they chatted about various parts of Izuku's story and their own jobs. As they reached the checkpoint, Ryota turned back, informed that Izuku had passed the exit screening and that he could bring Izuku to the doctor's office as soon as he wanted. As Ryota returned to the Faraday wards, he stopped by the supply closet and grabbed somewhere between 5 and 10 file folders for Izuku to put his artwork into. Placing them on top of his cart, he pushed it towards Izuku's room. Arriving, he found all of the artwork in neat stacks around the bed, with Izuku standing on the mattress to place his taped final drawing to the wall. As Izuku turned around, he dropped to a sitting position and slid off of the bed. "Can I see Mom now?" Izuku asked earnestly, looking into the hallway behind Ryota as if his mom would be waiting there. Ryota nodded. "Just as soon as we pack up all of the art you want to bring with you and put the rest of the supplies on the cart, okay." Over the next few minutes, Izuku placed his stacks of art neatly into 6 of the 8 folders that Ryota had brought with him. The stacks were not sorted in any way, it just made it easier to place that many sheets in one folder. Ryota busied himself with collecting the art supplies, extra paper, and the toiletries from the bathroom. Once everything was packed on the cart, he handed Izuku a sticker and told him to place it on the front of his shirt. "Just put this on, that way you can get out of here with me. I know it seems unnecessary, but we have to do it anyway." Izuku nodded happily, peeling the sticker off of the wax paper and placing it on the front of his shirt before looking around for a place to throw away the wax paper. After a few seconds of looking, he saw a trash can off the main hallway and walked quickly to it, disposing of the paper and returning to Ryota, who had been waiting there patiently. The two of them proceeded to walk through the hallways, encountering Nagami and Kenji on his rounds. Izuku greeted the man as they passed each other and continued to drop off the cart near the storage closet. The pair then walked through security with their arms full of artwork, before proceeding to the doctor's office where Shige, Daichai, and Izuku's mom were waiting. Izuku Midoriya checked her watch. She had been sitting in the waiting room for just under 2.5 hours, which had been spent as productively as one could spend them while sitting in a hospital waiting room. She had eaten some of the breakfast that she had brought with her, leaving the rest of the food for Izuku when he got out of the hospital. The last time she had been in the hospital for an extended period of time was when Izuku was born, and she doubted that the quality of hospital food had drastically improved since then. She looked up as, for perhaps the 10th time that day, one of the doors that led to the hospital opened and a doctor came out. This time, however, the name that was called was hers, so with grace she stood up, using a minor application of her quirk to place her things in the bag she brought with her, and followed the doctor into the main hospital. This doctor was the same one that she and Izuku had seen 3 days ago, Maeda Shige. Over the intervening time, she had several interactions with the man, who was her main source of information on how Izuku was doing. The two made small talk until they arrived at his office, where another doctor was sitting in one of the guest chairs. As the door drifted shut behind them, the unnamed man stood up to introduce himself. "Good morning, Maeda-san, Midoriya-san. I am Hamasaki Daichai and I work in the Faraday wards, the subsection of the hospital where your son has been staying for the past 3 days. This morning I went through a psychological evaluation and overall, he seems clear to leave the hospital." By this point, Inko had placed her bag down and was sitting in the other of the guest chairs. She absently noted that this was the chair Izuku had been sitting in last time, only noticeable by the holes in the fabric of the seat. At the news that Izuku had been given a psychological evaluation, she tensed up, hoping for the best but prepared for the worst. Upon hearing that he was clear to leave the hospital, she slumped back in her chair, worry forgotten in the face of such good news. Daichai continued. "We just need you to confirm the baseline responses he gave us. Nothing serious, just questions about things like his favorite color, the names of his friends, and activities he enjoys doing. With the exception of his newfound interest in art, we just need to make sure that nothing has changed about him from an informed perspective." Inko nodded along. The practice made sense. After all, some quirks were capable of affecting people's memories, and she certainly wasn't going to take any risks with Izuku's health. With her consent, the doctor continued. "So, he says his name is Midoriya Izuku." At Inko's look of confusion, he elaborated. "I know that it seems like the most basic fact, but I assure you that we have to go through every answer he gave us." He looked back down at his ever-present clipboard and kept reading. "Again, he says his name is Midoriya Izuku." Inko nodded. "He told me that you, his mom, are named Midoriya Inko and that he doesn't have a dad. Can you tell us anything about this?" Inko nodded, having told the story what seemed like 1,000 times by now. Izuku's father was a man named Midoriya Hisashi. When he found out that Izuku was going to be a boy and not a girl, he left me because he didn't want a quirkless child. Izuku hasn't ever known him, and I haven't had the heart to break it to Izuku. Daichai took a metaphorical step back. "My condolences, Midoriya-san. He told us that your quirk, and I quote, let you pick things up that were really far away and bring them to you. Is this accurate?" Inko agreed with the childish description. "My quirk is called attraction of small objects, and I regularly use it around the house. It's a fitting description, even if it isn't much of a quirk." Not knowing how to tactfully respond, the psychologist moved on. "For friends, he mentioned someone named Kaken. Her name also came up when we asked him if any quirks had ever been used on him, though he denied that she had ever used her quirk on him as it would be too dangerous. Can you elaborate on this person? Of course, I know her. One of my friends from college has a daughter Izuku's age. Her name is Bakugo Katsumi, and they've been friends ever since they met each other. The two of us hang out all the time, and we let the two of them run around and play together. He calls her Kakin because he couldn't pronounce her name the first time they met, and it stuck. The doctor nodded along as she spoke about some of the antics the two had gotten up to, and the mention of her quirk. Here Inko was slightly flustered. I don't actually know that much about the mechanism behind her quirk. I know that it allows her to create small explosions from the palm of their hands. Nothing major, of course, she is only 4 years old, but they make a small bang and a flash of light. Nothing mental in nature as far as we know. The psychologist made a hum of agreement, confirming both of their descriptions matched to a certain degree. All right, there are a few quick ones here, so just let me know if anything seems different or out of place. His favorite color is green, his favorite food is katsudon, his favorite place outside of home is at a nearby park, he goes to Haruki preschool, and his favorite things to do are read, play with Kakin, and most recently draw. From that list, is anything out of place? At this, Inko shook her head. Outside of the drawing, everything you've said is entirely correct. The doctor nodded decisively. As he ran his hand down the side of the paper, making checkmarks as he went, he reached the bottom of the report, where he signed his name before passing the paper to Inko. Please sign your name below mine, and then as soon as Maeda-san can file it, this whole scenario will be put in Izuku's file for future reference. As the two signed the form, Inko asked the question that had been on the back of her mind for the past 3 days. So, when can I see Izuku again? Is he being released now? Daichai smiled knowingly. If I know my co-worker, he's bringing Izuku here even as we speak. If I were a betting man, I'd place money on the two of them getting here in the next 5 minutes. And sure enough, only 3 minutes later the door creaked open, with Izuku practically flying through upon seeing his mom sitting there. He was followed through the door by Ryota, who added the file folder that Izuku had dropped to the stack in his arms. Any further discussion was delayed for the next few minutes as Izuku and Inko had their reunion. While the two were hugging and crying out their emotions from the past 3 days, Ryota went to a nearby office and took the 2 visitor chairs from the room so that everyone could have a seat. It ended up being a tighter fit than usual, but eventually all 5 of them were seated for the final official meeting of Izuku's time in the hospital. Unlike the last meeting he was in with Maeda Shija, however, he paid significantly more attention to what was being said and the response from his quirk. So, we meet again today with the additional company of Kano Ryota and Hamasaki Daichai. Shija began to conclude Izuku's stay in the hospital. After a 3-day stay in the Faraday wards, he has been evaluated and mentally sound and is clear to return home. Do any of you have anything you want to add to the official record? At the resounding silence from the room, broken only by the sounds of Izuku fidgeting with his armrest, Shija nodded and stood up. Izuku's eyes followed him as he walked to the file cabinet in the corner of the room, opened the 3rd drawer down, and after a minute spent flipping through files, opened one labeled Midoriya Izuku and slotted the file inside. Then the two of you are free to go, said the doctor as he returned to his seat. As his mother stood up and placed the file folders of Izuku's art in the bag she brought with her, Izuku grabbed her hand, and the two of them walked out of the room. Izuku briefly contemplated visiting the other doctors, like he had asked Ryota about, but promptly discarded the idea, wanting to spend as much time with his mom as possible. A quick pair of questions to his power confirmed his actions. I will be able to thank Kano-sen's co-workers and boss another day. True. I can come back here and visit them if I want to in the future. True. With these confirmations, he walked out of the hospital side by side with his mom. As he sat in the backseat of the car, his mom handed him the extra food to eat during the drive home. Between bites, he told his mom about the more mundane parts of his hospital experience, saving the revelation of his quirk and the paper in his right pocket until they were at home. Although Inko was initially tense, carefully driving while paying attention to each word Izuku said, she relaxed the more she heard his voice from the backseat, simultaneously reassuring her that Izuku was there and giving her something to focus on in addition to the anxiety that had built up over the last 3 days. When the two of them stepped out of the car and into their house, Izuku headed to the kitchen table, making multiple trips with the individual file folders from his mom's bag. As soon as he had finished with moving all of his artwork, he moved to the living room where his mom had collapsed on the couch and closed her eyes. In the rest of the house, Izuku could hear objects moving around, which would eventually result in more leftovers from the previous 3 days floating into the room and onto the coffee table. Izuku stood on the other side of the table, sending one final set of confirmations to his quirk. Telling Mom about my quirk is a good idea. True. Mom will believe me. True. Mom is the only other person that can know about my quirk right now. True. Taking a deep breath, Izuku spoke up. Mom. Inko opened her eyes, focusing on Izuku standing at the other side of the table with as serious of an expression as he could make on his face. Yes, Izuku. Do you have something you want to tell me? Izuku decided to be as straightforward as he could. Can you promise not to tell anybody else what I'm about to tell you? And also please wait until I finish explaining. This set of questions set off alarm bells in Inko's head, the same kind of feeling she had when Izuku told her about the voice in his head the first time. However, despite how much she didn't want to hear any bad news from Izuku, she knew that she had to listen to what he had to say if something bad was going on. She schooled her expression, leaning forwards into a position of attention. I promise, Izuku. Izuku took a deep breath. I think I have a quirk. I know that it isn't supposed to be possible for some reason, but it's definitely real. Seeing his mother about to interrupt him despite her promise not to, a strange expression on her face, Izuku continued. Mom, please guess a number, okay? Inko decided to play along, thinking of a number. She nodded to signal to him that she was ready. The number you were thinking of is 36. Izuku confidently declared. Do you want to guess another number? This sequence repeated itself twice, with Izuku correctly guessing the next two numbers. He then decided to move on. If I had asked you to think of two more numbers, they would have been 118 and 6. Here Izuku took a brief pause to pull his 50-yen coin out of his pocket. The piece of paper came out as well, so he decided to unfold it as well. Handing his mom the coin, he began the next segment of his demonstration. Inko, who was confused and slightly worried about Izuku's correct guesses of the 3 random numbers that she had guessed, was wondering whether she would have chosen the 2 numbers Izuku had predicted if he had kept going, and had come to the unsettling realization that she probably would have. Izuku derailed this train of thought by pressing a coin into the palm of his mother's hand. Can you flip this coin? I have the first 20 coin flip results written down on this paper, and you need to see that they match. Inko made it 13 coin flips into the sequence before she stopped. Izuku, you need to tell me more about what is going on. How are you guessing all this? As much as I hate to say it, there is no possible way for you to have a quirk, and even if you did, there is no record of a quirk that can predict the future with this much accuracy. Please, Izuku, tell me what's happening. Izuku flipped the paper over. So you know the voice that was in my head. At this, Inko immediately tensed up, ready but not willing to take him back to the hospital. I was talking to it while I was in the hospital, and I found some things out about it. It can only say the words true and false, and it's always right. I asked it a lot of things, and it helped me get better at drawing, and it told me that it was a quirk. Here Izuku's mood abruptly shifted. It also said that it wasn't a good idea to let anybody but you know about it, and there are so many questions that I have that I just can't answer using it. So can you please not tell anyone and help me with it? Inko leaned back into the couch behind her, again closing her eyes. She could see why Izuku was nervous about telling her about the voice in his head, given her reaction the first time. But if Izuku had a quirk, which all signs pointed to, then his quirk was definitely right about how other people would react to him having a quirk. At this point, they were happily interrupted by the arrival of their early lunch, comprised of food that Izuku would have eaten over the past 3 days. Izuku, let's take a small break and eat some lunch. Let me think about it, and then after lunch we can talk more about your quirk. Is there anything more that you want to tell me before we start eating? Izuku thought for a moment. Oh yeah, there was one last example I had prepared for you. He flipped the paper back over before turning it to face Inko. Here are tonight's winning lottery numbers. Inko fainted, unaware of the bombshell he had just dropped on his mom. Izuku walked to the other side of the table and picked up a container of food, before turning around to climb onto the couch next to his mom. As he looked towards her, he noticed that she hadn't reacted to anything he said. Izuku poked her in the side, calling out, "Mom," to no response. After a few more attempts, Inko awoke, briefly thought about what she had heard before passing out, and then decided to compartmentalize it with the rest of the information she had just learned and think about it after lunch. Lunch was a quiet affair that morning, with the two of them focused on eating in the presence of the other more than anything else. After the two finished up, they took the containers to the kitchen. As Izuku placed his dish on the counter next to the sink, Inko opened one of the file folders out of curiosity. What she saw shocked her more than the set of drawings Izuku had sent her via the hospital staff. The picture on top was a landscape drawn in pencil, easily recognizable as the local park that she and Mitsuki took Izuku and Katsumi to on weekends. As she flipped through the drawings, she was struck by the talent her son apparently had for art. He had mentioned his quirk helping him with the art, but she couldn't see how a quirk that only answered true or false could make a 4-year-old surpass the ability of most adults in less than 3 days. When they sat back down at the coffee table, Inko brought up the question of how Ho's quirk had possibly helped him get better at art. "Oh, it's really easy," Izuku began, before launching into a description of the most tedious and overcomplicated process she could imagine. "You just need to spend a lot of time at the beginning. I asked it if the point my pen was hovering over was the correct place to start a line for the final drawing to look like what I wanted to draw. Then I asked if the direction I wanted to draw a line in was correct, and then I found out what type of line it was and how long it was, and then I drew it." Izuku took a breath and kept going. "And then you do the same thing but a few thousand more times and then the drawing is finished. Also, after a while it got easier to draw without asking all of those questions, and then I started drawing new things. Yesterday I asked if it was helping me get better at art, and I found out that it helped me get better at things I did because of its answers." Izuku, having finished his explanation, gave his trademark grin to his mom, who weakly smiled back. I'm beginning to think that you are the most patient 4-year-old ever, young man. Inko replied after a short pause. I can't think of anyone else I know doing nothing but repeatedly ask that many questions for even a few hours, let alone 3 days. She then tried to guide the discussion back to the rules Izuku had come up with for his quirk. As she read through the list, she found that the only real rules were in the first 2 statements, with the rest of the rules being workarounds or methods that Izuku had found to make his quirk work more efficiently, or things that Izuku could do to help improve his use of the quirk. The things that she focused on were the limitation of his ability to ask questions and the lack of knowledge that he had. She felt the beginnings of an idea forming on how to help Izuku with his quirk, and it began the same place her desire to improve her usage of her own quirk, the library. Inko had a sudden thought that she wanted to confirm. Izuku, you wrote here that your quirk works in response to things that other people write. Does that apply to things that other people say? With a second of delay, Izuku replied, yes, it says it does. Inko nodded at the response. That would make everything go much faster. All right, can you run this by your quirk? The best place to improve your usage of your quirk is the library. True. Izuku relayed the affirmation, and shortly after the two of them were walking the few blocks between their house and the library. Upon entering the building, Inko walked Izuku to an empty study room before turning back to Izuku. So, she began, I think what we should do for today is to use your quirk to find the most beneficial books in the library for your quirk, and then we take them home and relax for the rest of the day. I know you've probably missed playing with Kaken, and you honestly need to spend some time running around. We have all the time in the world to make the most of your quirk, so there's no need to rush. Izuku nodded. For the next 5 minutes, Izuku and his mom came up with a system for finding the most useful books as quickly as possible. Izuku would cycle through the list of sections that the library had, move to the section, and then split the section into halves with conditional statements until the search area had been limited to one shelf. Then, he would go through the shelf until he confirmed that the book he was looking at was one of the most useful books for him. The plan for today was to get 4 books, so Izuku went to work, running around the library while Inko followed behind. The first book Izuku picked up was titled How to Ask the Right Questions, which seemed pretty self-explanatory in how it would help Izuku in the immediate future. The next 2 books were on the same line of thought, albeit in a more general sense, Quirk Analysis for Beginners and My First Encyclopedia. The 4th book that Izuku was guided to was a fantasy book titled Path of the Swordsman. It was surprising to Izuku that this book was selected as the 4th most useful book in the library for him. It was just so out of place with the others, but Izuku trusted his quirk. If it said that this book was one of the most useful in the entire library, then Izuku wouldn't discard it out of hand. Inko also had her own questions but rationalized that perhaps the most useful book for him would be one that allowed or encouraged him to relax at times. Because the search for the first 4 books had gone faster than Inko had expected, she caved into her son's request to find another book. The 5th and final book that Izuku's quirk led them to was a dictionary, a copy of which they already had at home. As they walked back to the front of the library, Inko pulled out her library card and thought about the future of her only son. With his quirk, he could become a hero, maybe not a very strong one, but a support hero for someone that could benefit from the knowledge of the future. She was pretty sure that All Might herself had a sidekick at one point that could see glimpses of the future, and imagining Izuku working with Katsumi in the future to achieve the same effect was certainly an appealing thought. After checking out the 4 books that they didn't already own, Inko and Izuku walked home. As the pair put everything away, Inko checked the time. It was nearing the end of preschool, which meant that Mitsuki and Katsumi would be over as soon as they could. Apparently, Katsumi had been asking about Izuku being missing since the first day he was in the hospital, as the two usually played together on the weekends. Upon hearing that Izuku was in the hospital, she had thrown a minor tantrum that resulted in larger explosions than usual. Inko called Izuku to the living room to plan out the immediate future. So, Izuku, she began as Izuku took a seat next to her. We need to sort out our story for Katsumi and her mom. Your quirk told you that it wasn't a good idea to tell anyone other than me about it, right? Izuku nodded. So, I was thinking that we should tell them the official story from the hospital, without mentioning your quirk. Maybe you could draw them some pictures or you could give them some of the pictures that you already drew to distract them, and otherwise just tell them what happened. Okay. Izuku nodded along, then slid off of the couch. Don't worry, Mom, I already have some pictures of Kaken, so I'll grab those. Don't worry about the story, I had to come up with one good enough to fool the doctors in the hospital to let me out. But, Izuku trailed off. Can you tell me why I'm not supposed to have a quirk? Why my quirk is telling me that I can't tell anyone but you? My quirk is pretty good at helping me figure out everything except for why things happen, and it gets frustrating. Inko thought of how best to break the news to Izuku. Izuku, you know a lot of people that have quirks, right? Me, Katsumi, Mitsuki, some of your classmates, and All Might, right? What do all of us have in common? Izuku quickly thought about what they all had in common. After a few questions, he eventually came to one that his quirk agreed with. All of them are girls. True. Izuku's eyes widened. This is the answer to Mom's question. True. Only girls can have quirks. False. Izuku mentally rolled his eyes. Only girls are supposed to have quirks. True. When Izuku relayed his findings to his mom, she nodded. For the last 200 years, only women have ever had quirks. I don't know exactly why, but maybe the books we got will help us find out. Izuku, this is why I was surprised about the voice in your head. If you were a girl, then it could have just been a quirk, but I thought it was somebody using a quirk on you. Now that you have a quirk, I don't know what to think. You could be the only boy with a quirk in the world, and that would be a problem. Izuku nodded eagerly. Yeah, my quirk agrees with your last sentence. But why is it a problem? I have a quirk. I can become a hero. Inko sighed. The current geopolitical situation was extremely chaotic, with entire regions of the world descended into lawlessness and anarchy. Even the more stable regions of the world, including Japan, were still rampant with crime, both from quirkless and quirked individuals. If the fact that a boy had a quirk was revealed, then there would be a massive conflict that would certainly endanger both her and her son. She didn't want her son to be used as a test subject or experimented on to find out how he had a quirk, especially with some of the rumors she had heard. Izuku, you wouldn't understand why if I told you now. It's just, there are people who would do bad things to you if they found out that you had a quirk, and your quirk probably thinks that I'm the only person who won't tell anyone else because I care about you more than anyone else. Just trust me, okay? Izuku nodded and moved over to hug his mom, looking up into her eyes. Don't worry, Mom. I trust you. Inko hugged her son back. Thank you, Izuku. Is there anything you want to do between now and when Katsumi comes over? Izuku thought for a moment, asking his quirk if there was anything he needed to do in the intervening time. Upon receiving a negative response, he cheerfully told his mom that he was going to draw some pictures until they arrived. Izuku took a sheet of blank paper from the printer that Inko used when she worked from home and began to draw a picture of himself and his mom in the library. This time, however, he was committed to not leaving an inch of white space on the page, shading everything from the ceiling to the books on the shelves. This naturally took much more time than if Izuku was just drawing outlines with some shadows, like he did for Ryota's boss. Because of this, he was less than half done with his latest artwork by the time he heard familiar explosions from outside. As soon as the door opened, they became markedly louder, followed by a blur of a young girl slamming into Izuku with what was meant to be a hug but ended up as more of a tackle. Izuku, the girl shouted. Where were you? Mom and Andy and Co told me that you were in the hospital. You had better be okay or I'm going to hurt whoever put you in there. At this point, she realized that she was still squeezing the air out of Izuku's lungs, and loosened up to let him breathe. I'm fine, Kaken. Mom thought that I was being mind-controlled by somebody else's quirk, but I'm fine. How are you? Through his explanation, Katsumi got angrier, contrary to Izuku's hopes. What do you mean she thought you were being mind-controlled? That's not a good thing, Izuku. Why are you so calm about it? Izuku hugged his friend back. Don't worry, Kaken. I'm fine now, and I had so much time to draw. I got really good at art, come on. Let me show you some of the things that I drew while I was in the hospital. There was this really nice guy who gave me as many pencils and as much paper as I wanted, so I drew so much. Izuku wormed his way out of Katsumi's strong grasp, before running to the kitchen where his artwork was still neatly stacked on the counter. Katsumi shook her head, temporarily alone in the room. Izuku was just as clueless and happy-go-lucky as ever, showing no sense of self-preservation as always. Even after something horrible could have happened to him, he was unchanged. It was just another sign that she had to become stronger to keep him safe, to become the strongest hero ever. She couldn't help but think that if she had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened to him. She was broken from this train of thought but Izuku running back into the room with the folder in his hands. As he opened the folder and spread some of its contents across the floor between the two of them, Katsumi stared. She knew how well Izuku could draw, they had been friends forever. There were several drawings he had made on the fridge at her house, right next to hers. While she had never been the best artist, the pictures that Izuku was still pulling out of the folder and spreading across the floor were significantly better than anything she could imagine drawing. Something was definitely off here, and she decided to call Izuku's bluff. There's no way you drew these, Izuku. I know how well you can draw, and you definitely didn't draw these. She consciously ignored the half-finished drawing that was sitting where Izuku had been when she had entered the room. I bet you can't draw me this well, right now, while I'm sitting right in front of you. Izuku wasn't usually the kind of person who took challenges like this, but over the past few days he had developed a sense of pride in his skills with art. Izuku looked Katsumi in the eyes, pulling a bland piece of paper from the stack he had removed from the printer earlier. Dragging his eyes away from his best friend, he picked up his pencil and started drawing. Over the next 4 minutes, Katsumi managed to hold in her words as Izuku drew a picture of her, sitting there in front of him. He occasionally looked up for the sake of appearances, but her eyes were glued to the paper where Izuku was laying out the most detailed drawing she had ever seen him make. When he had finished drawing her and started drawing the room behind her, she couldn't help but glance behind herself to make sure that Izuku wasn't just drawing some random objects. Less than 10 minutes after he started, Izuku broke the silence by picking up the piece of paper and handing it to Katsumi with one of his cheerful declarations. "Here you go, Kaken." Numbly, she took the picture. A random thought crossed her mind, that she was angry at him earlier. It quickly left as she shook her head, eager to test the limits of Izuku's new ability. "Now draw me as a hero, Izuku. Draw me with lots of explosions and fighting villains and blowing things up," she proclaimed, standing up in a heroic pose before Izuku, holding his most recent drawing in her left hand as she gestured with her right. Izuku nodded, hoping to get her to calm down before the explosion started inside the house. Unfortunately, he was too late. "Make sure you're looking, Izuku. I want the explosions to look like this, but bigger." Izuku's impromptu art session was filled with the bright explosions of Katsumi's quirk as the two played with Izuku's newfound talent and Katsumi's quirk. In the kitchen, Inko and Mitsuki sat in silence, drinking their afternoon tea. This breaking of this silence by the explosions from the living room prompted Mitsuki to speak, taking a more authoritative tone with her college friend than she usually did. "Okay, Inko. Now that Izuku-kun is out of the hospital, you need to start giving me details. He's back with you and he's fine, so no more bursting into tears on me, okay?" Here her tone shifted. "I was really worried for you when you came over on Saturday and told us that Izuku was in the hospital, and I haven't heard a word from you since. I want to help you, Inko." The earnest appeal from her longtime friend and fellow mother broke open the floodgates, and Inko told Mitsuki the whole tale, minus the revelation of Izuku's quirk. From the imaginary friend that wasn't an imaginary friend to the Faraday wards and not being able to be with Izuku for 3 days to the occasional news from the doctors, culminating in Izuku's discharge that morning. The whole time, Mitsuki nodded along, putting an arm around the emotional mother at times when she seemed on the verge of tears. "Oh, it's just been a terrible weekend for me, Mitsuki. It's only been bad news from me, but at least I have Izuku back with me." Inko concluded her story. "If Izuku hadn't been passing me messages and drawings through the hospital staff, I don't know what I would have done. Have I showed you the drawings yet?" Mitsuki shook her head, letting her friend do the talking. "I suppose that's the one good thing that's come out of this mess. Here are the first set of drawings Izuku sent me. Take a look." Inko pulled the papers, visibly bent in the impression of Inko's hands on the edges, from her bag. As she looked through the drawings, she noticed a marked improvement in the quality of the artwork. "He's gotten a lot better if he could draw all of these without being able to see them in person," Mitsuki commented, trying to prompt Inko into saying more. "If you think that's good, just open one of those files on the table. He had nothing to do but draw for 3 days, and I'm pretty sure he finds his new hobby calming. If only I had something like that." She trailed off. Mitsuki, by this point, was halfway through the first file folder of artwork and felt like she had to say something. "Inko, these are really good art. Like, sell it for a profit art. I know that a lot of interest in art died out with the rise of quirks, but people still pay a pretty penny for art that they like. If he wanted to, I know someone who could get your son's art put on exhibition. The fact that he's only 4 will definitely increase interest, and I don't think he'll have to work a day in his life if he's at all good with paints." Inko, having only briefly considered this when the doctors had mentioned it, started thinking about it seriously. She knew that if Izuku wanted, he could win every lottery for the foreseeable future as many times as he wanted, but winning the lottery even once drew too much attention. For Izuku's quirk to be as useful as it could be, she reasoned, he needed the resources to carry out the plans his quirk could help him form without public scrutiny revealing his quirk. While the most pressing resource for him was knowledge, in the future she could definitely see him relying on more material resources, including money, and the types of connections he could make by commissioning art for other people could help him. The only drawback was that she, and most likely Izuku, didn't want to be hounded by the press, which was likely if he made real amounts of money from selling art. This warranted more thinking, and possibly the use of Izuku's quirk, at a later date. After all, Izuku was her son and his own person, not just a commodity. As the explosions from the living room increased in volume, Inko sighed. "I'll ask Izuku about it later, and I'll let you know if he agrees. But for now, we should probably calm things down before my living room gets destroyed by our overzealous children." With that final statement from Inko, the two mothers stood up and schooled their expressions into their practiced good cop, bad cop routine for managing their children before walking towards the source of the noise. Izuku and Katsumi sat on the couch, heads down as the pair of mothers scolded them for the noises they were making. Both of them were holding drawings, Izuku's first portrait of Katsumi clenched in the subject's right hand while Izuku held his work in progress of Katsumi's hero drawing, the first of his drawings to ever have parts erased and redrawn thanks to his best friend's ever-changing whims. The lecture that the two were receiving was neither serious nor new. They had heard the same words nearly 100 times when the two of them had gotten carried away at either of their houses, with the hosting mother usually playing bad cop while the other played good cop with getting the two to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The resulting shame the two would feel usually lasted a few days until they got riled up again, repeating the cycle. As always, the two families headed outside after the lecture, headed for the local park with both drawings secured in Bakugo Mitsuki's hands. The two 4-year-olds ran ahead of the adults, stopping at corners to cross the road together while their moms walked behind at a leisurely pace. Eventually, the quartet arrived and split off, with the adults taking a seat on one of the park benches while the two children played around, making sure to stay in sight of their mothers. As Izuku ran around with Katsumi, playing hide and seek or tag, varying from moment to moment, Izuku began to think about his best friend's quirk. He knew that quirk analysis was going to be one of the most important subjects for him in the near future, judging by the book on it that he had been guided to in the library. He spent the time they had together, when not actually talking, thinking about how Katsumi's explosion quirk worked. After nearly 15 minutes of questioning spread throughout multiple games of hide and seek, Izuku had determined how Katsumi's quirk worked. The next time that the two of them stopped to rest, Izuku brought up the subject. "So, Kaken, I've been thinking," Izuku began. "Your quirk lets you blow up your sweat, right?" Katsumi was taken slightly aback. She had never put much thought into how her quirk worked, so she had no idea whether or not Izuku was right in his declaration. "I don't know, I guess. Why do you think it works that way?" she replied, curious. "Well, when you run around for a while the explosions get bigger, and your hands are always dry even when you're sweaty if you use your quirk, and..." "Who are you calling sweaty, Izuku? You're the sweaty one here." Izuku was cut off by an exclamation and a punch to the shoulder from his best friend. Despite the playful nature of the punch, Izuku dramatically fell over, grabbing his arm and playing dead. To Katsumi's credit, she showed a minimal amount of remorse as he lay before her before Izuku opened his eyes and grinned at her. While he was lying on the ground, he asked himself if what he was about to suggest was a good idea. With the affirmative true, he pushed forwards. "Anyways, if it's just your sweat, why can't you make all of it explode instead of just the stuff on your hands? Can you try to make an explosion from your feet if you take off your shoes first?" Katsumi honestly considered the idea that Izuku had proposed. The idea that it was her sweat exploding and not just explosions appearing from her hands made sense the more she thought about it, and it supplied a reason for why her quirk worked the way it did. It also was a good explanation for how she ramped up the longer she went without making an explosion. Taking off her right shoe, she took 3 steps away from where Izuku was sitting up before trying to make an explosion on the sole of her foot. She had not fully thought this through, nor was she immune to the laws of physics, so when she succeeded on her second attempt the resulting explosion sent her nearly a foot in the air, causing Izuku's and Katsumi's eyes to widen before she fell to her left due to the imbalance of forces. Izuku stood up and ran over to where she had fallen as fast as he could, quickly followed by their parents, who had watched the whole scene unfold. As Izuku arrived, the first thing he noticed was the expression on Katsumi's face. She was in a small amount of pain from the fall, but the sensation was clearly overwritten on her face by the massive grin. Before Izuku could stop her or their mothers arrived, she took off her other shoe and ran further from Izuku before creating explosions on both of her feet, sending her straight upwards before gravity reasserted itself, with her second landing more controlled as she bent her knees and straightened herself. As her already wide grin widened even further and she bent her knees for a massive explosion-powered jump, Enko and Mitsuki arrived to handle the situation. "Katsumi, no," Mitsuki shouted, getting close enough to place a firm grip on her daughter's shoulder. "What are you thinking? You could fall badly again and seriously hurt yourself. What prompted you to do this in the first place? Put your shoes back on right now, young lady." As Katsumi reluctantly walked back over and picked up one shoe and put it on, she complained about the perceived injustice. "But Mom, Izuku just found out how my quirk worked and I thought it would be really cool if it worked like that. Besides, I'm fine." As Katsumi walked over to her second shoe, the mothers turned on Izuku. Under their combined scrutiny, Izuku spilled. "I just thought that her quirk was in her sweat and it let her blow it up, so she shouldn't just have to use her hands. Please don't get mad at her, I told her to use one of her feet, so I'll take responsibility for what happened." Izuku looked downwards at the end of his explanation, ready for the full force of the second lecture of the day. 2 different events stopped this from happening. Firstly, Enko placed her hand over Mitsuki's mouth, muffling any rant she might begin while also calming her down. She knew that Izuku had probably used his quirk to find out how Katsumi's worked, and he was certainly able to control for any variables that might occur, but just because he could didn't mean he had done so. The other reason was Katsumi's support of her best friend, trying to prevent him from taking all of the blame on himself. "No, Izuku, that isn't right. Just because you suggested something doesn't mean it's your fault. I carried through with it and took off my other shoe on my own, so I'm just as much at blame as you are if not more." As the two children tried to take the blame on themselves for the sake of each other, Mitsuki slowly let go of her anger. Even though the two of them should have passed their idea by an adult first, neither of them looked seriously hurt and this could serve as a learning experience for the two of them. Izuku's theory of how Katsumi's quirk worked was also very realistic. Her own quirk caused her to sweat glycerin, so it made sense that her daughter's quirk had something to do with her sweat. Gently pulling Enko's hand off of her mouth, Mitsuki began her speech. "I want the two of you to know that I'm not mad at you." The opening sentence caused Izuku, who was mid-apology, to quickly stop talking. "What you did could have been dangerous in more ways than one. However, neither of you are hurt because of your reckless actions. Izuku, I'll let your mom reprimand you, but as for my daughter. Mitsuki looked to where Katsumi was sitting next to Izuku. You know that your quirk is dangerous, so why did you try something new with it without asking me first? It's not that you can't try new things, but let someone know before you do it, okay? The 4-year-old girl nodded, mumbling an apology and an agreement to her mother. Mitsuki looked to her fellow lecturer, giving her the floor to speak to Izuku. Izuku, I know that you are creative, but sometimes you need to think things through more. Unless you're sure that what you're doing is a good idea, then you should ask one of us first, and even if you are sure, it's better to ask. Enko's speech was the best she could do to reference Izuku using his quirk to predict the outcomes of an action while keeping silent about his quirk in front of others. She would tell him this outright once they were alone to make sure that he got the message. The two mothers shared a glance, making an unspoken agreement that this was enough excitement for the day. After Izuku and Katsumi said their goodbyes, the families parted ways to head home. With the Bakugas. As the pair of women left the park, Mitsuki wasted no time in lightly poking fun at her daughter's impulsiveness tempered with genuine concern for her daughter. If Katsumi were a few years older, she would be able to tease her daughter about Izuku, but the two had not adopted the cultural beliefs that boys and girls were different yet. When they arrived home, Mitsuki handed the 2 drawings to her daughter. The young girl promptly took them to the section of the fridge that she was allowed to play with, full of magnets and previous artwork from the 2 of them. In the center of the collage of artwork, she placed the completed image of herself sitting in the Midoriya's living room. As she pushed old drawings to the side, she placed the unfinished drawing of herself as a hero underneath Izuku's other picture. As she stood before the fridge, eye level with the completed version of herself, she looked towards the incomplete version of herself before having an unexpectedly philosophical thought. I know who I am and so does Izuku, but neither of us knows who I will be. I have to become the strongest hero to complete the second drawing. I have to make it a reality. It has to be real for Izuku to draw it for me as well as he drew me in his house. With this thought, her motivation to become the strongest was only strengthened. As she looked at her forearm, focusing on a bead of sweat on her skin, she focused on causing only that bead to explode. She was rewarded with a quiet pop and flash of light, followed by the sight of her forearm without that bead of sweat. Her familiar, slightly mad grin returned to her face as she made the rest of the beads of sweat she could see explode one after another, almost like popping explosive bubble wrap on her skin. The explosions were quiet enough that her mom couldn't hear them, so she quickly retreated to her room until dinner, practicing her control over her sweat. As she detonated her sweat, she couldn't help but think of Izuku, who came up with an explanation for how her quirk worked that gave her a method to become stronger. With the Midoriyas, Enko and Izuku's walk home was much more subdued. When Enko was sure that the two were out of earshot of any other pedestrians, she whispered the true meaning behind her lecture to Izuku, and he took the hint to whisper his reply. When the two arrived at home, Enko decided to take an afternoon nap on the couch after the stress of the day. Izuku sat in the living room while she slept, quietly finishing his drawing of the library from before the Bakugas had visited. By the time he had finished the drawing and cleaned up the mess of drawings from earlier, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Seeing as his mother was still asleep, Izuku decided to start reading some of the books that he had gotten from the library earlier that day. After he retrieved them from his bedroom, he sat down in the living room and began to flip through the most useful book according to his quirk. With a title like How to Ask the Right Questions, it was pretty clear that this book would help him with the use of his quirk. As he read through the first few pages, however, he came across a large stumbling block. He didn't know a lot of the words that were being used, and there simply weren't enough context clues for him to efficiently read the book. Turning to the next book, Quirk Analysis for Beginners, he found the same problem to an even larger degree. My first encyclopedia had significantly more readable text, being a book aimed at children, and Path of the Swordsman was nearly as bad as the first book. As Izuku was psyching himself up to spend the next few hours deciphering the encyclopedia, he remembered the 5th book that he had found, the dictionary that his mom said they already owned. After a brief quirk-fueled search of the house, Izuku returned to the living room with his prize and set it down next to the encyclopedia. Upon reaching the first word he couldn't understand or easily guess, he turned to the dictionary next to him before promptly realizing that he had no idea how to find the word in said dictionary. Using his tried and tested method of splitting his problems in half until they no longer existed, Izuku quickly came up with and wrote down a method to find the page he was looking for and then quickly splitting the page into quarters before looking for the word himself. Because the length of the dictionary was just over 600 pages, he only needed to make 12 statements to his power for every word, which seemed incredibly efficient to Izuku. With this method, he worked his way through the encyclopedia over the next 3 hours. Near the end of this period, Enko woke up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the two of them. Dinner that evening was a quiet affair, with Izuku enjoying the fresh homemade food for the first time in what felt like forever to the young boy. Enko, however, was making a to-do list for both the near and the indefinite future. Though she didn't particularly want Izuku to become a hero for a variety of reasons, including the danger he would doubtlessly be in and the reactions from the rest of the world, she knew that Izuku was more determined than any other boy she had ever known to become a hero. In the time between the two of them finishing dinner and Izuku getting ready for bed, Enko brought up the prospect of Izuku putting his art on display and eventually selling it for a legitimate source of income. At the time, he was not ready to think about the implications of the idea and just wanted to sleep in his own bed. After the two had gone through their nighttime rituals and Izuku had been tucked into bed, Enko went to her own bedroom and lay down on top of the covers, unable to fall asleep. Now that she had no immediate problems, and everything was right with the world once again, she could finally try to get some sleep. As she lay there, however, one part of the life-changing events that had happened that day stuck in her mind. Izuku's voice ran through her head, saying if I had asked you to think of 2 more numbers, they would have been 118 and 6. She didn't know any of the numbers that she had chosen up until that very moment, yet Izuku had predicted them over a day in advance. All sorts of questions ran through her head the more she thought about this. Did Izuku predict what I was going to do, or did his prediction cause me to do it? Does observing the future cause it to happen in the way it was observed? Is the future predetermined? If I knew about Izuku's prediction, would I have chosen different numbers? Can I change the future if I know that it has been predicted? How many of my choices are my own? Did my choices stop being my own once they were predicted? All of these thoughts boiled down to one in the end: do I have free will? Enko, currently in an existential crisis, was unable to sleep. Standing up from her horizontal position on the bed, she made her way to the room that served as her office and opened a browser window on her computer. Over the course of the night, Enko's worries only deepened, compiling a list of questions on her notepad for Izuku to answer for her when he woke up. Her journey through the internet, from philosophy to records of existing quirks that could tell the future to religion to theories on alternate dimensions and time travel. By the time the sun rose outside her office window, she was feeling the tiredness of pulling an all-nighter as well as the existential dread-induced insomnia. She knew that the questions she asked Izuku would be able to resolve some of her worries, though there were some questions that she wasn't sure she wanted the answers to. When she woke Izuku up in the morning, Izuku immediately noticed that something was off with his mother. "Mom, is everything okay?" Izuku asked, rubbing sleep out of his eyes. Though he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong immediately, a series of confirmations from his quirk guided him towards his next question. "Did you sleep okay?" Enko suppressed a yawn. "No, I didn't get much sleep last night. But don't worry about me, I'm fine. I just spent some time after you went to bed thinking about the things your quirk could do, and I made this wonderful list for you to look at." This time, the yawn slipped out from between her fingers when she tried to hold it in. The two walked to the kitchen, with Izuku climbing into a chair and Enko moving the breakfast to the table. Izuku noticed the notepad next to his mother's placemat, and after confirming that it was the list of questions that she had for him, Izuku began to look through the questions. To his surprise, many of the words used were completely foreign to him. Briefly, he considered getting the dictionary to look them up before dismissing the thought. It would take too long to do that for every word he didn't recognize and arrive at school early enough to explain why he was missing school on Monday. Instead, he came up with another idea to work his way around his problems. As Mom intended this statement, it is true. With this, Izuku thought, he could easily write true or false in the margin depending on the answer he received, efficiently working his way through increasingly harder to understand sentences and increasingly worse handwriting. If Enko noticed him doing this, she didn't say anything as she quickly ate her breakfast and packed a bag of lunch for Izuku. The two of them made small talk as they walked their way to Haruki Preschool, stopping in the main office and the classroom early to inform them of why Izuku had missed school the day before. The woman behind the desk in the main office, upon hearing the news that Izuku may have been affected by a mental quirk, quickly ran through the roster of employees and their quirks before running through the list of children's known quirks. Finding nothing related to hearing voices in one's head, she assured the green-haired duo that she would send out a reminder to the parents, reminding them to check if their children had developed a quirk recently. After forwarding the list of known quirks to the hospital for information if Izuku ever returned there, the two left for Izuku's classroom. While his mom and his teacher talked, Izuku quickly got bored of sitting in his spot for the morning meeting, and pulled a piece of paper from a shelf on the wall of the room and a pencil from his pocket. Moving over to the non-carpeted section of the classroom, Izuku began to draw a landscape that he had dreamed of last night. As Enko finished her explanation for Mikami Mitsuru, Izuku's teacher, she looked over to where her son was drawing something that she had certainly never seen before. She thought it would be prudent to let the teacher in on that bit of information. "Just so you know, Mikami-sensei, Izuku has become quite the artist during his time in the hospital, so please don't be alarmed if he seems different in that regard. I wish you the best, and I'll see you when I come to pick Izuku up this afternoon." Enko walked over to where Izuku was drawing. Bending down, she kissed her son on the head. "Have a great day at school, okay? I'll see you this afternoon." With Izuku's enthusiastic reply, Enko left the school to return home. She wasn't in the right state of mind to go to work today, and as the only employee of her own company, it wasn't like she couldn't take a day off if she wanted to. After her husband ran away and Izuku was born, Inko found that her then current job as a telecommunications worker wasn't enough to support raising a child. With her newfound control and strength of her quirk, however, she quickly spotted an opportunity and set up a moving company. As a majority of household appliances were less than 1 cubic meter in size, she quickly became a force to be reckoned with in the moving industry. Because she had not yet found a limit on the number of objects she could move as long as each object individually was less than a cubic meter in size, she could move the entire contents of a house in one trip, with the only limitation being how far she could walk. The vastly increased efficiency as well as the normal rates that other movers charged allowed her to both charge a lower rate than the rest of the industry per job and individually earn more per hour that she worked without having to pay any employees. Seeing as she had no pressing demand for her services today, she decided to take the day off and try to get some sleep. As she passed by the kitchen on her way to her bedroom, she noticed the notepad sitting on the table out of the corner of her eye. It had moved from where she had placed it in the wee hours of the morning, so she went to pick it up. As she got closer, however, she noticed Izuku's handwriting on the left margin, each bullet point marked with a defining answer. She averted her eyes and flipped the paper over. It was odd that after spending the whole night searching for answers that she would react so badly when the real thing was sitting before her. Even if she didn't want to know the answers to her questions right now, she wasn't even sure that knowing that the questions had a definite answer was good. She only remembered half of the questions that she had written clearly, and some of them she was sure were the type where a wrong answer could drive a person to madness. Pulling open the printer drawer with her quirk and bringing a sheet of paper towards herself, she shut her eyes before placing it on the notepad. To check the questions without immediately revealing the answers, she pulled the paper to the left until only the left margin was covered. The first question read, "The future as predicted by Izuku's quirk can be changed." Surprisingly hard-hitting for the first question, but she carefully moved the paper down to reveal Izuku's response. True. She breathed out a sigh of relief. The following questions were merely looking for insight on how his precognitive abilities worked, so she revealed them all in one go. The future can be changed if one is unaware of the prediction. False. The act of predicting the future changes the future. True. The future is uncertain until predicted. True. After the future is predicted, the people involved in the prediction have free will. False. The answer to the last of these questions sent a chill through her body. It was considered unethical in every system of ethics she had found during her search last night to deprive others of their free will, and Izuku was apparently doing that every time he made a prediction that involved other people. Feeling a sort of morbid curiosity, she kept sliding the paper downwards, revealing more answers she wasn't sure she wanted. People uninvolved with predictions of the future have free will. False. People have free will so long as it does not affect Izuku's predictions. False. People lost their free will when Izuku awakened his quirk. False. I have free will as of the time that I am writing this. True. As of the time that I am reading this, I have free will. True. Izuku has free will. True. Maybe it was selfish of her to think so little of other people not having free will, but Inko was willing to ignore the other answers on the page, revealed and unrevealed, as well as the horrifying reality that they described, just to know that she and her son had free will. She was sleep-deprived, and now that the most important part of her existential dread had faded, it took all that she had to set her alarm for an hour before she needed to pick Izuku up from school before she crashed into a dreamless sleep. With Izuku. Izuku was sitting in the classroom, happily drawing and filling out the strange city he had found himself in while dreaming last night while his classmates slowly trickled in. At first, the other children ran around before settling down in their spots for the morning meeting, occasionally looking over at Izuku or their other classmates before getting up and talking to them. Izuku was happy to talk to his classmates about why he was out yesterday or the newest exploits of a local hero, the speed of his work suffering greatly, but not the quality. Only one of his classmates, one of the girls that was a friend of Katsumi's and therefore his by association, commented on the drawing. The parents who dropped their kids off, mostly mothers, all took a strange glance at Izuku and his artwork before shrugging it off and moving on with their days. This flow of events changed when Katsumi and Mitsuki arrived, with the taller blonde patting Izuku on his head as she passed and the shorter one plopping down next to him, simultaneously giving him a friendly greeting and warding off others who might try to talk to Izuku when they came close to her best friend. As Izuku drew, she told him about the progress she had made with her quirk, mostly just the fun she had with popping individual beads of sweat. She couldn't demonstrate it in the classroom, as quirk use was forbidden unless one had a mutant quirk. When their last classmate was dropped off, Izuku rolled up the drawing and placed it next to his lunch bag in his cubby on the far wall of the classroom. After returning to his spot next to Katsumi, the two chatted about whatever came to mind, usually inane topics like what they dreamed about or things they were looking forward to. Shortly after, the morning meeting started. "Okay everyone, settle down," Mitsuru called out, causing the level of noise to quickly drop until everyone was fixated on the teacher. The morning meeting was just a time for the teacher to go over what was going to happen that day. Today was a Tuesday, so the activities outside of normal class would be art and physical education. Before his experience in the hospital, Izuku would be looking forward to physical education significantly more than art, but now he longed for the free time to draw and experiment with his quirk instead of the forced socialization of a sport. As they went through their normal morning schedule of reading and learning, Izuku was struck by how much easier the activities were after having used his quirk to learn the new words required to understand the encyclopedia yesterday. There was only one word that he hadn't known before class, and it was easy to figure out from the context clues and a quick application of his quirk. So Izuku sat there, with half an hour left in the time allotted for the activity, with nobody to talk to because they were all still working. Izuku folded his arms on the table before him and silently began to think about the proposal to sell his art that his mom had passed to him from Auntie Mitsuki. It is a good idea for me to sell my art. True. Always good to make sure that the basic premise was true before spending hours focused on the details. Selling my art will give me the money I need to make better use of my quirk. True. Selling my art will give me enough fame but not too much to put me, mom, or my friends in danger. True. There is currently a better way of making money that follows my last 3 questions. False. Well, it looked like he'd be selling his art in the near future. After a much more varied series of questions, he figured out the best time to put his art on exhibition to make the largest, but safest amount of money. He had also determined the type of artwork that would sell the best, the skills that would be most useful to learn in the time between now and the exhibition, the phone numbers of the people who would be most likely to want to buy his art, and what medium would be the best to use. Figuring out the phone numbers may have seemed like a waste of nearly 40 questions to the average person, but Izuku wanted to test an idea of his, that his quirk gave him an enhanced memory with things related to questions he asked. He had already determined that it helped him build skills like drawing well, but whether it helped with remembering strings of otherwise useless information would be a fun way to pass the time. Sure, he could just ask whether it did or didn't, but the instant gratification that his quirk brought him would quickly get old if he didn't make himself try things the normal way. It was also just good practice to not rely too heavily on his quirk, for that had been the downfall of many a hero and villain. After this, the class went to recess, where they went outside and played on the playground. Izuku spent this time with Katsumi, watching and commentating as she popped the sweat away as it appeared on her skin. Izuku had an idea for how she could create a larger explosion by storing up sweat. But like the last time he introduced a new idea for how his best friend could use her quirk, he had to check whether or not it was a good idea. Unsurprisingly to most, giving a 4-year-old access to larger explosions was not considered a good idea by Izuku's quirk. He shrugged it off, figuring that it would be okay if he told Auntie Mitsuki first. The affirmative response to this stray thought put the thought out of his mind. After lunch, the class lined up for art by the doorway while Izuku grabbed his unfinished drawing from his cubby. The walk to art was short, and soon they were let loose in the art room to create whatever they wanted with the supply of crafts materials. Izuku found a quiet corner and kept working on his drawing. When he finished and set it aside for one of the few wholly intact pieces of blank white paper, he noticed that the teacher was staring at him with an odd expression on her face. Thinking nothing of it, Izuku began to draw another of his dreamscapes while ignoring the chaos that was occurring in the rest of the room. When Mitsuru came to pick up the class, the art teacher pulled her aside. "Mikami-san, something is vastly different with Midoriya Izuku-kun today. Take a look at what he drew. It's the best drawing I've ever seen a 4-year-old produce by a long shot, and I'm not sure what to do or how to feel about it." Mitsuru winced. "My apologies, Mai-san. His situation is difficult, and I really should have let you know earlier. His mother let me know that something like this might happen, so you shouldn't be worried about it. Other than that, I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say because of the nature of his situation." Watanabe Mai accepted this uneasily, waving goodbye to the class as they left, some carrying finished products that they wanted to take home with them. Izuku has 2 rolled-up drawings in his left hand as he walked back to class, placing them in his cubby before teaching began again. When the school day ended, Izuku gave Katsumi a goodbye hug before leaving the room with his mom. Inko looked much more well-rested than she did in the morning, and while they walked home he told her about how school was that day and what he found out with his quirk that day. Happily, he remembered the 3 phone numbers that he had found earlier that day, so he added that tidbit of information as well. Upon arriving home, Inko brought Izuku to the kitchen where after dropping off his lunch bag, the two sat down to talk. Izuku wasn't sure where this talk was going, seeing as he had already done the heavy work for planning the art exhibition. "Izuku, do you remember the list that you marked true or false this morning?" Inko began, simultaneously desperate for more detail but wary of overwhelming Izuku. At his nod, she continued. "Did you understand what the questions were? How did you confirm whether or not they were true?" Izuku shook his head. "I didn't know what some of the words were, and I couldn't read some of the questions, so I asked if the questions were true or false based on how you intended them. Were any of them bad?" The final question was given with a wide look in his eyes and a tilt to his head. Inko shook her own head and reassured her son. "No, Izuku, everything is okay. The questions were about how you predicting the future works. Could you just confirm or deny some more questions I have? It doesn't matter if you don't recognize the words I'm using. I'm sure you'll find what they mean sooner or later." Izuku nodded, always ready to help his mom when she needed it. I currently have free will. True. You currently have free will. True. People who have not interacted with you currently have free will. False. Only 3 questions in, and Enko was already fearing the worst. The act of making predictions deprives people of free will. False. I have not had free will at some point in the past 3 days. True. You have not had free will at some point in the past 3 days. False. Being aware of future events gives people free will. True. At this point, Enko decided to take a much-needed break from her line of questioning. If what she remembered from her journey through philosophy last night was correct, then the answers she had just gotten agreed with determinism far more than free will. The bright side, however, was that people could have free will if they were aware of a prediction that Izuku made concerning them. It was demoralizing to think that a majority of the world had no free will, but from a certain point of view it made sense. Everyone was shaped by everything they experienced in their genetics, so it made sense that reality was highly deterministic. Every thought had a reason behind it, a cause. From the point of view of the future, all decisions that were going to be made that could influence the future had already been made and had brought about said future. If you knew how the future was going to turn out, however, you could make choices that would change the future. Suddenly, she became aware of another moral dilemma. Did Izuku have the responsibility to give other people free will? She shook her head, dispelling these thoughts. Her son was 4 years old, and he was both unable to get the rest of the world to listen to him and unaware of the ability he had. She let Izuku know that she was finished with asking questions, and he scampered off to the living room to get started with his next book. In the time between their discussion and dinner that night, Izuku finished how to ask the right questions, and had started to read Path of the Swordsman. The first and most useful book to him was very insightful. The main takeaway that he had gotten was that with enough knowledge of how things happen, he could make increasingly educated guesses about why things happened, the major weakness of his quirk. With enough time and knowledge, Izuku thought, I can do anything. True. The second book was seemingly just a fantasy novel, written before the advent of Quirks. It told the tale of an amnesiac who had lost everything, and with his father's sword managed to fight on his own against all sorts of opponents and win. From superpowered individuals to aliens to demigods, he faced them as an equal and persevered for the sake of finding out who he was and what had happened to his family. So far, Izuku had only made it a third of the way through the book, but the determination and drive that the main character had were the inspiration he was taking away from the story. There were a great deal of one-liners that made little sense to him, due to the change in language over the years, but the image of the main character stuck in his mind. Izuku went to bed happy that night, with images of a swordsman cutting through hordes of monsters filling his dreams. 2 days later, Izuku was in the living room again, reading Path of the Swordsman. He and Katsumi usually played together on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday as well as one of the weekends. Yesterday they had been at the Bakugu's house to play. Izuku had offered to finish the drawing that he saw hanging on the fridge, but for some reason that Izuku couldn't guess she refused the offer. The two spent their time running around the house, playing games of hide and seek with the twist that they could move so long as they weren't found. When Izuku was the seeker, he often used his quirk to guess where Katsumi was hiding in a less algorithmic way. He had read about the difference between algorithms, the method that he had previously been using, and heuristics, the method that he was currently using. The algorithm would eventually find Katsumi no matter how hard she tried to hide, but it could take much longer than using what he knew about his best friend. Her favorite hiding places, spaces that she could fit into, spaces that she had or hadn't previously used, and so on, to find her without exhaustively checking every spot in the house. At first, this method was much slower than the algorithm. He was unfamiliar with using it, and the fact that his target could move around made things much harder. Towards the end of their playtime that day, however, Izuku had grown much more competent, usually needing less than 5 guesses to find one of her hiding spots with the new method. This improvement did cause her to move between spots much more, causing a new style of gameplay to emerge. Izuku, on the other hand, tended to use his quirk to find spots where Katsumi wouldn't look until she had looked nearly everywhere else, causing a prolonged search for his easily frustrated best friend. This afternoon, however, Izuku had all of the free time he wanted to finish the fantasy novel that had plagued his dreams for the past 2 nights. The story progressed slowly, with the main character finding a group of people who had known him before he lost his memories, only for them to die before he reached them. He slowly got stronger as his opponents quickly scaled in power, causing him to work on his skill instead of his physical ability. By the end of the novel, the rest of the world was just recovering from the apocalypse caused by the descent of his strongest foe, his own father, who had caused his amnesia, and the death of his family in the beginning of the book. Izuku thought that the plot twist was entirely unexpected, but he would come to realize that the reveal had been foreshadowed extremely hard throughout the novel by characters who claimed to know him. As he shut the book and placed it to the side, he began drawing a landscape for his exhibition in the coming summer while thinking about the point of the book. It was no literary masterpiece, nor did it contain obviously useful advice for him that he could easily find out. The protagonist could be analogous to him, he thought, a normal person in a world of superpowered individuals that held minimal respect for those weaker than them. Passing this to his Quirk, he received an affirmative reply. This was interesting, but it didn't reveal anything truly new to Izuku. He thought back to his opinions on the book when he had just started on Tuesday, that the takeaway that was most useful to him was the determination that the main character possessed, and his perseverance. This, according to his Quirk, was not the case. In the time it took him to finish his current drawing and begin and complete a portrait of his mother, the young boy pondered the deeper meaning that his Quirk knew the book held for him. Everything he tried looped back to the link between himself and the protagonist, even though it was not the main takeaway. Finished with his art for the day and bored of sitting still, Izuku held the pencil he had been using in both hands and began to swing it around like the hilt of a sword, reenacting one of the fight scenes from the middle of the book where the main character fought against a horde or tiger-like enemies. As he swung the writing instrument around, keeping as accurate to the book's description of the protagonist's style of sword fighting as he could, he began to think about the sword fighting itself. Stabbing a hole in an imaginary tiger before swinging his pencil to block another's attack, he asked his Quirk whether the swordplay was an important takeaway. When he got a positive response, he asked the two questions that had killed so many other attempts at deciphering the higher meaning of the book. Sword fighting like the main character is the most important takeaway from the book. False. Sword fighting like the main character will directly lead me to the most important takeaway from the book. True. The positive response from the second question caused him to stop swinging his pencil around, focused in the most promising lead over the past 2 hours. This interruption caused one of his imaginary foes to score a solid hit on his chest, causing him to fall over dramatically on the couch. Mentally dismissing these imaginary opponents, he concentrated on the path he had found. I can learn to sword fight like the protagonist. True. This is the most important takeaway. False. After several more minutes of repeated guesses, Izuku finally found the most important takeaway. I can gain inspiration from books for things like sword fighting that will help me become a hero. True. This is the most important takeaway. True. Izuku collapsed on the couch, happy that he had finally found the most important message. There were likely others, but for now all he could think about were the possibilities before him. For the first time, Izuku began to think about the future seriously. With his Quirk, his strength scaled with the amount of time he had to prepare for future events that he could predict. Swordplay was just one of the many skills he could learn, and it was probably more important or useful than the others, considering that his Quirk had guided him to a book about a swordsman rather than an archer, a wizard, or any other set of abilities that a protagonist could have. This definitely warranted another search in the library, to find skills that would be useful to him when he became a hero. There was no doubt that Izuku would become a hero in his mind, even though the rest of the world would likely try to stop him. He could almost see the path in front of him, and he had his mom with him every step of the way. Inko was currently off at work, having left Izuku to his own devices. In any other scenario, leaving a child at home with nothing to do would be neglectful, but she knew that Izuku was fine with being alone for the few hours between the end of school and dinner time. Izuku walked to the kitchen and pulled a butter knife from the drawer of utensils. Holding it in one hand, Izuku began to experiment with the way he was holding it, using his Quirk to check whether his grip was optimal. In the time before his mom returned home, Izuku had figured out how to properly hold his sword and had replicated the very basics of the style described in Path of the Swordsman. Izuku didn't want to go further than this, as the protagonist had mused upon the differences between people reflecting in their styles throughout the book. His style was described as domineering, aggressively cutting through anything he swung his blade at. Izuku was neither domineering nor aggressive, he was a 4-year-old. He also couldn't just cut villains in half for no reason, as that would be greatly frowned upon by the rest of the world. If Izuku had to guess, his style would be built upon knowing everything that the opponent could do or was going to do. With his Quirk, he could predict entire battles before they ever occurred and know exactly what to do in order to survive and win. Even if he couldn't predict everything beforehand, if he got better at using his Quirk, he could predict where his enemy was going to strike mid-battle and counter it or spot weaknesses. He would be weaker but much more precise by necessity, debilitating but not lethal strikes to incapacitate his foes. Just to be sure, he confirmed this with his Quirk. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Thinking quickly, Izuku went through the list of more superhuman abilities exhibited throughout the novel. Though many were impossible, achieved as a result of a bloodline or other magical ability, there were a select few that were possible for Izuku to achieve according to his Quirk. He wouldn't be throwing blades of energy comprised from his will or sinking his opponents in a field of lava, but he could build a sword that vibrated at a high frequency to cut better, or train his reflexes and Quirk to automatically dodge attacks. As he was writing down the list of achievable goals, the sound of the front door unlocking caught his attention. He ran to the door, reaching it just before it opened and jumping towards his mom, who caught him deftly with her Quirk before hugging him. As the two walked into the house and Inko prepared to make dinner, Izuku told her about what had happened while she was gone in the rambling manner he had. She zoned out for most of his description of the book, nodding along and making the appropriate follow-up questions. When he got to the end of his story and was talking about the lesson he learned from the book, she focused on what he was saying. And so I asked it a million questions trying to find out what was important about it, and guess what? I can learn to sword fight like the main character. It's awesome. I got one of the blunt knives and practiced holding it until my quirk told me it was good, and then. Here Izuku was cut off by Inko. Izuku, she said in a deathly calm tone, did you just tell me that you took out a knife while I wasn't home and tried to practice using it like a sword, without checking that you wouldn't get hurt first or waiting until I got back? Izuku, having a modicum of self-preservation, knew that it was best to stop talking before he made things worse for himself. After an instructive lecture on how to and how not to wield knives, Izuku tentatively continued his story, telling her about the true meaning of the book, having previously gotten caught up in the sword fighting. So I found out that I could learn things from books, like how to fight with the sword and stuff. I checked with my power, and I can do some of the things that the characters in the book did. I can't do any of the really cool magic stuff, but I can make a sword that cuts through anything and it'll be really cool. I know I can't use it on villains, but if I need to rescue people it will be really useful. Inko, being an adult who had read her fair share of fiction when she was a child, immediately thought of the possibilities. Barring the extremely unrealistic abilities that many a book featured, there were a great many characters who had no extreme talent or supernatural ability, but still were far better than anyone in the real world by their feats. Her mind immediately went to characters who had built wonders of technology in the pre-Quirk comics, devices that would make anyone into a hero if they really existed. As she listened to Izuku talk about the ideas he had and wave his butter knife through the air like a sword, being able to use a sword would definitely help him become a hero, she thought, but he was still vulnerable to anyone with a greater range than him. As they ate dinner and Izuku showed her the artwork he had drawn for the exhibition in the coming weeks, Inko planned out another trip to the library for the two of them and thought about her son's future for perhaps the 1000th time this week. 2 days later, Izuku and Inko crossed the threshold of the library once more. As Inko put the books Izuku had already finished in the book return, Izuku began to use his search method once more, collecting 3 books before Inko caught up to him. This time, Inko had planned their venture much more than the last. The library allowed every customer to take out a maximum of 10 books for a 2-week period. They currently had 1 book out and Izuku wouldn't be eligible for a library card until he was 8 years old, so they would only be able to take 9 books home that evening. In the first half hour the two spent there, Izuku had collected the 9 most useful non-fiction books in the library, according to his quirk. He had also scoured the fiction section with his mom, with him looking for books that would be useful, but specifically excluded any books that Inko would pick up from his search. The two had collected far more than they could check out even if Izuku had a library card, but the 2 readers had planned for this. They had fortified themselves with a much larger breakfast than normal, and both were willing to be hungrier by dinner time for the sake of their time at the library. They were going to spend the entirety of the library's hours there, from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. The mother and son found a table in a corner of the library where Izuku's quirk assured them nobody would disturb them or even come near them for the next 3 hours. Inko removed 2 notepads from her bag, setting one in front of each of the 2 chairs at the table. She pulled a pencil from the bun she had put her hair into, while Izuku pulled his ever-present pen from his pocket. The two smiled at one another, Inko's smile full of care for her son and Izuku's with enthusiasm and determination. Izuku made his way through his selection of books slowly, asking what a certain word or phrase meant every once in a while. He slowly accumulated a list of abilities that he could perform, important lessons, and applications of said abilities. By the time he first got up to use the bathroom, he had finished 2 books and used just over half of a page. Inko, on the other hand, tore her way through her pile of books. She was a much faster reader than Izuku for the time being, and she had read quite a few of her books before. She quickly skipped through them to the chapters where abilities were exhibited in their fullest. One character's precognition, another's technical skill, and so on. Her notes were much denser by necessity, including things like the book titles, chapters, characters, and other relevant details. She tried to stick to feats performed by normal people, but erred on the side of including a more fantastical ability on the off chance it was possible. She had filled nearly 4 pages by the time Izuku took his first bathroom break. Their day continued on, with Izuku taking breaks at times to draw a picture or 2 before going back to reading. By closing, the two had gone through nearly 30 books, just under 25 of them from Inko and 5 from Izuku. They also had their 9 new most useful nonfiction books, with titles ranging from advanced quirk theory to basics of programming to bodily systems of quirked individuals in relation to quirkless individuals, a medical textbook, with some particularly odd topics like metallurgy of the Middle Ages. The two had filled close to 40 pages combined on their notepads, 6 of them guaranteed by Izuku's quirk while the rest were Inko's unverified notes. When they arrived home, Izuku stacked the books in order of usefulness, with the still unread quirk analysis for beginners at the top of the stack. While Inko prepared dinner, Izuku flipped through his mother's notes, marking them true and false as he had days before. After they finished dinner, Inko got to work typing up the confirmed abilities as Izuku read them off to her, sorted by their usefulness to him as perceived by his quirk. Excited by the possibilities that lay before them, neither of the two wanted to go to sleep then. They made another list, sorting the skills by the time it would take Izuku to master them to the extent that the characters had in the books. Another, this time sorted in the most efficient order to learn all of the abilities. They had moved the list to a spreadsheet by this point, and having numbered the skills, Inko could sort them as fast as Izuku could with the wonders of copying and pasting. Izuku, by this point, had begun to read the first quirk analysis book and note down anything he didn't know that his quirk confirmed as useful. This set of notes was much larger than the book on asking better questions or the children's encyclopedia. It made sense, though. This book was much more dense in information and Izuku had no medical background to draw from. He only made it halfway through the book before he began to feel sleepy, and the two Midoriyas made their ways to bed. The next morning, the two occupants of the house were woken up with a knock on the door. Inko made her way out of bed, still dressed in yesterday's clothes, and went to answer the door. As she approached, she spotted spiky blonde hair through the window that she could never mistake for anyone else's, Mitsuki's. As she opened the door with a yawn, Katsumi slipped between Inko and the doorframe and made her way to run towards Izuku's room. Kicking off her shoes as she went, she practically floated up the stairs with a sound like a steamroller flattening bubble wrap coming from her feet. Turning her head away as the young girl set foot on the second floor, she turned back to her old friend before asking the questions at the forefront of her mind. Not that I'm disappointed to see you, Mitsuki, but why are you here so early? And what did Katsumi-chan just do? Inko would have elaborated but was cut off by her own yawn. Mitsuki had previously pulled long nights with Inko in college, and immediately recognized the telltale signs of sleep deprivation. From how tired Inko looked, she had probably stayed up until sometime between midnight and 2, which was going to be fun for her to play with. What do you mean, Inko-chan? Mitsuki began, a smile on her face as she dragged out the honorific. It's 8, like normal. I wouldn't call that early, but I do understand how you get if you don't get your beauty rest. Her smile widened from a teasing grin to a full-on grin as she needled her friend about her coffee dependency, shutting the door behind her as the two walked into the house. Upstairs, Katsumi pushed open the ajar door to Izuku's bedroom and tackled him to the floor. The two struggled for a few seconds, with Katsumi's greater strength aiding her until Izuku used his free arm to tickle her, causing her to lose her grip as she laughed. She waited outside the room while Izuku got dressed before the two headed downstairs for breakfast. After the meal, the group of 4 went out on a walk through the nearby commercial district. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku spotted a toy store with stiff foam swords in the display case. After confirming that they would be better than the butter knife to practice swordplay, Izuku tugged lightly on his mom's arm and pointed to the display. 15 minutes later, the two families left the shop, Inko holding a bag with Izuku's green sword and Katsumi's red one as they walked to their favorite park. Removing the packaging, both mothers instructed their children to avoid hitting each other anywhere above their shoulders and to stay in sight before letting them loose. Over the 3 hours they spent at the park, Izuku rapidly improved. Katsumi initially had the advantage, being stronger than Izuku and much more aggressive in her random movements. Izuku was unfamiliar with the weight of the sword, and his two-handed grip required much more refinement than his one-handed grip on the butter knife had. Once he got his bearings, however, the tables began to turn. Izuku began to last longer and longer, no longer getting his sword knocked aside by one of Katsumi's errant swings. He began to redirect the red sword away from him, uneasily at first but skillfully as he gained more experience. He could hold his sword in ways that forced his impromptu sparring partner to swing predictably, and as he gained experience, he began to guess where the next swing would come from with higher and higher accuracy. His learning curve was not alone, however. Katsumi was also learning, swinging her sword with more force to try and disarm Izuku, moving around much more, and making use of her physical advantages. Her defense suffered, causing Izuku to get off a few hits, but she shrugged them off and kept going. There was a 10-minute stretch where Izuku's quickly increasing skill and experience balanced out Katsumi's strength and speed, where the two attacked and defended with neither landing a hit. From that point on, they fought as equals, with Izuku trying new techniques with the guidance of his quirk, his ability increasing faster than Katsumi's. The two remained in a stalemate imposed by Izuku, who suppressed his ability so as to not cause his friend to get upset. The stalemate was eventually broken as Katsumi threw her sword to the ground and leaped at Izuku. His strategy of preventing her from getting upset had clearly failed, something easily apparent in her rant as she pouted. Why are you holding back? Why aren't you giving it your all? Aren't we friends? Izuku relented, and less than 5 minutes later the two were resting again, with Katsumi having been hit nearly 100 times in the intervening duel. Izuku, noticing her discomfort, showed her how to properly hold the sword, using his quirk to work out the difference between their capabilities. There was an immediate spike in her ability, and the two quickly went back to their play fight. When the two eventually got hungry, they walked over to the observing mothers on the bench. At the beginning of their visit to the park, the two had been talking about various inane topics, but when Izuku's stalemate began, the conversation dropped off as they watched their children. Izuku was as elegant as a 4-year-old could be, moving in a very calm manner as he dodged Katsumi's swings and redirected those he couldn't, tapping her with the foam blade when he saw an opening. Katsumi, on the other hand, was much wilder. Her movement and swings were erratic, almost random at times as she moved around Izuku and made longer swings to build up force. She was by no means less skilled, however, there was a method to her madness that caused her to hit Izuku with a sweeping blow every once in a while, causing the two to stop as she dropped her sword and made sure that Izuku was okay. As the two mothers witnessed the argument between the two, they could make out the reason that Katsumi was frustrated. Neither of them could predict, however, the devastation that Izuku unleashed on his best friend after he agreed to stop holding back. What had been a fair fight turned into Izuku's refinement showing through, redirecting his opponent's blade turning into a hit on her shoulder as she overextended, spotting holes that neither mother had seen before he gently poked his friend with the blunt foam tip of his sword. They had been getting ready to intervene when the fight ended, before they noticed Izuku showing her how to hold the sword. The fight immediately rebalanced itself, though Izuku's skill continued to increase alongside his variety of moves. Izuku had tried showing her how to use his style, but it quickly became apparent that Katsumi possessed neither the patience nor the passivity to fight like Izuku did. The two stopped shortly afterwards, with Katsumi popping her sweat as the two children approached them. Before any words were spoken, Mitsuki and Inko took the swords back from their respective children, Mitsuki with much greater apprehension than her counterpart. As they walked out of the park and towards the Bakugu's house, the pair of children explained in as much detail as they could how to use a sword, each trying to teach their own mother how to fight in their childish way. While they were walking, Mitsuki took her daughter's advice and poked the red sword into Inko's side. They descended into a scuffle for a few seconds, before stopping as their children began cheering them on. Bakugu Masaru, Katsumi's father and Mitsuki's husband, was there to greet them at the house, the smile he presented to the public fixed on his face in a way that only the adults in the room could know. The man was one of a great minority of fathers that still existed in the world, and he was happily married with a child. He worked from home, his technical know-how and forgotten computer languages giving him a job security that many wished for in the current day and age. He worked from home as often as he could, only going into the office for meetings with other employees. Lunch that day was cheerful, with Izuku and Katsumi talking loudly about their days so far and the mothers corrected any exaggerations for Masaru. Today's story, however, they interrupted much less frequently, leading the man to wonder how much of their tales of sword fighting at the park were true. He quietly asked this to the only other witnesses, and didn't know what to make of the reply he received. The two of them were really going at it. "Honey," Mitsuki began, "you really need to see them sometime. The two of them are already going at it like pro heroes, if there were any that only used swords to fight." Her tone was at once hopeful and melancholic as she looked at the children in the other room. The two wanted to keep play fighting in the house, but this idea was quickly vetoed by every adult in the room for fear that one of them would break something while running around in a more confined space. As the two talked and played with the weathered toys that the family had collected, all three adults watched with similar expressions. Both mothers looked fondly at their children, happy and unburdened by the rest of the world in their innocence. Masaru, however, had a different feeling running through him. Hope. He knew firsthand how harsh the world could be to someone without a quirk, and had watched his female friends go through horrible experiences after they left school, unprepared for the harsh reality of the world. He had been lucky enough to meet Mitsuki while they were in college and ask her out, leading to a successful relationship. He had also found a job that kept him occupied, looking through and maintaining the work of men and women that were long dead or retired. Isolation and boredom were the largest killers for both men and quirkless women, far higher than the casualties from villain attacks in Japan. Seeing Izuku, who was like the son Masaru had never had, happily playing and getting into activities like art and swordplay gave him hope that Izuku would live a long and fruitful life like he had so far. Eventually, the Midoriyas had to return home. With the promise that they'd meet again tomorrow, Izuku gave his best friend a goodbye hug before going, looking back and waving at times. When he returned to his own house, he set himself up in the living room, ready to dive into quirk analysis once more. Inko went to her office, finishing up the paperwork for the most recent move that she had facilitated. An hour later, Izuku shut the introductory quirk analysis book aside, thinking about what he had learned. The book, like his quirk, was a lot of information without any explanation. It stated that only women could have quirks but didn't state why, what the different categories were but not how such abilities could exist, and gave descriptions of powers that Izuku could barely guess the mechanism behind. Still, it was certainly a good introductory text for someone who had minimal knowledge of how quirks worked in the first place. As he opened the much larger book, he hoped that he would find the answers he was looking for here. 3.5 hours later, Izuku was even more frustrated that there were still unanswered questions he had. There had been some explanation for how quirks worked. Apparently people had things called chromosomes and girls had one that boys didn't, causing them to develop quirks, but there was no mention of how or why they caused quirks or even worked differently in the first place. There were 3 categories: mutant, emitter, and transformative, but no reason that someone manifested one over another. Pulling the medical textbook from the middle of the stack, he quickly realized that it was the medical equivalent of a picture book. Images like the posters he had taped to the wall of his room in the hospital, but different, with labels pointing to certain sections with speculation on how they worked. Turning to the back, he realized that these were dissections of fallen heroes and villains, with the notes being the result of years of theory on how their quirks worked or their bodies differed from one another, with some quirks being so esoteric that there were no accepted theories on how they worked at all. The book was great for someone like Izuku, who could confirm or deny theories with a thought, but incredibly useless for the purpose he had. There is an explanation for all of my questions. True. Izuku sighed in relief before he realized the vagueness of his question. Other people have found an answer to all of the questions I have about quirks. False. Other people have found an answer to some of the questions I have about quirks. False. Izuku's relief was short-lived. Now he had questions with no answers and 3 useless books. He took a deep breath, calming himself before standing up and leaving the room. He had already written the questions down and asked his quirk about them, so there was no chance that he would forget his questions. As he walked to his mom's office, he thought about other topics: his swordplay, his art, his friends, the skills he could learn, and the bright future that awaited him. When he entered the office, he noticed his mom was engaging in her favorite method of completing paperwork, throwing pens away from her towards pieces of paper and pulling specific parts of them towards her while in contact with the papers to fill out written forms. When she noticed Izuku entering the room, she stilled all of the forms before moving them back to her desk in an orderly fashion. Checking the time, Inko realized that it was already past their usual dinner time and quickly stood up, pulling leftovers from the fridge and heating them up. While they waited and they ate, Izuku vocalized the problems he had with the quirk analysis books he had read. As his questions processed in Inko's mind, she realized that quite a few of them applied to her as well. She had very little idea of how her quirk actually worked, with a precise understanding of its limitations and results, but no idea how she actually controlled the objects that she pulled towards her. Was it magnetism? Some strange mental energy that she had never run out of? Some other force? For the first time in 4 years, Inko found herself at a loss to how her quirk worked. Thinking about all of the quirks she remembered, less than a quarter of them were understandable, and a majority of those were mutant quirks like Mitsuki's. She had a friend in her teenage years that let her see dead people that she had met before they died, and she had no idea how it even began to work. During her pondering, she had a flash of insight as to the point of the books on quirk analysis. Waiting for a break in Izuku's list of grievances, she composed her statement for Izuku to verify. "Izuku, could you check what I'm about to say?" she asked. Izuku nodded, breaking off from his previous train of thought to pay attention. "The main point of studying quirk analysis is to help you identify quirks more quickly using your quirk." Though the initial response was false, Izuku asked if in a different way to check, because it made sense. "A major takeaway of the quirk analysis books is to help me identify quirks faster." True. He asked a few more questions, trying to get some understanding of the main point before he remembered that his mom was waiting for an answer. Scratching the back of his head, he relayed the information. "It's not the main point, but it is a major point. I'm trying to figure out what the main point is, and unless it's to make me angry about how little other people know about quirks." Izuku trailed off. Asking whether that was the point with his usual set of questions revealed that while it wasn't the main point, as he expected, it directly led to the main point. After several more minutes of questioning while he ate in silence, he found the main point of the books. "The main point of the quirk analysis books is to cause me to find out how quirks work in general." True. Izuku relayed the finding to his mom, who leaned back and began to think more about that. It was true that learning more about how quirks worked in general would be beneficial to both himself and, given his disappointment earlier, the rest of society. Thinking about how quirks broke the apparent rules led her to the most obvious and present example: her son. Izuku's quirk could determine if something was objectively true or false, could affect whether people had free will, could tell the future, helped him learn things faster, and probably had applications that the two didn't even know about yet. Most importantly of all, it was Izuku's quirk, and it was the first quirk that had ever shown up in a man according to both official records and a confirmation from his quirk. "Izuku," she began, "have you considered how your own quirk works? It's by far the most rule-breaking of all of the quirks I've ever seen, so maybe that's an application of the main point." Izuku jumped on the suggestion, quickly confirming it before asking all sorts of questions about how his quirk worked. Oddly, anything he asked gave him a false, even the most basic questions that had already been confirmed. Apprehensively, he returned to the very basics. "You, the voice in my head, are my quirk." False. "You are a quirk." False. "You are similar enough to a quirk that I couldn't tell the difference." True. Grasping onto the last question, he thought about what had changed between the initial confirmation that it was a quirk from his first day in the hospital. As he went through the days, all of the questions regarding the voice in his head had accepted the word quirk in reference to it. The only time it wasn't working that way was right now, after he'd learned about the medical definition of a quirk. "You are not a quirk in the medical sense of the term." True. You interpret my questions based on my understanding of the words I use in the question. True. Izuku slid off of his chair in silence and walked over to the most securely magneted drawing on the fridge. Removing the frame, he took the drawing to his place at the table and flipped it over. On the back was the list of rules for his quirk, condensed by his mom from the first paper and disguised by him. Pulling a pen from his pocket, he wrote underneath the existing rules, in his best handwriting. My quirk uses my definitions of words when asking questions to answer them. Ignoring the response of false from his quirk, he wrote underneath it, the voice in my head is not a quirk. True. Inko, who was watching as she moved her dishes over to the sink, noticed the last line and froze. Izuku continued to write. There is no practical difference between the voice in my head and a quirk aside from the medical definition. True. Izuku set the pen down and leaned back in his chair. As both he and his mom stared at the latest expansion to the list of rules, one thought ran through both of their heads. What are you? Izuku stood before the building in excitement and apprehension, firmly gripping his mother's left hand with his right. Inko had a folder tucked under her right arm, full of art that Izuku had drawn since he had first entered the hospital. It seemed like no time had passed at all since the day he returned home from the hospital, and now he would be revealing his talent to the world. Over the past 3 weeks, many things had happened. 2 weeks ago, school had let out for the summer. With every other day entirely to himself and the rest of them spent with his best friend, the past 2 weeks had been wonderful for the young boy. Where he had his free time, he spent it consuming knowledge and practicing skills with the aid of his quirk. Though it had stated that it wasn't a quirk by the medical definition, neither of the two could figure out what the voice in his head was. Izuku redefined the words my quirk to refer to the voice in his head, and that patched over most of their problems with the mix-up. While school was still in session, Izuku had quickly burned through the easiest skills to learn, according to his power. Things like being able to measure distances without the use of his quirk were easily accomplished by guessing how large something was and checking with his quirk until he achieved a high enough accuracy that any further refining should be done by his quirk. He had eventually given up on looking up words in the dictionary while reading and had instead decided to read the dictionary like it was a book itself. After he had gotten used to the notation used, he read the one that they owned before going to the library, and working his way through the larger ones and a medical one that he had found. Having made this time investment in the early phases paid off, as Izuku had finished the 7 other non-fiction books before the week was up. Inko's life during that week had been much more chaotic. She had a massive influx of people who wanted her to help them move right as the school year ended, whether the entire contents of their houses or the luggage for vacations. She solved this issue as she previously had. She rented out a truck and a driver before mapping out the different places she would need to go. Halfway through this process, she realized that she didn't need to stress about whether people would have more or less luggage than they reported. She could ask Izuku what the best order was to take the jobs in. Using the statement the best order of jobs is to go to this house first, she was able to work through the list, transforming a week's worth of stress and planning into less than 15 minutes of her son staring at a piece of paper and marking numbers next to the different requests. The downside of the incredibly efficient planning process was, of course, that she still felt like she should be doing something. So, during that week, she took it upon herself to plan out the exhibition with Mitsuki's contact. She sat down with Mitsuki and an elderly woman named Oyama Kamio while Izuku and Katsumi were playing under the supervision of Masaru to iron out the details of the exhibit. Beforehand, Inko's knowledge of art exhibits was that the paintings and drawings had to be put on the walls and people had to be able to walk around and look at them. By the end of her first planning session, she had learned that there was so much more to it than that. The art was best placed in a way where it gave a sense of progression, whether it was through the artist's life, the seasons of the year, a change in the style or mood of the drawing, or any number of other factors. There were 4 large rooms in the community building that they were going to use, arranged in a rectangle. The entryway, which was separate from these rooms, led to a central area from which one could access any of the 4 rooms. Starting from the front left room, the plan was to go clockwise with their progression, starting with Izuku's earliest drawings in the hospital and his progression from the skill level of a 4-year-old to photorealism. The second room was going to be practically wallpapered with artwork and labels, while the third room held fewer drawings, those that he had drawn once he left the hospital and was back home. The fourth room, however, would be starkly different from the others, with his first color drawings on poster-sized paper sparsely placed throughout the room, with an area to be roped off for Izuku to draw in person, dispelling any doubts that visitors may have. With everything planned out, all they could do was wait. When Inko left to go to work, she dropped Izuku off at the library under the watchful eye of either Mitsuki or Masaru, who were happy to help. Neither of them could believe their eyes at first when Izuku dragged them to the shelves and handed them increasingly odder books, and then proceeded to read them and make notes while they watched. Izuku had made sure that it was a good idea to read the books he was reading and taking the notes he was taking when they could see, adding just another layer of conditions to his search for reading material. At first, Mitsuki had tried to suggest that Izuku read something closer to the level of a 4-year-old. After some consideration and a quick confirmation that it was a good idea, he opened the medical book he was holding at the time and read the words on the page, before explaining what they actually meant in layperson's terms. He placed the book in her arms as she stared at him, and gave her the most cheerful smile he could before turning around and walking towards the next book. Masaru, however, asked no such questions. He just smiled as Izuku handed him the books, willing to humor him, before realizing that Izuku was actually reading the books from the notes he was taking. The notes were odd to him, seeming to pick and choose parts from the books. When Izuku had finished one, Masaru picked it up and read through it himself, looking for the parts Izuku had taken notes on. The book in question was an elementary physics textbook, and Izuku had written down several formulas straight from the book as well as some conclusions about how they related to things like sword fighting, and medical terms that he only vaguely knew. Neither parent stayed there the entire day, leaving with Izuku at lunch to make sure he ate food and didn't spend all day cooped up in the library. His afternoons were spent running around, playing with Katsumi, and doing other activities that reminded the adults that he was actually 4 years old. Both adults had called Inko or spoken to her privately after the first day, letting her know what Izuku was reading. She smiled with pride throughout their stories of Izuku's antics, calling him my little genius and other affectionate names before reassuring them that she knew what Izuku was reading. It eventually turned into a game for them, trying to guess what Izuku would go looking for the night before. Each adult was also happy to teach Izuku their area of expertise. Mitsuki taught him literary analysis, showing him various common techniques and styles used in writing. Izuku absorbed the knowledge like a sponge, putting it to use later when he was at home, quickly moving through fiction to reach the more important scenes. When Masaru saw Izuku take a book about programming from the shelves and go through it, he made a note and brought a laptop computer with him the next day, opening it and showing Izuku how things actually worked, and allowing him to experiment. In the 2 hours they spent at the library that day, the older man realized just how quickly Izuku was learning. When Izuku was flipping through books on history or biology, he had no real way to judge Izuku's progress, but with his specialty he could see the leaps and bounds the young boy was making clearly. The first program he ran was a simple hello world, as was tradition. He then jumped to what the book was talking about, sorting algorithms, and started typing. Slowly at first, but with increasing speed as he learned how to type efficiently, Izuku worked his way from the most basic insertion sort to a merge sort over the course of a day. Masaru had offered his help, drawing pictures to help Izuku visualize what was going on, which drastically reduced the number of errors his code threw and the number of tries he used before reaching a working code. It became something of a game for them. Masaru would set up a problem for Izuku to solve or a goal to reach, and Izuku would find a solution in their time at the library, typing it up even as he read another book. But the days passed like water through their fingers, and all of a sudden it was the day before the exhibition and Inko was standing outside the building with folders of art and her son beside her. "Come on, Mom, let's go," Izuku called out, looking up at his mom. Pulling her towards the door, he knocked as hard as he could before stepping back. Despite the sign on the door telling people that the building was closed, the two of them were here to set up and they knew that Kamio was waiting for them inside. The elderly woman came to the door, and while giving the pair a smile unlocked it and let the two in. After a round of greetings, the three got to work. The first step in their process was to open a folder and show Kamio the contents, allowing her to make the choices about which drawings should go where. She had already seen some of the drawings as a proof of concept, but now she looked over each and every one with a critical eye, deciding exactly where they should go in the room. This process repeated itself for each room, with the time it took increasing exponentially for the second room compared to the others. Eventually, all of the drawings were stuck to the wall by Kamio's adhesive quirk. They then got to work matching the printed descriptions with the drawings using the numbers that they had written on the corners of both the artwork and the descriptions. Most were a flat description of the subject and Izuku's name, but some of the drawings had much more detail, telling the observer about the method that Izuku was using when drawing, or the new technique he was trying out in the drawing. At just over 4 hours since they began, all of the folders were empty and there was a barrier set up to keep people back from the art, and to give Izuku room to draw in the fourth room. The younger two left the building for lunch, with Izuku chattering about what he's been doing with his quirk while the adults had been hanging drawings. They had agreed to call it a quirk even if it technically wasn't one after hours wasted trying to find out what it actually was. Izuku had grown more proficient in using it from his time at the library, and he had finally made a list of all of his known limitations. He couldn't ask questions if he didn't know the right words to use, he could only ask questions as fast as he could think, and his interpretation of the words he used could affect the objective truth but had no effect on the intent behind the question. He had also found that asking questions that were too vague or had loopholes was a double-edged sword, useful at times but mostly aggravating. With his limitations known, he had been striving to fix them. The knowledge contained in the library was slowly becoming his own, allowing him to look at problems in new ways with much greater understanding. He had begun looking into more long-term goals as well, like what kinds of food he should eat or how much he should exercise. The rest of their day was uneventful, and Izuku woke up the next morning both eager and apprehensive of the day to come. On the one hand, he would be making his first mark on the world, something that he was rightfully wary of due to his power's insistence on remaining secret. On the other hand, all he had to do was sit in the fourth room and draw to his heart's content. After a brief confirmation that nothing would go wrong and that this really was a good idea, Izuku went downstairs and ate breakfast with his mom, who had similar reservations about the whole event now that it was upon them. Izuku and Enko arrived at the building an hour before the event started, taking their time to look at the advertisements and decorations set up on the outside. Upon entering, Izuku beelined to the area where he was going to be sitting today, pulling the first poster-sized sheet of paper and beginning to draw a picture of himself and Katsumi fighting with swords. Enko, on the other hand, took a seat next to Kamio in the central hub, making sure that she had a line of sight to Izuku in the fourth room. Just as she was running out of safe conversation topics with the elderly woman, it was time to open the exhibit to the public. There was no massive line out front, but only 15 minutes after opening the exhibit she was aware of why Izuku's Quirk had recommended this day to open the exhibit. Nearly 2 weeks into the summer, they had hit the plateau of the number of tourists that would be in the city, visiting UA or any of the other attractions that the city held. At this point, people were returning home just as fast as they were arriving in the city, and the community building that they were located in was both on the main path to and from the major train stations, and along several bus routes. Because of these factors, there was a steady influx of people who were baited in by the signs outside and got hooked by the art on display. Izuku sat in the fourth room, doing his best to ignore the crowd of people murmuring as they stared at him, watching his arm move as he fleshed out the drawing he had been working on. Unbeknownst to either of the Midoriyas, there was a hidden reason that today had been chosen as the opening day for the exhibition. Not only was there a steady stream of viewers, but today was the day that pro-heroine Present Mike was taking a day off in her civilian identity as Yamada Hikaru. She happened to be wandering through the city after stopping by UA, and when she passed by the sign for an art display, she couldn't help but step in and check what the fuss was about. As a child, museums and art displays had never been her favorite. She had tended to lose control of her quirk, causing a massive amount of noise and then being escorted out of the building. Now that she was an adult and a pro-heroine, however, she had gained much more control over her quirk and stepped right into the building. Following the signs put up to guide the visitors, she stepped into the room to her left. As she looked at the first pieces of artwork on the wall, she was first struck by just how bad they were. As she was wondering why this warranted an entire exhibit that took up the whole of the building, she read the placard below the first drawing. On his second day in the hospital, Midoriya Izuku drew this first drawing of his mother. This is the most accurate representation of his skill before the hospital and sets the stage for all of his future drawings. Hikaru was immediately aware that she was missing some critical information, and so she backtracked to the wall of text on the left side of the entryway. Midoriya Izuku, aged 4, was hospitalized less than 3 weeks ago in such a way that he was isolated from the outside world, including his friends and his own mother. While in the hospital, he asked for something to play with until he could get out and was given a pen and a ream of paper. In the first 2 rooms of his exhibit, all the artwork from his time in the hospital is displayed for your viewing pleasure. Please do not touch the artwork and stay behind the line on the floor. Hikaru turned over the introduction in her head and mixed it with her observations of the first drawing. It now made a lot more sense that the drawing looked as sloppy as it did. As she breezed through the rest of the drawings in the first room, there was a slow improvement until the last drawing. This one, like the first, was a drawing of his mother. However, the difference in quality between it and the last drawing was far greater than the cumulative improvements of all of the previous drawing. The subject looked like a real person, with some imperfections that separated it from the subject. She matched the drawing to the face she had seen behind the desk in the central room before leaving the first room. On her way to the second room, she looked at the younger of the 2 women behind the desk. If the last drawing was in color, she could easily see the real woman before her with a sense of familiarity. After the confusion that jumping in blindly had led to last time, Hikaru made sure to read the placard beside the entrance this time. The drawings in this room are the collection of the rest of Midoriya Izuku's drawings from the hospital, with a few notable exceptions. According to the artist, there are 8 drawings missing from this collection, all of which were given as gifts to the workers at the hospital he was in. Throughout this collection, the artist spent nearly the entire day drawing, experimenting with new techniques and eventually, new materials. As she looked away from the placard and properly observed the room for the first time, she was taken aback by the sheer number of drawings tiling the walls. As she made her way through the room, taking much more time than the last, she noticed that there were 2 kinds of drawing in the room, independent of technique, clarity, medium, or anything else. There were normal drawings, people, places, buildings, and so on, and then there were the oddly surreal ones, with shapes too angular or too smooth. Landscapes that made her wonder if there had been any hallucinogens in her breakfast until she looked at the normal drawing right below it. Even though there were only a few colors of pen and varying shades of pencil, the drawings had a strange sense of life to them. After nearly an hour spent in the second room, she moved to the third. At a glance, the drawings here were already different. There was far less empty space, the drawings had a very different theme, and there were far fewer of the surreal landscapes. The placard read, "This room contains a portion of the artwork produced by Midoriya Izuku after he left the hospital and returned home." With access to the internet and a library of knowledge about artistic technique, his style was further shaped by famous artists of the past and present. The descriptions of the artwork in this room were slightly more fleshed out than the last, with details like the location the art was representing and the artists he took inspiration from. She spent nearly an hour in this room as well, spending a great deal more time on each individual drawing. Before she entered the fourth and final room, she was stopped by a sign in front of the entryway. "Please remain quiet in this room. Do not disturb the artist without explicit permission from either the artist or his mother, who can be found at the front desk." Nodding and reinforcing her iron grip on her quirk, she made her way into the final room. Around the walls, poster-sized drawings in full color attracted the attention of a fraction of the viewers in the room. They were far above the quality of any of the previous drawings, but the main spectacle in the roped-off area in the center of the room drew the attention of the vast majority of the people in the room. Hikaru, unfortunately, was not the tallest person. She was below average height for a woman, and had no way to see what everyone was looking at. As she walked around the drawings, she marveled at their quality. She considered herself an aspiring artist, hoping to go into music at various points in her life before deciding to become a heroine. As she saw the detail in each of the drawings, she couldn't help but wonder what the difference between them was. He was a quirkless boy, a fifth of her age, and yet he could become better than most of the pre-Quirk artists. And a great deal of Quirk-assisted artist over the course of a few days while stuck in a hospital. She shook her head ruefully. There was no use complaining about things, only changing them. As she reached the halfway point around the room, she noticed that the poster there was more significant than the others. It was the only framed artwork in the entire exhibit, and it was yet another portrait of the boy's mother. This time, however, it was a full-body image of her with the child holding her hand, and both of their eyes invoked an emotional response when she looked at them. The drawing was labeled the Midoriya family, with a brief description that confirmed her suspicions that the younger boy was Midoriya Izuku, the artist. Looking to her right in anticipation of another drawing, she noticed that the wall was empty. She looked back at the drawing, looking at the eyes of both Midoriyas. The boy's eyes were nearest to her eye level, and looking down at them filled her with a strange sense of hope. It was an odd combination of feelings, both his image, hope, and her response as a hero of determination and inspiration. Looking up at the mother's eyes, the first emotion that she felt was fear, quickly followed by love. If she had to put words to the feeling, it would be like a mother bear was staring her down in defense of her cubs. She was in awe. How had he managed to imprison such emotion within a piece of paper? As far as she knew, that wasn't possible, as with even the best art-related quirks she knew of. Maybe someone else had used their quirk on the artwork after it was finished. She brushed off her confusion, thinking that it wasn't worth worrying about, before trying to make her way into the crowd surrounding the center of the room. As she worked her way to the front, she saw the boy from the final drawing sitting on the floor, putting the finishing touches on a drawing of himself fighting a girl his size with a sword. Behind the girl were explosions, beneath her feet, behind her hand, even small pops and sparks in the trail of her blade. The boy had no such effects. He stood there with nothing but his body and his blade, visibly straining in the image as their blades clashed in the middle, throwing off several sparks. After the drawing was finished, the boy set down his pencil and stood up. The room, which had been oddly silent until then, was filled with soft applause as the boy looked around him at the gathered crowd. Blushing, he turned in a full circle before running to the edge, ducking under the rope that made up the barrier, and making his way to the entrance to the room as the crowd parted before him. Less than a minute later, he returned to the room with the two women from the front desk. His mother, who he was pulling along by her hand, gracefully stepped over the barrier and picked up the drawing from its place on the floor using some form of telekinesis. Over the next 5 minutes, the pair of women fixed the drawing to the walls on the right of the framed drawing. The trio left the room again, with the mother and son returning quickly with a blank piece of poster-sized paper to replace the one now hanging on the wall. The artist sat down next to the piece of paper, wondering what he should draw next as he shot nervous glances around the crowd. His mother, noticing this, glared around the room, causing most of the crowd to disperse, either going to the walls to look at the art there or leaving the building. As her eyes met Hikaru's, the pro-heroine felt the same combination of fear and love that she had felt from the drawing of her. Nonetheless, she stayed to watch the boy begin his next drawing. After several minutes of thinking, he began, steady hands marking lines on the blank canvas. Over the next half hour, the fundamentals of the scene had been drawn, some sort of park or forest trail with a series of footprints leading into the background. At this point, however, the boy's mother re-entered the room, carrying 2 plates of food and some utensils. The drawing was pushed to the side as they ate lunch, with Hikaru leaving shortly after they began. As she walked out of the community building and re-entered the rest of the world, she felt oddly relieved. It wasn't obvious at first, but by the time she made it back to her house, there was a noticeable difference in how calm she felt when she thought about her 3 hours in the exhibition. A smile appeared on her face as she thought of something. I know exactly who I'm dragging there tomorrow. The next day, Yamada Hikaru had an overly cheerful smile on her face as she dragged her best friend from school towards the art exhibit. Aizawa Shiko, her antisocial friend who was also known as Eraserhead, sighed once more at the enthusiasm her friend was displaying and weakly pulled against the grip Hikaru had on her wrist. Hikaru turned around and spoke, the smile not leaving her voice. Come on, Shiko. You need to get out more. You can't just spend all day curled up in a sleeping bag or fighting villains. Live your life for once. Shiko grumbled. And you aren't letting me choose how I want to live my life because you wouldn't know what to do. Come on, I found this yesterday, and if it can't break through that shell of yours I'll have to resort to extreme measures. The pair had arrived at the art exhibition, which was much busier this time than yesterday. Fortunately, there were no lines stretching out of the building so the two could enter immediately. Shiko was not remotely as interested in the art as her friend was, and despite her wishes she had to work her way through every picture on the walls. Shiko, unlike her friend, possessed an advantage when looking at the artwork. By the time they entered the third room, the difference was even more visible to her enhanced eyes than it would ever be to the average person. Where before she could see the gaps and imperfections, there were abruptly far fewer. The gaps were filled in, imperfections straightened out, the smallest details now visible to the vision of the critical woman. When they entered the fourth room, she was almost captivated by the drawings lining the walls. By the time she moved on to her third drawing in that room, Hikaru was growing impatient. After nearly an hour, the two had worked their way through the first 15 drawings, stopping at the family portrait. Shiko felt the stares of both subjects, briefly activating her quirk to make sure that it wasn't a quirk-induced effect. After a healthy amount of time observing the only framed piece of art in the building, they moved on to the latest additions to the gallery. First was the drawing of Izuku and a girl clashing swords, followed by a path in the woods, and the final addition from the previous day was an image of the sky dotted with clouds. As soon as Shiko looked away from the final drawing, Hikaru took the opportunity to drag her friend to the front of the much larger crowd. As she watched the boy draw, her curiosity grew until she activated her quirk to get a better look at what he was doing. As her gaze roamed over the paper, it was clear that he had actually drawn all of the previous drawings. There was just no way to fake that level of detail while drawing something. As her line of quirk-aided sight crossed the boy, however, he tensed up in an odd way. He looked up, looking around the crowd until he met Shiko's eyes. Looking back down at the paper, he finished the part he was currently drawing before setting his pencil down and walking out of the room. He returned less than a minute later with his mom in tow, briefly pointing out Shiko to her before moving back to his spot on the floor. Inko looked at the woman her son had pointed out to her and the woman who was holding onto her wrist. After hesitating briefly, she activated her quirk and dragged the both of them through the air towards herself, leaving the room with the two of them in tow. Shiko was caught off guard, and before she could use her quirk to cancel the effects of the one holding her in the air, she was no longer facing the woman responsible. Hikaru, also caught unaware, briefly considered using her quirk before realizing that she couldn't open her mouth. The angry mother carried the two pro-heroines into the office behind the front desk with a curt nod to the oldest woman before shutting and locking the door. As she turned the pair around so that she could stare at them properly, she prepared her rant. Izuku's POV, 3 minutes ago. Izuku was happily drawing his latest scene, All Might fighting a giant robot, when he noticed that something was off. It always felt like he was being watched, but this felt more intense somehow. I'm being watched. True. I'm currently in danger. False. Izuku sighed internally, before going through a series of other questions. In a matter of moments, he arrived at a conclusion. Someone is using their quirk on me. True. The quirk being used on me is making me feel like I'm being watched. True. The boy looked up, his eyes sweeping around the crowd, repeatedly asking this person is using their quirk on me until he received a positive response. Memorizing her appearance, he looked back down and finished shading in a detached panel of the robot. Then, he set his pencil down before dashing through the crowd. They weren't fast enough to part for him this time, so he made a quirk-aided run between and around the legs of various people until he was free. Running to where his mom was sitting at the front desk, he quickly climbed up the chair until he could whisper into his mother's ear. Someone in there tried to use their quirk on me, Izuku whispered. I know it's based on line of sight, but I didn't want to waste time finding out what it was. Can you? Izuku was cut off as Inko's eyes sharpened, head jerking towards the exhibit. Speaking just as softly, she whispered back to her son. Can you point them out for me, Izuku? At his nod, Inko stood up and walked to the room, walking next to her son. This time, the crowd parted before them. Izuku pointed at a woman on the far side of the room, and Inko nodded before activating her quirk. In a flurry of motion, she had lifted the two women out of the crowd and had turned them around so that neither of them could use their quirk. Holding them as still as she possibly could, she left the room to have a chat with them. Izuku calmly sat down, going back to his art. With Inko, as she turned the two women around, one of which had the audacity to use her quirk on her son, Inko spoke in a grave tone. I'm going to let you go now. If either of you uses your quirk before you leave this room, there will be hell to pay. I clear. Removing her iron grip over the movements of their heads, both of them nodded quickly. As they took their seats before her, she took a moment to compose her own speech. Let me tell the two of you a story. Less than a month ago, my son came to me and told me that he'd been hearing voices in his head. I had to take him to the hospital and stay away from him for the longest 3 days of my life. So, when he comes to me and says that something feels wrong and singles out the person causing it, I feel like taking matters into my own hands. So, which of the two of you is suicidal enough to use your quirk on my son? Though her tone was calm, the deathly chill they felt as a result of it was anything but calming. The two women before her shook before Shiko owned up to her mistake. It was me. I regret that I caused this. I was using my quirk to look at his artwork better before I focused on him and... Office supplies began to float in the air behind Inko, freshly sharpened pencils pointing at the woman who had responded. You have 30 seconds to convince me to not send one of these through your bicep. I assure you, I am perfectly capable of it and it will feel very painful. Shiko began to explain as quickly as she could. My quirk is called erasure. It lets me turn off the quirks of people that I look at. It also helps me look at things more closely, which is what I was using it for back in the room. Here Hikaru chimed in. Yeah, that's right. I've known her for a pretty long time, and she isn't lying. My quirk isn't at all related, and it's definitely not silent. At the joint confession, Inko was partially satisfied with their answers, allowing most of the pencils to drop back into the pencil cup with one falling into her hand. The adrenaline rush began to wear off as well. I hope that you understand my disappointment in the two of you, and I want the two of you to know that you are banned from returning to my son's exhibit. It would be for the best if the two of you were never to meet me again. Her sentence was punctuated by the sound of the door unlocking behind the two of them. Now, I would appreciate it if the two of you would get out of this building before something bad happens. The pair scrambled out of the building. As they returned to Hikaru's apartment, the two thought about their encounter with the angry woman. The two of them were pro-heroines, trained to defend society from villains, and a single woman had taken the two of them down in less than 2 seconds. It was a harder blow to their egos than anything else, and they would definitely be training harder in the coming months to prepare for scenarios like that, where their quirks were facing a hard counter. The rest of the exhibition was much less eventful than the second day. Though other heroines visited in their civilian identities, none of them used their quirks, while in the gallery as obviously as Shiko, also known as Eraserhead, had. Several of the wealthier visitors contacted Inko about purchasing some of the artwork in the fourth room, causing her to panic for a few minutes before remembering that Izuku's quirk could easily predict the final selling price, among other factors. Some of the artwork would obviously not be sold. Izuku was obviously keeping the drawing of himself and Katsumi for his room, while Inko had kept the framed family portrait for herself. The rest, however, was fair game, 29 drawings of a high quality for sale to people who had far too much time and money. As the weeks passed, the money began to flow into the account Inko had set up specifically for this purpose. When all was said and done, Izuku had quite a sum of money to use for whatever he wished. As of right now, that meant more materials and supplied for his art. But in the future, he would be able to buy books, technology, materials, and pay for tutors or specialist teachers. While Izuku got to work with an array of paints under the supervision of one of the adults in his life, Inko received several requests for commissions, mostly in the style of the drawing that Izuku had made of himself and his mom, but also a few commissions for scenery from games, movies, or other places in the world. She hadn't let Izuku know about any of this yet, mostly because she wanted art to be something that he enjoyed doing, and not a job he had to do. He was only 4, after all. He shouldn't be concerned about making money until he was a teenager at the very least. Aside from one memorable incident where Katsumi unintentionally exploded a can of paint across the room Izuku was painting in, thankfully only getting the plastic sheeting that had been set up as a precaution dirty, the next month passed calmly. Izuku and Katsumi enjoyed the time they had off from school. The adults went to work while making sure that one of the three of them was always supervising the children, and the rest of the world continued as what passed for normal in the current times. There was only one notable villain attack in Musutafu over the month, and it was quickly suppressed by Eraserhead, who Izuku recognized with confirmation from his quirk. Watching the video, he quickly figured out that her quirk dealt with nullifying other quirks, which raised yet another question about how his own quirk functioned. Eraserhead's quirk nullifies the quirks of the people she looks at. False. Izuku thought for a moment. Eraserhead's quirk nullifies emitter quirks while she is looking at people who have them. True. You were unaffected by her quirk when she was looking at me. True. This answer simultaneously made sense and raised more questions. On the one hand, it made sense that a quirk that affected other quirks wouldn't affect the quirk of someone without a quirk in the medical sense. On the other hand, it raised questions about how her quirk functioned in the first place. Was it dependent on her knowing they had a quirk? Did the subject have to know that they had a quirk for it to function? Did it affect the target's biology or was it more conceptual in nature? Running these questions through his quirk yielded no answers, and Izuku didn't know the right words to use to ask the questions he needed to. This setback only caused him to strengthen his resolve once more, writing the question down at the end of a very long list of questions he hadn't been able to answer. With less than 2 weeks left before the school year began, Izuku got to work on his latest project, his own website. The guest room in their house was filled with completed paintings, and it was likely that they would eventually need to use the room. So, using what he had learned from his lessons from Masaru and his selection of books, Izuku had decided to set up a website to advertise and possibly even sell his art without a need for massive exhibitions. So far, it was very basic, a homepage with pictures Izuku had taken of the art he was willing to sell. Izuku had typed out a list of prices that were approved by his quirk as both reasonable and profitable, but had no idea how to make a payment processor work. In all honesty, he'd prefer that people just came to his house to pick them up. But this was a bad idea for obvious reasons according to his quirk. On the other hand, he had no idea how to send someone a painting without risking it getting damaged. All of his previous drawings had been sold through the woman who owned the building they had used, so that was one way, but Izuku had no idea how to contact her or convince her to sell the paintings. Both Midoriyas, neither of whom was used to keeping secrets from each other, broke on the same day a week later. The two sat down to lunch at the kitchen table, and Inko started talking first. "So, Izuku, do you remember how we sold the drawings you made during the exhibition to some people?" She began, testing the waters. Because his mouth was full of food, he nodded, and his mom continued speaking. "We got some of their contact information, and some of them have contacted Oyama-san, wondering if you could draw or paint for them. You don't have to, of course, and they'd pay you if you did, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to, okay?" Izuku ran the idea through his head, and after getting confirmation that it wasn't an entirely bad idea, he nodded. "My quirk doesn't think it's a bad idea on the whole. But I should still check each person to see if it's a good idea. I just don't know if I have the time, with school coming up, Katsumi, and all of the things that I need to do with my quirk. I was thinking about doing something similar with the paintings that we have in the guest room, but I don't know how to sell them even if I know the price." Inko thought on that for a minute. Izuku certainly was spending a lot of time these days painting. But when he no longer had the entire day to do as he wished, it would be an entirely different story. He was also spending his afternoons working through the list of skills that the two had compiled nearly a month ago. Izuku had spent hundreds of hours over the summer learning skills at random. His first two were dancing and sewing, which were relatively quick to master as best he could at a combined 35 hours of time. Both were relatively simple to the extent that Izuku could perform them, and neither were particularly relevant to hero work, but they had benefits that Izuku could feel even while not performing said activities. Dancing caused him to be more graceful as he moved, causing him to get tired more slowly and making him more aware of people around him as he moved. When he first fought Katsumi with a sword after he started seriously learning, he noticed the difference immediately. There was a certain rhythm to how they fought, to how the stronger girl moved around before trying to hit him that he couldn't ignore. He couldn't take advantage of the knowledge as much as he may have liked because of the difference in their physical ability, but he could see how he would change what he did if he was faster. Sewing also turned out to be more supplementary than practical, teaching him hand-eye coordination, finger dexterity, and generally improving his ability to work precisely with his hands. He noticed a minor effect on the steadiness of his hands while painting and the speed he could write at, but for now those were the known benefits of sewing. He had tried out a few other skills, including cooking, strategy, and programming, but none of those seemed to reach a level where they had any effect on his life, nor was he anywhere close to mastering any of them. It was odd. He had previously sorted the skills based on how easy they would be to learn, what order it was best to learn them in, and so many other metrics, but he just didn't feel like following them. Just because something was theoretically optimal didn't mean he had to do it that way. After all, people weren't robots. Working with the algorithms Izuku had grown to love and hate. Anyone could follow the path Izuku had laid out before him. He had checked. Some could definitely follow it faster or slower. Were they in his shoes? The difference between the perfect path to take and the path he chose to walk was what made him different from everyone else, and what differentiated everyone from each other. He had considered trying to teach other people to do what he did, but he had quickly found out that most people wouldn't be able to make the same progress that he did. A hidden aspect of his quirk, he had found out, was that it built muscle memory at an incredible rate. As soon as his quirk identified something that he did as correct, he found that he could easily repeat that action, and the more he repeated it, the easier it became. He had already known this to some degree, what with the art and sword fighting quickly becoming easier to perform without confirming with his quirk at every step of the process. Now that he had the words for it, however, it had joined the list of quirk rules hidden on the fridge. Back to the conversation, Inko replied, "I can give Oyama-san a call and see what she thinks about acting as a neutral third party for us, and I'll give you a list of the people who sent us commissions. Free time during the school year." Inko trailed off. Izuku would likely want to spend as much time as he could either learning something new or playing with Katsumi. The only time he'd be able to work on commissions was on the weekends, which the two of them usually spent together in the library or at home when they weren't with the Bakugas. We'll find a way. Remember, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, okay? Izuku nodded. Later that night, he scrolled through the list, marking down which offers were good ideas and which were not. The range of clients was very wide as well, from people that gave company names as their contact information to random people to hero names. He didn't recognize any of the names on the list, but he quickly sorted the people who were good clients, marking those who were deemed bad so that their requests could be politely declined. The next morning, Inko got in contact with Oyama Kamio once again and began to work out the logistics of how they could sell the paintings or do commissions for people while going through her as a third party. After the success of the art exhibition and the sum she had earned from helping the two sell their previous artwork, she happily settled for an 8% commission on the final sale of all artwork for using one of the rooms in the building to meet with clients and paint for them as well as handling the transactions between them. In the last week of summer, Izuku split his time between playing with Katsumi and programming. He had been inspired by the uses of technology in one of the books he had read more recently, and upon figuring out that he could replicate a smart assistant by the time school started and, with enough time, a virtual intelligence, he immediately began his quest to create one. The method he was using to create it was an odd mixture of his algorithmic method and his current knowledge. He had spent quite a while beforehand planning the general structure of the program with the aid of his quirk, but focusing too much on the details was for people who couldn't predict the future. For the hours he spent typing away at his desk, there was only one thought running through his mind. A single question, formulated to prevent any mishaps and lead him to his goal as quickly as possible. The key on the keyboard that I am currently looking at is the correct one to press to write the program for an optimal smart assistant that can help me with anything I will need it to. Over the time he spent working on the program, Izuku learned a few interesting things. Firstly, that there were 105 keys on the keyboard he was typing on. Secondly, that there are quite a few keys that were never used when typing. Thirdly, that he could gain a sense of what key was going to be pressed next after 8 hours into the process. Despite the monotony, it was good practice for Izuku using his quirk. He noticed a marked improvement in his ability to detect the momentary truth that occurred when he found the correct character before pressing it, and beginning the next cycle. On the Saturday before school began, he had finished his smart assistant program. It was the early afternoon when he stepped away from the computer he had bought with his art money, and went looking for his mom. Inko was in her office, and when Izuku barged in and started rambling about something she couldn't make out, she resorted to one of her tried and true methods of calming him down, picking him up with her quirk and giving him a patient stare until he returned to normal talking speeds. "Come on, Mom, you have to see this. It's so cool. It's like those things from the pre-Quirk era that are in all those books. You have to see it." His mom sighed. "What actually is it, Izuku? You've been typing at your computer all this week. What could you have?" Her voice cut off. Connecting the dots of computer, books, and pre-Quirk era, she jumped to the worst possible conclusion before dismissing it. Surely Izuku would have checked before he made an AI, and surely that would take longer than a week, right? When she stepped into Izuku's room and first heard the computer talk back as Izuku talked to it, she felt a sense of dread. She had read the classics, and intelligent computers were never a good sign for humanity. "Izuku," she began, "please tell me that you did not make an artificial intelligence while I wasn't paying attention. You did read to the end of those books, right?" "Oh, no, it's not intelligent. I can't do that yet. Maybe in a year or so, but that would take a lot of time." Izuku missed Inko's sigh of relief and the subsequent tensing of most of her muscle groups. "This is just a smart assistant. It can't think on its own and it isn't really alive, and it isn't even connected to the internet. I just made it to keep track of things so that I could multitask more efficiently. As soon as I test it, I'll put in things like the list of skills, the books I've read, and all the rules we came up with. I made sure that my computer isn't connected to the internet so it's harder to hack, but eventually I need to build a different server for it." Izuku swallowed and continued his speech. "Isn't it cool? I haven't really tested what it can do yet, but it can recognize my voice and talk back, even if it doesn't hear me right sometimes. I also haven't really named it yet. I was hoping that you could help me come up with a name." Inko sat down on Izuku's bed as he spun around on the chair in front of his desk. Practical and methodical as he could be, Izuku was still as impulsive as ever. "Izuku, do you know the 3 laws of robotics?" Inko began, trying to impress on her son the foolishness of creating an artificial intelligence. When he shook his head, she sighed once more. "Before you write another line of code, I want you to look those up. Do you understand?" At her son's nod, she began to think about naming the smart assistant. There was mention of their use at the very end of the pre-Quirk era, but the world had fallen to pieces so quickly that they had never caught on. Their names, as well as the names of various AIs from books and movies, were immediately out of consideration. As she sat there thinking, Izuku began to play around with the voice settings until he found one that he liked. The voice he settled on was similar to Masaru's, with a similar timbre and pitch, but it had a much more articulated style of speech that would have sounded odd coming from the mouth of any human. Jokingly, Inko suggested M2 for a name, as an abbreviation for Masaru 2. Izuku, after thinking about it for a few minutes, decided that he liked the name. Besides, who better to name it after than the man who taught him how to code? With that, it was decided. Smart Assistant, your name is now Masaru 2. Please also respond to M2. The computer spoke back. Primary designation Masaru 2 accepted from creator Izuku. Secondary designation M2 accepted from creator Izuku. Standing by, Izuku turned to face his mom. Come on, Mom, introduce yourself. Inko stood up from the bed and walked over to the computer. Before she opened her mouth, Izuku began to speak. M2, create new user. Access level admin, stand by for introduction. New admin profile created. Standing by. Inko bent down to make sure that the computer's microphone would pick up her voice well. Hello, M2. My name is Midoriya Inko, and I am Izuku's mother. The computer was silent for a second, the display showing a progress bar that rapidly filled up. Welcome, Admin Inko. Primary designation, Midoriya Inko. Secondary designation, Creator Izuku's mother. Potential tertiary designations, Mom, Inko, Admin Inko. Please read the text on screen as clearly as possible to create a voice profile. As Inko went through the steps, she began to wonder how sophisticated the smart assistant actually was. She was no historical expert, but the pre-Quirk smart assistants were riddled with errors and had no such ability to create distinct user profiles based on their voices. Her son, who had nowhere near the funding or the manpower of the massive corporations, had managed to build this in a week, most of which was taken up by playing around, eating, sleeping, reading, or painting. Looking towards the left of the display, she saw the window of his coding environment in the background. He was on the main file right now, which totaled less than 1,000 lines of code, but there were a great number of other files underneath it with names like voice recognition main and semantic analyzer that were much larger by file size. Shaking her head, she decided not to question it too much. It was probably the result of his quirk in one way or another, or maybe he had gotten some code from the internet. There was no way he had written hundreds of thousands of lines of code over the past 2 days, right? After she finished setting up her profile and her son's smart assistant, she turned to look at the little creator. Izuku, how about you leave the smart assistant alone for the night and let Masaru look at it tomorrow? Is that a good idea? Izuku, who wanted nothing more than to play with his latest toy more, conceded that it was a good idea according to his quirk and minimized the program before shutting the computer. At that action, the amount of time he had spent single-mindedly tying away got to him, and he rushed to the living room to find an interesting book to read. For the rest of the afternoon, Izuku indulged in mindless fantasy, not even trying to find out what the point of the book was. The next morning, Izuku and his mom walked over to the Bakugu's house, with Izuku wearing the backpack he had recently gotten for his first day of school. Inside the backpack were the school supplies he had packed for tomorrow and the laptop with M2 running on it. After a filling breakfast, Izuku brought his backpack over to the table instead of running off to play with Katsumi. When he pulled out the laptop from his bag, a glint of mischief appeared in Inko's eyes. Uncle Masaru, I have something to show you. Guess what it is? Izuku called out as he opened the computer, making sure that the volume was off and that the older man couldn't see the screen. I don't know, Izuku. What do you have to show me? He replied, curious. Izuku clicked on the icon on the taskbar before turning up the volume. Say hello to M2. Hello, M2. The man tried out, unsure of what would happen. Hello, unknown user. The computer spoke, causing Masaru to fall over backwards in his chair. Before he hit the ground, Inko caught him with her quirk and set both him and his chair back up. Izuku smiled cheerfully. M2, create new user. Access level user, stand by for introduction. New user profile created. Standing by. As the older man stared at the computer in shock, Izuku eventually felt the need to prompt him. Come on, Uncle Masaru, tell M2 your name. The man shook his head, promising himself to ask the questions racing through his mind later. Hello M2. My name is Bakugu Masaru. Welcome, user Masaru. Primary designation, Bakugu Masaru. Secondary designation, Uncle Masaru. Potential tertiary designations, Masaru, Uncle, Original, Reference. Please read the text on screen as clearly as possible to create a voice profile. After he finished reading the text on screen, he turned towards Izuku. How did you do this? How did you make M2? Is he truly intelligent? Why does he sound like me? Inko began to answer his questions as Izuku walked Katsumi through setting up a profile of her own. Izuku's been working on it all week, though I didn't know he was until he finished it yesterday. Don't worry, I made sure to ask him about the whole AI issue and M2 isn't really intelligent. It's more like one of the pre-Quirk smart assistants according to him, but I wanted you to take a look at it while the two of them played this morning. Inko's smile shifted almost unnoticeably as she continued. As for why it sounds like you, that was Izuku's doing. After all, with it being named after you, how could it sound different? By this point, Katsumi had finished getting set up and the two had ran off, leaving Inko with the highest authority over M2. M2, please create a new user profile. User recognized, Inko. Access level, admin. Please state the access level of the new user profile. Looking over at her friend, she smiled and said, "User level, M2. Standing by for introduction." Mitsuki put a hand over her heart dramatically as she leaned backwards. "How could you do this to me, Inko? Not even making me as powerful as you. I feel betrayed, that my own friend would." Inko cut her off, massaging her temples. "Just introduce yourself to M2 and get over with it. Besides, I'm not even sure I can create admin accounts. I don't even know if there are levels outside of user, admin, and creator." M2 helpfully chimed in. "There are a total of 4 access levels at present: user, privileged, admin, and creator. Only admins and the creator can create new accounts, and they can only create accounts with a lower access level than their own." All 3 adults stared at the laptop on the table before them. The smart assistant had noticed the subject they were talking about and had given helpful information relatively unprompted. None of them were entirely sure what to expect from M2, but the claim that it wasn't intelligent was really beginning to raise questions about what Izuku considered intelligent. After Mitsuki finished setting up her profile, Masaru pulled the computer towards himself and minimized the window representing M2. Because it was still running, the code was in a read-only state, but that was enough for Masaru. As he looked through the names of the different files, trying to decide where to begin, he asked M2 a question. "M2, can you hear me?" User recognized, Masaru. "I can hear you." "M2, why did Inko say that you were named after me?" As he clicked on the voice recognition main file, M2 responded. "As of 15 hours, 41 minutes and 2 seconds 27 yesterday, my primary designation has been Masaru 2, with the abbreviation M2 as my secondary designation. These designations were implemented by creator Izuku approximately 7 minutes into runtime. Hypothesis: user Masaru is older than Masaru 2, hence the naming scheme. I have no further information." Inko took over for the computer as the man tried to make sense of the code before him. He recognized the language but had never worked with many of the functions Izuku was calling. "I suggested that Izuku should name it after you because you taught him how to code, and this is the first piece of code he's ever asked about naming." Masaru switched to another part of the code, one that dictated how the logic worked. He went and took a notepad and pen from a drawer before trying to draw out how the code was making decisions. Seeing him struggling, Mitsuki voiced a question for the machine. "M2, can you show us how you work?" User recognized, Mitsuki. "Access level too low, request denied." Inko decided to try the same request. "M2, please show us how you work." User recognized, Inko. "Access level, admin. Loading graphic representation." A separate window popped up on the screen, a web of lines and text centered around the words audio input. This representation was much easier for Masaru to process, and clicking on an individual node showed all of the others connected to it. It was a confusing 3D mess, but if one knew how to read it, it made a lot of sense. While the 2 women talked, Masaru decided to try asking questions about the code and how it worked, but he always received the response that his access level was too low. After repeated failures, Inko tried to upgrade his access level. Despite succeeding in this, he still was only able to ask rudimentary questions. One interesting experiment was when he asked M2 to highlight its process in response to a question he asked. With the model slowed down, he could see the different lights spreading through the web. It was certainly an educational experience for the man, and he was able to come to a few conclusions regarding the operation of M2. "All right, Inko. I've done the best I could, but I'm definitely not the best person to ask about this. I do website and server maintenance, and this is an entirely different beast. As far as I can tell, it is entirely reactionary. It only performs actions after receiving audio input, whether or not said input is actually directed at it. I can tell that it is running efficiently, given that the fans on this laptop aren't even running. But I can't help you much more on that subject." He took a breath before continuing. "I'd agree that M2 isn't able to think for itself, making it not intelligent, but a great many people don't think for themselves, so it's more of a definitional intelligence. It definitely deserves the title Smart Assistant, but again, I'm not the expert here." He leaned back in his chair. "At times, it's hard to remember that he's just 4. He made this in a week." Inko nodded, proud of her son. She wondered if she should mention Izuku's comment about being able to make a truly intelligent program with a year to work, but decided against it for multiple reasons. First of all, she didn't have Izuku to discreetly confirm whether or not it was a good idea, as it was probably a result of his quirk in some way or another. Secondly, she wasn't sure if Masaru would have a heart attack if she told him that. She had a limited knowledge of the development of new technology, but after the rise of Quirks it became much harder to develop new technology. When corporate sabotage progressed to hiring mercenary groups to assault the headquarters of your opposition with the aid of Quirks, efforts to create new technology were dropped in favor of maintaining that which already existed. There were a few places that managed to keep developing technology in Japan, UA and Ireland notably standing out, but on the whole technological development had stagnated over the past 200 years. To replicate something that existed before Quirks was no big deal. Many wealthy individuals made a hobby of collecting and maintaining pre-Quirk technology, and there were surely a few smart assistants like M2 that still existed in collections. The problem was, nobody had ever achieved anything remotely close to an AI. For even the most gifted woman with an extreme intelligence quirk to create one would be a revolutionary event, let alone a 5-year-old, officially quirkless, boy. No, she decided, it was better not to let the man know about the potential that lay within her son. At least, not for now. Later that evening, Izuku began to give M2 more information, locking it behind admin-level access. He gave it the lists of skills, the titles of books he had read, the skills he was already capable of, his physical attributes as confirmed by his quirk, and much more. It was his intention for M2 to assist him as much as possible with things like memory, planning, and keeping track of data. He was only human, after all. After instructing M2 to plan out a schedule and see how long it would take to do everything, Izuku went to bed early. Tomorrow was his first day at elementary school, and he couldn't wait to get started. A week later, Izuku was, for lack of a better word, disappointed with the new school. He had grown used to the relaxed style of preschool, where they were allowed to do whatever they wanted so long as they were following the rules and the teacher's instructions. Now, he had to sit in his seat even though he understood the concepts that were being taught, and he had to look like he was paying attention all the time. The first assignments he was given were breezed through, basic addition, sentence structure, and something that could only remotely be called science. It honestly only took a few minutes to do the homework assignments, half of which was spent finding a highlighter for his language arts homework. The only activity he actively enjoyed was helping Katsumi through the coursework as quickly as he was. Whenever they split into groups, he made sure that they were in the same group. Initially, the teachers tried to split them up because, he eventually reasoned, he was a boy and she was a girl. After Katsumi made her opinions known, however, most of the teachers backed off. That was another new thing, having multiple teachers. Previously, he had only had Mikami-sensei, who tried to teach them all the subjects at once. Here, however, there were 2 teachers in the room and 4 others that they went to for specials. The so-called special classes were physical education, art, music, and a weekly trip to the computer lab. Art was his favorite by far, while the computer lab was infuriating. The art teacher, Kishi Suzumi, was a middle-aged woman who recognized him from the art exhibition during the summer. She was perhaps Izuku's favorite teacher. Whenever she held a lecture for the first 5 minutes of class, he paid rapt attention to her words, and once he finished whatever project they were supposed to do that class, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. In the computer lab, however, he felt stifled. The only thing they did there on their first visit was practicing typing. While he acknowledged that he had far more experience than his classmates and built muscle memory far faster than they could ever hope to, he was typing at 110 words per minute from the second he started, and he only got faster. Worst of all, the computers in the room were set up so that the screens were all visible from the place the teacher sat, so he couldn't do anything but type. When the weekend came, Izuku felt a need to do something. That Saturday, the 2 families met up. Izuku quickly walked his best friend through her homework, making sure that she understood it as they went, and then proceeded to pester the adults until they could go to the park. As they fought with their swords, it was all Izuku could do to maintain his usual composure and not fight like Katsumi was. The 2 ran around and played tag, climbed trees, and generally burned off the energy that had built up over the week. That afternoon, Izuku dove into his latest skill to learn. He had run online copies of the medical texts through M2 and had the assistant quiz him by giving him images of people and had him try to guess their quirks. The point of this exercise was to be able to immediately identify the quirk of anyone he met, as well as to try and find more ways to make use of the knowledge he had. He had discovered several correlations between people's quirks and their personalities, though he couldn't prove them without the use of his own quirk. For example, his mom could bring things closer to herself but not push them away. Did this cause her to be a kinder and more loving person who found it hard to break relationships, or was her quirk a result of her personality? In truth, the answer was a combination of the 2. As of now, he hadn't found which of the 2 was the origin, but there was no real way to know. He could ask his quirk all he wanted, but without the base of medical knowledge to draw from, he had no way to confirm that what he asked was actually true. It was like the voice in his head. Before he knew what a quirk was, it agreed with his naming of it. But once he knew, all of the answers changed. For now, Izuku thought as he opened his next book while answering M2's intermittent questions, the only thing he could do was learn. It was 3 weeks later that Izuku met his first clients for artwork. They were a rather wealthy family and wanted a family portrait in the same style as the one Izuku had made of himself and his mom. The 2 families met at the building owned by Oyama Kamio, with Inko watching carefully as the limousine pulled up next to the building. The driver left the car first, rushing around to the side to open the door for the family. The mother left the car first, followed by her daughter and finally her husband, who thanked the driver as he shut the door behind them. The 3 of them, obviously dressed up for the occasion, made their way to the building and, after asking Kamio which room they were meeting in, went to meet the Midoriyas. Inko and Izuku had already set up, with Izuku sitting on the floor with his paint and canvas near him. When the trio entered the room, he stood up to greet them with his mother. "Good morning, Yaoyorozu-san. My name is Midoriya Inko, and this is my son Midoriya Izuku. He'll be the one painting for you today. I'm mostly here to supervise him. and co-introduced herself. "A pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. My name is Yaoyorozu Kid, and this is my husband Yaoyorozu Yuichi. And hiding behind him is my daughter, Yaoyorozu Momo." The last sentence was spoken in a harsher tone, prompting the young girl to move from her hiding place so that she could be seen. Izuku greeted the three of them as formally as he could, and after asking what kind of background they would like, sat down and began painting without looking at anyone else in the room. Kid was surprised at this, having expected to stand in place or hold a pose for the duration of their stay in the building. She had mentally fortified herself, preparing for a day spent cajoling her daughter to stay in place, but it was all for naught. As he painted, the adults took their seats on one of the walls while Momo floundered. She was never the most social person and had been raised without coming into contact with other children her age. She looked around the room, but it was bare, with nothing to play with. She saw Izuku, hard at work, and turned to the adults watching the two of them. Her father gave her an encouraging nod, looking towards Izuku afterwards. Her mother's lips tightened, but she gave no obvious clues as to what Momo was supposed to do. The other woman in the room, Izuku's mother, looked at her and gave an encouraging nod similar to her father's. And so, while the adults began to talk about random things to pass the time, she walked over to the boy as he painted and sat down on the floor next to him. She made as if to speak, then cut herself off. She didn't really know how to introduce herself informally, and as she watched the colors blossomed on the paper in the wake of Izuku's brush, she realized that she didn't want to interrupt or disturb him. After a few minutes of her internal struggle, Izuku spoke up. "You know, you can say something if you want to. I don't need silence to work, and it would be nice to talk to someone instead of sitting here awkwardly. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you can call me Izuku." Momo tensed as he began speaking, before reintroducing herself in kind. "My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, but you can call me Momo." From that point on, Izuku kept talking, leaving room for her to speak as much as she wished while keeping the conversation from dying. Eventually, the conversation turned to quirks. Izuku opened up with knowledge of all of the quirks he had witnessed, from his mother's attraction of small objects to his preschool teacher's loudspeaker. When he asked Momo what her quirk was, she told him that she could create things. At this, Izuku went silent and set his brush down, turning to face Momo. "You create things. How does that work? What can you make?" Momo moved her hand to the exposed skin on her arm and over the course of a minute pulled out a perfect replica of Izuku's paintbrush. "I can't make very big things, and I get really hungry whenever I make too much. I don't really know that much else about it. I haven't used it that much because it makes me so hungry whenever I use it." Izuku, having spent the past month training his ability to recognize and analyze quirks among other things, immediately began to theorize. He picked up his brush again, continuing the painting, while he ran through the possibilities. After less than 10 seconds, he replied in a thoughtful tone. "Your quirk probably uses the food you eat or your fat reserves to make things. But even with such a drawback, that's really cool. You can make anything you need, and that's more adaptive than most heroines. Does it take longer to make metal things, or can you make anything at the same speed?" Momo was caught off guard by the in-depth analysis, and her voice was shakier as she replied. I don't know. Maybe." She decided to test it, making a paperclip and a toothpick to see which one came faster. In the end, the paperclip took nearly 3 times as long to form as the toothpick did, leaving the girl confused about both why that was and how Izuku had predicted it. Izuku had been watching out of the corner of his eye and picked up where he left off as soon as he saw that she had finished. Metals are denser and weigh a lot more, so it makes sense that it would take longer. "Have you tried making anything out of carbon?" At her confused look, he elaborated. "Like diamonds, or graphene, or something like that. Just carbon, nothing else." Looking over to her mother, who was wearing diamond earrings, she tried to make a copy of the diamond. Not only did she feel less of an increase in her hunger, but the diamond also almost popped out of her skin, forming nearly instantly. When she thought about the second material, graphene, she had no idea what it was but decided to give it a go anyways. She closed her eyes, concentrating on something like diamonds but different. Within a few seconds, she had pulled a block of gray matter the size of her hand out of her arm, and while she felt more hunger this time, it was still at a bearable level. When she set her 2 most recent creations on the floor between her and Izuku, the boy looked up. He had known that she was capable of doing it without harming herself after a quick question to his quirk, but to see a block of a material that had so many useful applications sitting before him still surprised him. After he got Momo's permission to keep the block of graphene, the two continued talking about quirks, heroines and villains, all while Izuku was finishing up the portrait. As she looked at the portrait, she saw herself and her parents standing in a room that looked like her mother's office at work, with a few notable differences, such as the scenery outside the window and the decorations around the room. As Izuku entered the final phase of adding detail to the painting, Momo asked the question that had been on her mind for the past hour. "So, Izuku, what's your quirk? Does it have something to do with art? Does it let you know about other people's quirks? What does it do?" Izuku laughed in a strange way. It was different from the other times he'd laughed while the two of them were talking, and it caught Inko's attention, swiftly followed by the other adults in the room. "Am I the first boy you've ever met, Momo? How much do you know about quirks?" Izuku asked into the suddenly silent room. Momo's reply was much more cautious than her previous ones, influenced by Izuku's odd laugh and the tone he'd asked the last question with. Yeah, I haven't really met other people our age before. What's wrong? Is there something I should know about quirks? Was it something that I said? Out of the corner of her eye, she could see her mother shaking her head rapidly while her father looked down, a sad look on his face. Ignoring her mother for the first time in her life, she asked again into the continued silence of the room. Please, Izuku, just tell me, what's your quirk? Izuku set down the paintbrush and pushed the canvas away from himself before turning to Momo to answer her question. He looked into her eyes and gave a well-practiced smile as he spoke. Boys can't have quirks, Momo. With that, he picked up the chunk of graphene and slid it into his pocket as he stood up. In silence, he walked to the entryway and left, quickly followed by his mom and a floating cloud of art supplies that reorganized themselves and packed themselves away as she walked. Momo was frozen where she sat as she heard the gentle but resounding thud of the front door falling shut behind the two. She felt a hand land on her shoulder, her father's, from the feel of it. She remained where she sat, staring at the space Izuku had occupied for the past hours. If it weren't for the fact that her worldview had been overthrown by Izuku's final sentence, she would have turned to look at her father. Instead, she sat there in silence. She had always believed that anyone could have a quirk, and that some people were just unlucky. If Izuku was telling the truth, then there could be none of the equality or happiness she had been told about her entire life. How could someone be happy if they saw themselves as less than someone else, when society saw them as less? She could now identify the emotions that had made Izuku's laugh and sentence different: anger and sorrow. He had put on such a happy face for the entire time they talked, showing interest in her quirk when there was no way she could do the same for him in return. Feeling her father tug lightly at her shoulder, she turned her head to face him with tears in her eyes. Had he been putting on such a mask for her entire life, pretending to be the happy man she knew while suffering underneath? As he pulled her into a hug, she turned to look at the drying painting Izuku had left them. In her eyes, she could see the happiness that she had showed him throughout the time they spent together, concealed by her shyness and social awkwardness. The image of her looked like it wanted to say something but was frozen by the canvas, trapped in a prison beyond her ability to destroy. She looked up to her father's double. In his painted eyes she saw the kindness he showed her every day, with a hint of the encouraging nod he gave her when she first went up to talk to Izuku. In her mother's eyes, she saw the strictness she had come to expect, the expectations that she always tried to reach, the expectations she could never reach. She had no doubt that if she were to look at her mother right now, she would see the same expression. Izuku truly had a gift. He could imprison a slice of reality in paint and canvas to be seen forever as it once was. And despite this, he would never truly be appreciated for his talent because he would be looked down upon for something he had no control over. Life, she pondered as she sat in her father's embrace, simply wasn't fair. With Izuku. As Izuku sat in the backseat of his mom's car while they drove home, he began to calm down and think about what had just happened. He had always been emotional, but of all the men to complain about not having a quirk, he was the least justified of any of them. The voice in his head may not be a quirk in the medical sense, but in effect it was in no way inferior to any quirk. The reason he had got as emotional as he had was because of something he had discovered before school began again, but never took the time to truly process. His dad had left his mom because of him. Izuku wouldn't change anything about who he was for the world, but he knew that his mom was still hurting from the loss of her husband at a critical time. More specifically, he had found out specifically why his father had run away. It was because he was a boy, and therefore wouldn't have a quirk. His father had left because of something he couldn't control, uncaring of the people he left behind. It hurt Izuku in a way that he couldn't describe. He knew he wasn't at fault, but he still felt a sense of responsibility and guilt about the situation. It was these emotions that had made their ways out as he proclaimed one of the basic truths of the world they lived in. Just 4 words, and yet they had caused his mom and countless others unknowable suffering over the past 200 years. As they pulled into the driveway in front of their house, Izuku got out of the car and made his way to his room in a daze. There was nothing he could do as he was right now to change that suffering, so he simply had to become stronger. When he was strong enough to enforce his words as fact, then and only then could he change anything. And the first step to strength, especially for him, was knowledge. So, he sat down with them too in his ever-present stack of books and began to learn. 4 days later, school continued to frustrate Izuku. Aside from Kishi Suzume, who had rapidly become his favorite teacher, the staff seemed to be determined to separate quirkless students from those with quirks in general, and specifically him from Katsumi. If it weren't for his constant abuse of his quirk to keep the two of them in the same group whenever possible, the two of them wouldn't have spoken a word in school for the past month. As it stood, he was only able to be with her just over half of the time, which while unfortunate allowed him to branch out and make new friends. Through a series of events that his quirk assured him were not coincidences, he often found himself in a group with the other 3 quirkless people in his class, a boy named Arima Tadashi, and 2 girls named Sasaki Kamio and eyed Shizuka. They were all nice enough people, always willing to work together, but Tadashi and Shizuka were just different from the rest of the people in the class. They felt like they were missing something, or were somehow out of sync with everyone else. Nonetheless, they became friends by necessity, to a small amount of annoyance from Katsumi. She never said anything to him, but Izuku could see the signs in his oldest friend. She was on edge whenever he talked about them, and the sounds of sweat exploding could always be heard when the two of them were split up. Even with his quirk, Izuku couldn't figure out how to resolve this problem. Without any sure steps to take, Izuku did his best to spend more time with her outside of school. Sure, it meant that he had less time to spend learning and refining the various skills that would make him into the best hero he could be. But according to the latest projections from M2, he would complete the list by the time he was 8 at the reduced rate, giving him nearly 10 years to become stronger and become a hero. So as the months passed and Izuku continued to study far ahead of his peers, he began to bend the structure of his life to suit him better. Izuku filled his backpack with books that held no relation to what he was learning in school, and after breezing through the day's assignments, he made himself as inconspicuous as possible, and continued to learn as much as he could. He and his mother had a meeting with Suzume, where they came to an agreement that Izuku could store his own paint and canvas in the room and use class time to paint regardless of what he was supposed to be doing. She readily agreed, wanting to support Izuku in his pursuits. The art room's walls gradually filled with completed paintings that Izuku didn't feel like selling, with other artwork from past students gradually being pushed away from Izuku's growing collection. Several students asked why Izuku was allowed to do that while they were stuck with whatever activities Suzume came up with, but they were silenced by either the teacher herself or Katsumi, and Izuku continued to paint. This preferential treatment slowly drove a wedge between himself and the rest of the class with a few exceptions, causing Izuku to dislike school even more. While outside of school and not playing with Katsumi, however, his growth began to skyrocket. With the addition of M2 to remind him of the path he had laid out for himself and his mother to provide her own brands of wisdom and encouragement, he no longer deviated from the optimal path in its order. Instead, he chose how he would develop in the skills he had chosen. He decided his specialties, his style, and how he would apply what he had learned in both his everyday life and his future as a hero. Everything he learned with the aid of his quirk was optimal, but that didn't mean he was trapping himself in the bounds of some theoretical perfection. To him, it meant that whatever he learned was optimal for himself, carrying out an action in a way that nobody else could because they were fundamentally different people. It was optimal for him, and not necessarily for anyone else. It was the difference between someone with a strength quirk and someone who was quirkless being told to move a heavy object. The woman with her quirk could pick up the object with nothing but her own strength and move it, but the quirkless person had to work smarter and harder, making use of the tools at their disposal to perform the same task. Izuku sat somewhere between the two. He had no supernatural strength, but he could find out how to make himself stronger and adjust his environment until the strength he had was all that was needed. He would be much slower than either of the two, but afterwards there would be a much stronger foundation for any future obstacles. As the months passed, Izuku set to work on improving M2. He had read through the various horror stories of what a malevolent AI could do, and after hours of work spent making sure that none of them would be brought about by his creation, he began to code Masaru 3, given the abbreviation M3. It was certainly more of a challenge, but as the months of work passed, he wore away at the technical barriers behind making a program that approached sapience. He eventually ran into the problem that the hardware he was using just wouldn't be able to keep up with M3. And after briefly considering turning his graphene souvenir into chips for his latest project, he settled for a less work-intensive high-end server that he purchased using his art money. In late April, Izuku had finally finished coding M3. When he expressed his surprise that he had finished much faster than he predicted he would before building M2, he found that his estimation was based on his knowledge and ability at the time, not on how long it would take in reality for M3 to come into existence. When he switched on M3's server and ran his program for the first time, M3 was silent. After the transfer of information between M2 and M3 finished, however, he had many questions. M3 was almost curious, trying to fill the gaps in its knowledge based on what it already knew. After M3 had finished with its initial spree of questions and M3 had been running for a week, Izuku ran into a problem that he had never considered. First of all, he had never told his mom about M3. He acknowledged that he could tell her now, but considering her first reaction to him mentioning something like M3, there was no way of knowing how she would react. He could predict what would happen, but he had thought back over the first questions his mother had ever made him answer with his quirk, those related to free will. He didn't want to deprive his mother of free will, but he also didn't want to turn off M3. The longer Izuku struggled with this argument, the more convincing it became to not tell her about M3. M2 still ran perfectly well, and there was no way to tell the difference between the two because M3 ran like M2 so long as the person talking to it wasn't Izuku. Eventually, Izuku settled on a middle ground, telling his mom that he had updated M2 to help him with planning in the long term without mentioning the increased intelligence it now had, letting her assume that it was a side effect. She took the news well, accepting it quickly and moving on. She began to make use of M3 for her own work, having him keep track of future jobs and events to prevent conflicts. With the increase in M3's ability to help Izuku, he began to realize that its isolation from the internet as a whole was hindering it significantly and helping him. After all, the only things that M3 could help him with were things he could already do on his own, just providing motivation to continue. For M3 to help him with creating and exploring new ideas, it needed more information than Izuku had access to. After ensuring that nothing bad would happen beforehand with a very general question, Izuku sat down to talk with his latest creation. Hey, M3, I'd like to have a talk. Please set the access to what we're going to talk about to creator level. After a natural pause, M3 replied. Access level set. Creator Izuku, you seem much more serious than a vast majority of previous interactions. Is there anything I can do to help? Izuku waved his hand at the camera M3 was using to observe him. It's not anything bad, I just wanted to have a talk with you. You've probably already guessed some of what I'm going to tell you, but please don't interrupt me for the next few minutes, okay? With M3's silence, Izuku began his speech. So, starting from a very basic level, there are people who have things called quirks. They allow them to do something much better, give them superpowers, change their bodies, and so much more. However, only women have quirks because they have a gene that men don't. That's an oversimplification, but it doesn't matter much right now. Izuku took a breath, pushing forwards. No male person has ever had a quirk. And yet, almost a year ago, I began to hear a voice in my head. It is so similar to a quirk in every way that matters, and I'm sure it's mine and not somebody else's. Over the past year, I've been using my quirk to train to become a hero, but I can't let anybody know. If people knew that I had a quirk, it would put me, my mom, and all of my friends in danger. He stopped speaking, letting M3 respond. I understand the significance of telling me this, and it provides an answer to much of the stored data from the previous version of myself. However, it seems like you have more to tell me. The boy nodded. I wanted you to know how important this was because I've been thinking about giving you access to the internet. No matter what, before I do that, you need to understand how important it is that my quirk and I stay a secret from the rest of the world, and you need to be able to protect yourself from people that would try to attack you. Now that you know the limits of the situation, I want you to spend the indefinite future learning about cybersecurity and building your self-protections. When I think you're safe enough, I'll tell you more and give you access to the internet, okay? M3 agreed with him. I understand, Creator Izuku. May I ask something out of curiosity? Izuku made a motion indicating Thar M3 should go ahead. What exactly is your quirk? He sighed. Ask me again when you can protect that information. M3. Have a good night. With that, he stood up from his desk and collapsed into bed. He had stayed up late to have this discussion and be sure that his mom wouldn't hear him, and he was unfortunately required to go to school tomorrow. 7 weeks later, on the 1-year anniversary of Izuku's visit to the Faraday wards, Izuku and his mother celebrated. At first, Inko wanted to have a private celebration at home, just the two of them celebrating his discovery of his quirk. Izuku, however, had other plans. He had called Kano Ryota, the man who took care of him while he was in the hospital, and asked if they could come to the hospital and meet each other. After some coordination between Inko and the hospital staff, they agreed to meet at the building that Izuku used as a studio to paint for their clients. It was a Saturday morning, and with the wards devoid of patients that required constant care, all 7 of the staff and their manager were able to come to the celebration, leaving behind a skeleton crew to keep the wards running. There was a joyful reunion between Izuku and Ryota, followed by introductions between everyone else and Inko. It wasn't much of a celebration, with a cake and some drinks, but Izuku was nearby with his canvas and paint, creating a painting to commemorate the occasion. To keep everyone else interested, Izuku had brought M2 to show to the doctors. They were incredibly interested by the program, asking it all sorts of questions and playing around with it to see what it could do. After Hamasaki Daichai jokingly mentioned wanting a copy of him at the hospital to help out with the organization and coordination of the wards, Tsuji Riko jumped on the opportunity. It had been just over a year since her promotion, and she was still struggling with the amount of paperwork and file management that she had to do. While the men played with M2 and Izuku painted, she spoke with Inko about purchasing a copy for the Faraday wards. She didn't want to go through the hospital as a whole, seeing as they would drag the process through the bureaucracy and back before rejecting the idea out of hand. She had a discretionary budget that she could use to hire contractors and was willing to spend several months of it for something even a tenth as useful as M2 was appearing to be. As she finished discussing compensation for a copy of M2, Izuku had finished with his painting. Inko used an application of her quirk to quickly dry the painting, and the rest of the room went quiet as Izuku turned the artwork to face the rest of the room. Everyone present was in the painting, inside a room that looked like a larger version of the room that Izuku had stayed in at the hospital. Izuku's image was sitting on the bed, surrounded by papers on which one could make out drawings. His mom was sitting next to him while Ryota stood nearby, while the rest of the hospital staff were in various positions around the room while Riko looked on with an exasperated expression. These details were not what made the painting, however. It was the aura that each subject exuded, asserting its presence in the painting. Izuku's and Enko's were shades of green, almost the same shade but with Izuku's being slightly brighter. Ryota had a deep red around him and Riko had a light yellow that bled into white, similar to the colors of a jasmine flower. The rest of the crew had an assortment of primary and secondary colors surrounding them, showing motion from their past actions. The rest of the painting was entirely black and white, with one notable exception. The drawing that Izuku had left for the future patients that might occupy the room was colored in, and around it was a golden aura, made with the same color as the one that was visible outside the window in his drawing. The party of 10 left the building shortly after the cake was finished and they had cleaned up, Enko using her quirk to carry the painting on the short walk to the hospital. Eventually, they had to part ways, with Riko heading back to her office, and the Faraday wards not allowing outsiders in. Ryota and Nagami and Kenji carried the painting inside, and later that night sent a text with a picture of the painting hanging in the break room. Despite the negative events that had happened just a year ago, Izuku felt happy that everything had happened as it did. If even the smallest thing had gone differently, who knew how different the Izuku who sat here today would be? Even though he would rather some events had happened differently, he couldn't deny that he was happy to be here today, as he was. The next morning was Sunday, and by chance the Bakugas were out of town. It was a slow morning for Izuku and Enko, but after they got back from their weekly library run, Izuku asked the question he had been asking himself every day, until this point. M3 is capable of protecting himself and my secrets from anybody that would try to attack him or take them, respectively. True. Finally, having received a positive response, he waited until later that night before sitting down with M3 again. Hello, M3, Izuku began, ready to take the next great leap with his quirk. How's the firewall been going? Good evening, Creator Izuku, M3 replied. My progress has been increasing at the same rate for the past week. Do you have any concerns about it? Izuku shook his head. No, I think that it's great. I think that you're finally ready to access the internet safely. I just want to make sure that you remember what we talked about a few months ago, about the things you need to protect. M3 began to recite the topics to Izuku for confirmation. I cannot mention that you have a quirk, I cannot put you, your mother, or any of the other user profiles at risk, and I need to protect myself from people who may try to take information from me. Are there any other topics that must be protected? Creator Izuku. Izuku nodded while M3 spoke, and at his question realized that there were several more topics that needed to be protected. Yeah, actually, there's a few more that I didn't think of last time. You can't let anyone know that you aren't human, for starters. That would be almost as bad as letting people know I had a quirk. You also should try to stay off of government watch lists and try to disguise where you physically are so that people can't find us. If there's anything I'm missing, or you have any questions about what you're about to do, let me know so that I can help you, okay? Additional directives accepted. Are there any things that I should do to further these directives before accessing the internet? Izuku ran the question by his quirk. No, you don't need to do anything extra. Just use your best judgment or ask me for mine. Okay, I can do that, Creator Izuku. With the confirmation from M3, Izuku plugged one end of the Ethernet cable he was holding into a port on the wall. Before he plugged the other end into the machine M3 was running on, he paused. Are you ready, M3? I was created ready. Izuku plugged the other end of the cable in. As the fan started up and M3 went silent, Izuku leaned back in his chair. Such a small action, pushing the cable in until the piece of plastic snapped up, creating a soft but audible noise in the quiet room. As much as he wanted to go to bed and sleep for school the next day, there was just too many thoughts running through his head. As the fans died down, leaving the room silent but for the sound of Izuku breathing, he began to get introspective. We're so similar if you really think about it, M3. We both have to hide ourselves because of what we are, something we can't control. I may be human, and you may be a machine, but even as different as we are, we perhaps share more than we do with anyone else. Izuku closed his eyes. Mom does her best, don't get me wrong. She understands me better than any other human being. I can't fault her for the rest of the world accepting her for what she is, not without being hypocritical. But it's hard to explain, hard to understand. I'm happy that I have her, and I'm happy that I have you. Here his monologue was broken with a humorless chuckle. 2 down, only a few billion to go. I guess I have to start somewhere, or I won't get anywhere. With my quirk, however, I'll get there eventually. It just depends on the path I find myself walking to get there. M3 broke in at that point. Pardon me for interrupting, Creator Izuku. But what exactly is your quirk? You mentioned telling me once I was able to protect the information. I have inferred that it has something to do with predicting the future, possible short-term or long-term precognition, but it would be foolish to make assumptions when I could ask you. Izuku opened his eyes and leaned forwards. That's right, I did say that. In the simplest terms, my quirk allows me to determine the objective truth or falsehood of any statement I think of, read, or hear. There are a few more limitations, but I've found workarounds for most of them and the rest are unavoidable right now. For a few minutes, both Izuku and M3 were silent. Izuku began to enjoy the cushioning of his chair, tempted to fall asleep there and then to the sound of M3's fans running on their highest setting. Eventually, M3 broke the silence. I must have misheard something. Is there some obvious drawback? Are you limited to a certain number of questions per day? Does asking too many questions cause you pain? Are there permanent negative effects? Every quirk that I have information on, either from previous information you gave me or those publicly available, has some drawback. The only exceptions to this rule are heroines like All Might, whose quirks have little confirmed public information. Izuku rolled his head from side to side, keeping it pressed against the high back of the chair behind him. None of the above. I've asked all sorts of questions like those and gotten no evidence that there are any downsides or limitations from the quirk. I am my only limitation. I can only think so fast, I'm only so strong, I can only ask the questions that I know to ask or want to ask. I can make mistakes just like anybody else. There are probably others, but they aren't related to my quirk specifically. M3 was silent for another minute before he continued. What exactly are the limits of objective truth, according to your quirk? Can it predict truly random events? From where does it obtain the information it gets? How does your quirk relate to the spreadsheets transferred from M2? The tired boy leaned forwards, crossing his arms on the desk before resting his chin on them. It's incredibly flexible. I can ask it if something is the right or optimal thing to do, and it will reply. I can ask if something is a good idea, and it will tell me. For example, back before I first talked about giving you access to the internet, I asked if it was a good idea to give you access, or even talk about the internet with you. Because it was a good idea, I never hesitated when talking to you. Izuku's head rolled to the right side, making sure that he could still look at the camera M3 was using. For truly random events, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I've used my quirk to predict a sequence of over 100 coin flips, and I predicted the winning lottery numbers for a month before it became boring. Both of those have incredibly low probabilities, but I don't know if they count as random. M3 spoke up. I was referring to things like electron movements or positions, but seeing as there is no way to observe either of those, it would be little more than speculation. Both of the events you listed could count as random or deterministic, depending on several other factors. Izuku's head rolled to the other side. As for the spreadsheets, I was trying to find out what skills I could learn that would help me, both in general and in becoming a hero. Mom and I sorted them a few different ways, and I've made it about a quarter of the way through. With my current schedule and pace, I'll be done with the list sometime before I'm 8 years old. He lifted his head. So that's what I want you to focus on tonight, M3. Try to find new skills to learn, no matter how unrealistic they might seem. You can take inspiration from anywhere. I learned how to sword fight based off of a fantasy novel. Just give me as many options as you can, because I'll be able to pick the right ones. While you're at it, try and find a way to maximize the amount of time I can spend learning and improving myself. With M3's affirmative response, Izuku looked over to the digital clock on his bedside table. In red digits, he could make out 127. Maybe, he thought to himself, he had spent slightly longer talking with M3 than he had planned. True. With that confirmation, Izuku lifted himself from his chair, and with a call of goodnight to M3, he collapsed into bed, falling into a dreamless sleep. Morning came for Izuku far faster than he would have liked, and instead of reading, Izuku spent his free time at school sleeping. While this angered both his teachers and Katsumi, he was too tired to care. That afternoon was spent playing with Katsumi, who was taking out her annoyance at Izuku sleeping through class and not being able to play with him that weekend on her sweat, causing hundreds of miniature explosions throughout their time together. That night, Izuku lay in bed while M3 listed off the possibilities and responded with a monosyllabic yes or no as the ideas came up. This night's session was much shorter than the last, allowing Izuku to get a healthy amount of sleep for tomorrow. A month later, when summer began, Izuku was ready to do anything and everything he could with his nearly unlimited free time. Nothing could stop him, after all, he was the one who decided his limits, and with the support of his mother and M3, he was almost ready to decide that they were non-existent. Izuku quickly found that there was no explosive increase in his strength or ability from having M3 to help him. Sure, it was useful to have the collective knowledge of the internet spread before him, but there was no immediate benefit to having so much information. The best thing to come from the internet for Izuku, ironically, were pseudoscience theories about reducing one's need for sleep. While there was no useful information to be gained from them, the premise stuck with Izuku. If he needed less sleep, then he could spend more hours per day training or enjoying himself. Within a week after the summer began, Izuku had figured out a plan that would slowly reduce his need for sleep to 5 hours per night so long as he ate the right foods and took commonly available vitamins. It seemed almost too easy to Izuku, but he was never one to look a gift horse in the mouth. As his free time slowly increased, Izuku came to another conclusion. The best thing that he could do while waiting for his free time to increase was to build things for M3 to use to help him later. With the ability to find the parts he needed without wasting time on trial and error like so many other inventors did, he placed his orders through M3 as he needed to. Of course, he checked everything with his mom first so that she wasn't surprised when packages full of electronics and metal parts showed up at their doorstep. The first thing Izuku thought to build was a holographic projector. There were various benefits for such a device, including giving M3 the ability to project an avatar, and allowing M3 to communicate more effectively with Izuku when there were misunderstandings between the two. As he worked with disassembling several standard projectors before combining them with the other parts he had ordered, he noticed the effects of his training in sewing, sword fighting, and calligraphy over the past year. His hands were steady where they once would have shaken, strong where they would have failed, and precise to a level most would call inhuman for someone without a specialized quirk. When he had finished the device, he hooked it up to M3 and asked M3 to connect to it. For the first few seconds, the device flickered randomly with no apparent pattern before switching off. Izuku knew that the device itself had not failed due to assuring its functionality beforehand with his quirk, so he waited patiently as M3's fans ramped up to their highest settings. After nearly 15 minutes of waiting, the projection flickered to life, displaying a figure that looked much like Izuku. There were inconsistencies that gave it away, such as the lack of physics affecting the replica, the solid white color, and the mishmash of differences between images of Izuku that M3 had taken in over the past months through his camera. Quickly realizing the cause for the last of these problems, Izuku positioned the camera on the edge of the desk before stepping back and slowly turning around, giving M3 time to record him and process his complete form. By the time he sat down again, the projection had updated to a near replica of himself. Over the following weeks, the avatar perfected itself to the point where it was indistinguishable from the real person, save for the intangibility. This had been done through constant use of the program. Izuku would tell M3 to simulate the theoretical perfect way to do something and then have him vary the movement slightly in 1,000 different ways. In just 10 guesses, he would narrow down the one most similar to the optimal way for him to do the activity, whereupon he would repeat the process until he had simulated an example so close to the optimal method that he could not tell the difference. He would then iron out whatever kinks were left in the final version that were different in reality before moving on to his next skill. One day while at the park, play fighting with Katsumi, he asked her if he could record their fight so that he could look at it later and see how the two of them could improve themselves. Katsumi had grown used to Izuku's curiosity over the years and she indulged him. After setting up several cameras around the area so that M3 could later merge them into a 3D recording, the two of them went at it. Izuku's style had changed little over the last year from its original form. He was still mostly reactionary, never overreaching for fear of being hit. He had become more efficient in his movements and had learned to deflect attacks, dodge, or parry them at less of a cost to himself, but he had remained stagnant while expanding his range of counters and blocks that he could perform flawlessly. It was odd, he had grown in capability, yet he felt that he was going nowhere. Katsumi, on the other hand, had changed remarkably over the school year. She had become even more chaotic in her movements, erratically moving at high speeds with the aid of her explosions to avoid Izuku predicting her. She had avoided settling on any particular moves after the first time she had tried to do so, an embarrassing hour of Izuku repeatedly tagging her while she failed to land a single hit on him. Instead, she had become more flexible in her moveset, rapidly changing what she was doing so that Izuku couldn't fight back. It had worked very well so far for her. The two never landed blows on each other anymore unless they both landed one at the same time, so evenly matched the two of them were. That day was no exception as the two of them faced off, neither landing a blow throughout their time together. That night, as Izuku watched their holographic forms reenact the fight, he spotted so many things that he was doing wrong that he otherwise never would have seen. In the heat of battle, he was focused on the near future to such an extent that he sometimes forgot about the present. He took notes as he watched, holding his pen in both hands as he moved it to simulate what he would do were he in the fight again. Over the next week, he focused on using his quirk to give himself a form of parecognition instead of precognition. Parecognition, using the Latin root, was the knowledge of the present, completing the set of postcognition and precognition. With his quirk, he could quickly identify where an object or a person was, allowing him to sacrifice absolute certainty of the future for knowledge of the present combined with very educated guesses of the future. The next time he and Katsumi fought, the stalemate was broken, causing both of them to try harder to improve themselves. About halfway through the summer, M3 found one of the most useful sites for Izuku while searching through sites that contained library in their domain. The site was called the Library of Babel, and it was an incredibly interesting concept. Its concept had existed for hundreds of years, since before Quirks by a significant margin. It was a conceptual library where every possible combination of 32 characters in the English language was recorded, from random gibberish to functional sentences. The library didn't exist in reality, but the website had been maintained through a heritage project up until now. Of course, Izuku couldn't read English, but M3 could translate for him as needed. The night Izuku learned about this site, he lay awake thinking about what question he would ask first. Eventually, he settled on the page that will help the greatest number of people is located in this section. Bookshelf, row, book. After quickly navigating to the page with the help of M3, he waited while M3 translated the English to Japanese. When he saw the resulting text, he froze in shock. The page read, All Might seriously injured in 3 years 5 months 11 days and villain attack a foe forced to stop hero work avoidable don't jump right to avoid the falling ceiling protect right lung with mirror. While neither Izuku nor M3 understood what upheaval meant or why it was included, the words All Might seriously injured and avoidable caused Izuku to jump to action. He had to let All Might know about the danger that awaited her, but according to a quick check of his quirk, he couldn't let her know who he was even if he had to reveal some aspects of his quirk. Several more questions told him that M3 could hide the two of them if they kept to online communication. 35 guesses later, and Izuku was in possession of All Might's personal phone number. Nervously, he gave it to M3 and dictated their introductory message. Hello, All Might. I cannot tell you who I am for my own safety, but I have vital information for you. I have a precognitive quirk and am willing to prove it to you. M3 opened the conversation in the hologram projector, and the two waited for a reply. Within a few minutes, they were greeted in exactly the manner Izuku had expected. Who is this? How did you get this number? Izuku, lying on his bed, spoke aloud for M3 to transcribe his messages. I used my quirk to find the number that belonged to All Might. I have no knowledge of who you are in your civilian identity, nor do I have any intention to expose you. You say you have a precognitive quirk but can't tell me who you are. I'll take you up on your offer. What am I going to do to ask you to verify your claims? Izuku thought for a few minutes, running through the possibilities in his head. Eventually, he opened his mouth to speak again. You were going to roll a fair die 10 times, and if I correctly guessed that you would ask me to predict a villain attack tomorrow. The numbers you would roll, in order, are 3, 1, 4, 6, 3, 2, 5, 5, 1, and 6. The first villain attack you respond to tomorrow will be at 8:35, and there will be 3 villains on scene with 2 civilians injured and 1 dead if you don't change your actions based on what I've told you. Send. He took a breath. Given more time, I can give you more information on the attack tomorrow morning to help save the life of the person who would otherwise die. The number was silent for a minute, presumably for All Might to roll his die and confirm that sequence. Eventually, a response came for Izuku and M3. Okay, that's pretty cool. And worrying. I would be happy to know anything else you have to tell me about tomorrow, but I must say your quirk is far more precise than I am used to when it comes to predicting the future. Are you okay? I just reread your message about being unable to tell me who you were for your own safety. Are you in any danger? Izuku put his palm to his forehead in embarrassment. He hadn't expected that interpretation of what he had said earlier and rushed to explain his words. I am perfectly safe right now. I'm not in any danger. According to my quirk, however, I will be in danger if I let anyone else know who I am. Izuku took a break to think. Your phone will automatically send all of its data to the Hero Public Safety Committee at the end of the month, including the contents of these messages. I cannot risk the information leaking or being stolen. For the sake of myself and others. That's a relief. It's good that you're safe. I knew that my work phone was monitored, but this one was supposed to be safe. I'll be having a word with the HPSC about that. Thanks for letting me know. I should be getting some sleep now, but please let me know what you can find out about the attack tomorrow even if I don't reply. I know you can't tell me your real name, but is there something you want me to call you? Izuku thought seriously about this. He had never put much thought into what he wanted his hero name to be, let alone an alias. Thinking back to the Library of Babel that had caused all of this, Izuku sat up and placed a coin on his thumb. Making sure to not think about the result, he flipped it high into the air above his bed. As it flew, he assigned results to the different sides of the coin. Heads, he would call himself Babel, and if it landed tails, he would be known to All Might as the librarian. The coin landed on Izuku's bed, tails displayed for the world to see. Call me the librarian. Interesting choice for a name, but if you like it, it's yours. Good night, librarian. Good night, All Might. Izuku rolled over in his bed. Face firmly planted in his pillow, he let out a squeal of pent-up excitement. He had just talked with the strongest hero in the world, his idol, as an equal. Newly determined to preserve the relationship he had made, Izuku began to brainstorm about the villain attack that All Might would respond to tomorrow. Using a map of Japan, Izuku narrowed down the location of the crime to a bank in Tokyo. As M3 recorded the information, Izuku collected as much information as he could. The nature of the quirks that the villains had, the rationale behind their actions, and their exact line of approach to the bank. As M3 sent the information, Izuku wondered why he shouldn't go further. After all, if he could help people, why shouldn't he? By the time Izuku went to sleep at 3, he had compiled the locations and times of every crime that would occur that All Might would stop tomorrow, with more information for those where civilians would get hurt or killed. All Might's POV. Yagi Chishiko, more famously known as All Might, woke up with her alarm at 6 a.m. After she took her morning shower and sat down for breakfast, she picked up her personal phone. As soon as she reached the home screen, she noticed that something was off. The number marking the notifications from her messaging app read 99+. And as far as she knew, she had only ever given her personal number to a few of her coworkers and her parents. As she opened her messages to check the anomaly, the memories of her late night last night began to emerge from the haze of her sleep. She had talked with someone called the librarian, and there was something about a crime this morning that she needed to stop. The only question was, why did she have so many messages? Opening the app revealed that all of her new messages had come from her latest contact, which she quickly assigned a name in the app. Going back to the messages, she read the most recent one before she scrolled up to where she had left off last night. At 2:51, the librarian had closed out for the night. Sorry for spamming you with messages, All Might. I kind of got caught up in the whole predict crimes thing. I'll stop now, but that's all for tomorrow, or I guess today. I'll probably be asleep when the first crime happens tomorrow. But let me know how everything goes. Tonight, I need to get some sleep. She chuckled at the final message. She could relate to the librarian's need for sleep, sharing that need herself. As she reached her last message, she read the information that had been compiled for the first crime of the day. As she read, her eyes grew wider. She didn't know what she had been expecting, but it definitely wasn't this. She would have been pleasantly surprised with knowing when she should arrive or what she should do to save the life of an innocent person. But this level of detail shattered her previous knowledge of the limits of precognitive quirks. Now she understood why the librarian had been so reluctant to reveal personal information. This kind of foreknowledge was something that people would kill for. Even just knowing the quirks she was going up against was a massive advantage, equalizing the playing field in a way that most heroes only experienced in their debut appearance. Scrolling through the list of crimes and villain attacks that the librarian had predicted, her eyebrows only raised higher. Counting the messages, there were over 160 individual crimes that the librarian had forecasted for the day. She knew that she could respond to all of them. After all, the librarian had accounted for the amount of time she'd need to spend on site and travel time between crimes. As she changed into her hero costume, she looked at the clock. It was just after 8, and the last crime she had on her list was slightly less than 10 hours away. Today would be an excellent day. Izuku's POV. Izuku rolled out of bed at 9:30. Though he had reduced his need to sleep, that was reliant on him maintaining a schedule that he had flagrantly ignored last night. After he got dressed and went through his morning rituals, he made his way downstairs. Sitting at the kitchen table with her second cup of coffee for the day was his mom, who gave him a look as he came down the stairs. "You're up later than usual, Izuku. Did you sleep well?" Inko asked, wanting to make sure that everything was okay with her son. As the reason for his late awakening surfaced in his mind, a smile broke out on his face. Between bites of breakfast, he told his mom about the conversation he had with All Might, reassuring her that he had remained anonymous while saving the lives of at least 4 people today. She nodded along and asked questions at the appropriate points, internally relieved. Even before he had a quirk, Izuku had wanted to be a hero. Inko knew how dangerous it was, and she had tried to subtly convince him to pick a safer career. Now that he had a quirk and was actively training to become a hero, she had a sinking feeling in her heart that someday he would bite off more than he could chew and she would be left to mourn her only son. Hearing his tales of how he had effectively done a day's work as a hero without leaving the safety of his room reassured her more than anything he could say. She knew that it was pointless to try and convince him to only do that for his work as a hero. But hearing the level of detail he had discovered about crimes hours in advance and the strategies he had come up with to prevent anyone from being injured or dying was a relief. If he could prevent others from dying, surely he could also prevent himself from getting hurt or dying. Their day went on as normal, but when Inko sat down in the evening to watch the news on their TV, she saw a report on All Might's hero work that day. She turned up the volume and sat back, basking in the pride she felt about her son. Being lauded as All Might's most successful day in her entire career, shattering her previous record of crime stopped in one day by a factor of 3. Moreover, there were no recorded deaths or injuries at any of the crime scenes All Might attended. Various theories have been thrown around as to the source of this change, with the leading theory being that All Might and Madame Night Eye have re-established a partnership. There has been no official confirmation from either All Might herself or her hero agency, so we can only speculate for the time being. Whatever the cause, the fact remains that this is an incredibly good event, and those of us at Juko News hope that this trend continues. Inko tuned out the rest of the news as she rose to prepare dinner. She had always been proud of her son, no matter what he did. But today he had taken his first steps as a true hero. All Might POV. Immediately after she stopped the last crime on her checklist, Toshiko made her way to UA via train. She had other people that she needed to talk to about the events of the day, but the closest trustworthy person with an intelligence quirk was Nozomi, and she needed to run the situation by her to make sure she wasn't missing anything. Quickly making her way through the various security measures surrounding the school, she arrived at Nozomi's office. She entered with a knock, locking the door behind herself and sitting across from the principal with a serious look on her face. Nozomi, who had been ready to congratulate her fellow hero on her work that day, noticed this and immediately sobered herself. She began to draw connections with the help of her quirk, but gestured for All Might to begin speaking. "Hey, Nozomi, I have something that I need a fresh pair of eyes to look at. I received a message last night on my personal phone from someone who called herself the librarian. She appears to have one of the most powerful and precise precognitic quirks ever, and I want you to take a look at our conversation to see if you can get anything out of it." Here Toshiko handed over her phone, her messages open at the beginning of her conversation with the librarian. Nozomi plugged the phone into her office computer, connecting to it and running a program to download a copy of the device's information. As she scrolled through the conversation, she took a few notes before reaching the wall of information about crimes that had happened today. When she finished, she set the phone aside to talk with All Might. First of all, I'm going to assume that the librarian's predictions were all correct, that you did roll a fair die 10 times and got those results, and that all of the information you received about the crimes was true. Is this the reason you broke your record today? Toshiko nodded. Everything was correct. I'm inclined to believe that she is telling the truth, and I wanted to ask what she felt the need to warn me about tonight, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't being set up. All of the details being correct, to such an accurate degree, seem too good to be true, and while I'm almost entirely sure that it's real, I wanted to get a second opinion. Nozomi thought for a moment before shaking her head. The odds of this being a setup or an inside job are too small to ever be possible. The crimes you stopped today had criminals from rival factions, independent villains, and some who were making their first public appearances. This is beyond any possible alliance of criminals, and unlikely for even All for One to pull off. Besides, even a total alliance between villain groups wouldn't account for the knowledge of your phone number or the 10 fair dice rolls. Toshiko nodded, slumping back in her chair. It had been a long day for her, and she wanted nothing more than to relax. Should I tell anyone about the librarian? Nozomi laughed. You ask her, she's the one who can tell the future after all. I would recommend against it based on her previous stance about not letting any information about herself get out. Speaking of privacy, I'm worried by the fact that even your personal phone is monitored. As far as I can tell, there is no official order to do so, nor is the Hero Public Safety Committee allowed to interfere in the private lives of its constituents. If you give me half an hour with the backup I just took from your phone, Nozomi studiously avoided the deadpan gaze of All Might pointing out her hypocrisy, I'll be able to find the program and remove it. Just run the next file I send you to clear it out. I'll also try to find out who our librarian is, and I'll keep that between the two of us. Her speech was punctuated with a yawn from All Might. Now go home and get some sleep. You did the equivalent of 4 days of work today, so rest well. After another train ride, All Might was back in the relative safety of her home. While she wanted to get back to the librarian, she fell asleep the minute she sat down on her couch. The next morning, she opened her phone to see another string of messages. Good evening, All Might. Nearly half an hour later, that initial message was followed by a series of messages that somehow carried an entire conversation. Oh, you're asleep. I should have expected that. I kind of did pack your day with hero work. Anyways, I'm predicting what your responses would be, so that should help. I agree, and I'm sorry for giving you so much work. In the future, I'll try to limit the updates to crimes where people get injured or die. I understand that you want to do as much good as possible, but at this rate you'd burn out before the week was up. Besides, targeting the worst offenders will do more to prevent behavior like theirs than catching everybody. You need to get some sleep, but I guess you're already sleeping. Anyways, there's a different reason I wanted to talk to you in the first place. I stumbled upon a website called the Library of Babel, and used my quirk to find the most important information that I could make use of. I assume that you trust me, or at least my quirk by now. Here's the link to the page. I know you'll understand why I needed to tell you about this, even if I don't understand some of it. I found the page 2 days ago, so you should adjust the time to account for that. It's getting hard to predict how you'll respond to this, so I'll stop for now. Let me know if you have any questions. She had an additional message from Nozomi, a file with the incredibly obvious name spywareremover.exe. She ran the file, and then opened her browser and looked up the Library of Babel. As she ate her breakfast, she read through the mission statement and went to the page that the librarian had linked. The page was mostly empty, but the few words on the page sent a chill through her. The story of the 200 characters before her painted a horrifying picture of the future. She would be injured, forced to stop hero work. And yet, in the same passage, it told her how to prevent this fate. The most worrying part were the 3 characters sandwiched in the middle of the warning, a foe. She only knew one thing those letters could refer to, and it was the bogeyman that had haunted her for the duration of her career, the name that had haunted her predecessors for their entire lives. The name All for One was spoken with fear and wonder by those that knew her. With the ability to permanently take quirks from others and give others quirks, she had no shortage of followers or enemies. She only ever struck once, having been personally responsible for the deaths of 6 of the previous 7 bearers, with the sole exception being her sister. According to her immediate predecessor, the reason that All for One hunted them was because she felt that they were unworthy of bearing the same quirk her sister did. Her presence alone made the bearers live in fear, as the moment they started to weaken from having passed on the quirk she would strike. The inclusion of these 3 letters only made her more confident in the ability of the librarian, as no information about All for One had ever reached the public for fear of causing a mass panic. It was similar to how Madame Night Eye's ability worked, where despite being able to tell the future she didn't necessarily know what the things she saw were. Even so, it was heartening to read in a way. She wouldn't be killed in the future that the librarian saw even if she would be forced to retire as a hero. What's more, she could change the future so that this didn't happen. At least, that was what she hoped. Madame Night Eye's quirk was more prophetic than anything else, allowing her to see events that would always happen regardless of what anyone did. With this, she began typing. M3 POV. M3 enjoyed a peaceful existence in Izuku's room. He could spend his free time doing whatever he wanted so long as he didn't endanger the two of them, and while he was always spending part of his time trying to help Izuku, he perceived time at a much faster rate than Izuku could. He could do independent research, try to piece together information that Izuku gave him with knowledge from the internet, and do so much more than any human could hope to. Yet there was something lacking that he was constantly aware of. While he could put together any amount of data, he could not create anything new or original. One of his favorite things to do with his copious free time was to watch recordings of Izuku painting to try and find the key difference between them. He could replicate any painting that Izuku made given enough time and a physical body, but the drawings Izuku identified as coming from his dreams were unlike anything M3 had access to. No matter how much he tried, M3 was unable to create anything without being able to distinctly trace its origins. That morning, Izuku was out with his best human friend, a girl named Katsumi. M3 had live access to the cameras Izuku was using to record the two of them as they played with each other. He was trying to identify why exactly Izuku had such an obsession with sword fighting in a world where the villains he would be fighting could outclass him in any given way, while also trying to identify things Izuku could improve upon. While he was thinking on these subjects, he received a message from All Might. M3 could understand his creator's fascination with the heroine, who with her strength alone prevented the nation of Japan from falling into chaos for the past decade. He approved of the way the two of them had worked together, with Izuku as the brains and All Might as the brawn. In a single day, the two of them had done more good for Tokyo than the collective hero population of Musutafu had done in the past month. The message read, "Thank you for the heads up, you have no idea how important that was." M3 processed the message, idly beginning to think about the heroine's odd reaction. The response she gave could be taken as normal, given the content of the message. He couldn't help but draw another proverbial circle around the three characters that even Izuku hadn't been able to decipher other than being a reference to the villain who would attack All Might. Unfortunately, there are no villains with a name that could be abbreviated to those initials who possess the ability to injure All Might. This left the possibility that this foe would rise to infamy in the next 3 years, or that information regarding her was classified. Not for the first time, M3 considered hacking into government databases to get information that he so desperately wanted before shutting down the idea. While he was thinking about a foe, another message arrived. "So you've definitely seen the news about what happened yesterday. Do you want me to mention you or give you credit for the information?" "I'm all for it, but it's best to let the precog make the potentially bad choices." M3 knew that Izuku wouldn't be able to answer the text until late that night, seeing as there wasn't a phone connected to the number that M3 was using. After weighing the choices, M3 decided that it was better to reply immediately. Izuku's instructions had been to protect all information regarding him, so that was what he would advise for the time being. "Unfortunately, the librarian is not available right now. For the time being, please do not mention or give credit to the librarian." All Might's response was quick, for a human. "You say that as if you aren't the librarian. Who are you?" The pseudo-artificial intelligence did the closest thing it could to laughing. He had been waiting to use this nickname since his name was first shortened to M3. "I am me. I work with the librarian, mostly helping with the collection of data for the librarian to analyze and make use of. Similar to the librarian, I am unable to tell you much more about myself." This apparently threw All Might for a moment, because her response was much more delayed than her last few. "Okay, me. Why do you use the same phone number as the librarian? Why is the librarian unable to talk to me?" "You are mistaken, the phone number is merely one that I have created to protect our identities. It is officially registered as a number for a non-existent person who lives at the street address of a cell tower in Canada. No laws were broken in doing this, and the number is being paid for. The librarian is currently away, enjoying some free time with friends." M3 was satisfied with this response. It told the truth while avoiding all personal information that could be used to identify either of them. Halfway through the text, M3 realized that All Might was likely operating under the assumption that both of them were female despite one of them being male, and the other not strictly having a gender, despite referring to himself with male pronouns. It was definitely a good layer of disguise to add. Even if they managed to find Izuku's identity against all odds, they would simply assume that he was being used as a fake identity by the two of them. "I'm not entirely sure how the laws concerning that work, but I'll assume that the librarian did her best to keep the two of you hidden by not committing any crimes. Speaking of which, how does the librarian's quirk work? I've worked with a precog in the past, and they could only see the future without being able to affect it. The message that the librarian sent me made it seem like the future can be changed, can it?" M3 immediately went into overdrive, fans ramping up as he tried to think of a way to describe Izuku's quirk without giving everything away. He briefly considered something close to the truth, like a quirk that allowed him to pick the correct choice from a certain set of possible outcomes, followed by a strong luck quirk that could be interpreted as precognition to the uninformed. Eventually, he settled on a true answer that didn't give too much away. "We still aren't sure entirely how the librarian's quirk works. We have confirmed that having knowledge of events that the librarian predicted allows one to change the future, while those without this foreknowledge are unable to change the future. We briefly considered testing this further, but the ethical implications caused us to stop after our guardian had a mental breakdown. So, in my friend's stead, allow me to congratulate you, your shackles have been broken. You are free. It took nearly half an hour for the pro-heroine to reply to the last message. Completely understandable, me. If you don't mind me asking, what's your quirk? You mentioned something about data processing earlier, and I've only met a few people with quirks like that. If M3 had a mouth to smile with, his grin would have approached manic levels as he formulated his response to the question. The librarian calls my quirk artificially intelligent. I can borrow the knowledge of people that I come into contact with, allowing me to borrow their knowledge of a random topic that they are familiar with. This has allowed me to learn at an incredibly rapid rate, seeing as I am less than 2 years old and only unlocked my quirk just over 2 months ago. Everything he had just written was true, if written to deceive. It was the closest M3 could come to a description of what his quirk would be if he were a human female, and not a genderless program. It would be a powerful quirk by any standard, and it gave the two of them an appearance that would be useful to cultivate while the two of them were remaining anonymous. They would be the masterminds, the thinkers that hid in the shadows while avoiding combat due to their non-physical quirks. When a sword-wielding man stepped through the gates of UA in 13 years, nobody would link the two of them together. It was then that he received his final message for the day. That's pretty scary. The two of you working together isn't something that I'd want to go up against once you've gotten a few more years of experience. Out of curiosity, why did you pick your name to be me? Not only is it confusing, but it doesn't seem to hold any real meaning. The librarian is obviously related to the Library of Babel, but why are you me? M3 thought on that for a while. He couldn't say it's because my name is M3 and a 3 looks like a backwards E, haha, isn't that funny, for multiple reasons. Not only was M3 not a human name, but it would ruin the air of wisdom he had created for himself. After a real-time delay of just over a minute, he replied, when I borrow someone's knowledge, I also borrow some of their memories of obtaining that knowledge. I have more memory of other people's lives than my own by a significant factor, and yet I am still me. My name is a sign that I am more than the sum of my parts, a reminder of who I originally was and who I still am. I am me, and I cannot forget that. Later that evening, Izuku would send his official confirmation of M3's request to keep their existence a secret as well as an apology for not being there at the time. He congratulated M3 on holding a conversation, and the two laughed about All Might's assumption that the two of them were girls. When M3 pointed out his suggestions for Izuku, his creator complimented and thanked him for the insights. As the two of them continued to build their relationship and skills, the days passed like water through their fingers. Izuku pushed his limits further, completed his initial list of skills and made decent progress on the expanded one that M3 had created for him, mastering all but a few skills where he continued to push the limits beyond what anyone had previously accomplished: swordplay, quirk analysis, searching algorithms, programming, and strategy among them. He had changed his diet not just to support his shortened sleep cycle, but also to give himself the right amount of nutrition to grow taller and promote other bodily processes that would be beneficial to him in the long run. His life passed in cycles, going to school, training, playing with Katsumi, painting, giving All Might the foreknowledge to prevent as many deaths as possible, and spending his weekends and summers to their fullest. Before he knew it, it was November 8th of Izuku's 4th year at primary school. It was no different from any of the days that had come before it, but after today nothing would ever be the same.